Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 council member and chair of the council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Friday, February 27th, 2026. We're meeting in room 412 of the John A. Wilson building, as well as on the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 10:15 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. During today's performance oversight hearing, we're going to be hearing from public witnesses regarding the Public Service Commission and the Office of the People's Counsel. The Public Service Commission, often referred to as the PSC, it was established to ensure that every public utility doing business within the district provides safe and adequate service, and that charges imposed by utilities are reasonable, just, and non-discriminatory. The commission has general supervision of all gas companies and electrical companies and is responsible for reviewing proposed rate increases or other surcharges. Given that role, the commission plays an influential role in electric grid modernization, gas pipeline infrastructure and safety, and advancement of the district's climate policy commitments and environmental preservation goals. The commission is governed by 3 commissioners who are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council. The statutory mandate of the Office of the People's Counsel, also known as OPC, is to advocate on behalf of natural gas, electric, and telecommunications customers for the provision of safe and reliable utility services at rates that are just, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. Specifically, the office represents the interests of the district utility ratepayers in matters before the Public Service Commission, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the Federal Communications Commission, and other utility regulatory bodies, as well as the courts. Following passage of the DC Water Consumer Protection Amendment Act 2018, the People's Counsel was empowered to directly assist DC water ratepayers. The office is led by the People's Counsel, selected by the mayor and confirmed by the council. With that, some comments on the format of today's hearing. During today's hearing, we're going to be hearing from public witnesses. Public witnesses that are testifying on their own behalf will have 3 minutes to testify. ANC commissioners and those testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, only one witness will have the full 5 minutes to testify. Each other subsequent witness will have 3 minutes. We're going to be using a timer to help try to keep us on schedule throughout the day, so please keep an eye out for that. For witnesses testifying in person, when I call your name, please come to the table up front. If you are joining us on Zoom, you'll receive a prompt to accept to be promoted as a panelist, so keep an eye out for that. After finishing your testimony, please stay seated so that we can ask you some questions. We have nearly 100 registered witnesses, which will likely mean that we are hearing public testimony into the evening. So because of that, we've moved the government witness portion of the hearing to next Thursday, March 5th at 11:30 a.m. That is a public meeting and open as well. The record for this hearing will close on March 13th, 2025, and anyone who wants to submit testimony can also do so through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until then. I also know that the staff from the Public Service Commission is in the hearing room and listening to testimony, and I'm told that PSC commissioners will also be listening to the testimony throughout the day as well. So with that, let's jump in, and we'll start with our first panel of witnesses. I'm going to call everyone's name. I believe it's likely going to be a combo of people that are here in the room as well as online, and so we'll just toggle back and forth as we have folks testifying. But I have Diana Weston, ANC Commissioner for 5A05. Commissioner, you want to come on up here? Claire Mills, DC Campaigns Manager with CCAN Action Fund. Chris Weiss, Executive Director of the DC Environmental Network. Vic Goncalves, who's the Project Manager and Advocacy Specialist at Mikasa. East Peterson Trujillo, who's the Campaign Director for the Green New Deal for DC. Linda Vernoy, State Coordinator for DC Citizens Climate Lobby. Ann Common, who's the first Vice Chair of the Ward 3 Democratic Committee. And Anthony David, Community Organizer with Empower DC. No, Vic, okay, good. All right. We were about to say, Vic, we're having trouble getting you on the panel, but we got you now. Okay, all right, excellent. Okay, we've got everybody here then. All right, Commissioner Weston, we're going to start with you. Good morning, and let me turn over to you for your testimony. If you'll just push the button so the red light comes on.
Good morning. Greetings. My name is Diana Weston, and I proudly serve as the newest Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for Single Member District 5A05 in Ward 5. I'm here today not just an elected official, but as a DC resident who nearly fell out of her chair reading a PEPCO statement, or as I would like to call it, a DEPCO statement. Who knew surviving a snowstorm would require a small business loan? Families in Ward 5 and across the district are doing the Harlem Shake when they open their utility statements, and not because we're dancing to a P. Diddy track, but because we're shaken in shock. These bills are not just high, they are check your blood pressure twice high. And let me be personal for a moment. When I opened my third bill in 1 month, yes, third bill in 1 month, I had a full Friday smoky moment, just staring at the paper saying, you know what I said. I don't know who organized the mail schedule, but sending them all at once felt a bit intentional. Please stop. At this point, I've joined the unofficial coalition of Keep My Candles Lit Americans because some of these bills have residents wondering if we need to relearn pioneer skills. This isn't funny, so don't you dare laugh when you step outside of this chamber. Working families, seniors on fixed incomes, single parents, people are making real choices between paying Pepco, buying groceries, putting gas in their cars, covering rent, or yes, even enjoying a small moment of peace at happy hour. When electricity becomes a luxury instead of a basic service, something is fundamentally broken. We have now entered a crisis, and that's in all caps. Now we understand infrastructure upgrades and grid improvements are important. We want reliable service, we want modernization, but we don't want a rate increase without transparency, accountability, or meaningful consumer protections. Residents deserve clear, plain language explanations for every rate increase. 2, strong consumer protections. 3, expanded utility assistance programs. Serious investments in energy efficiency. A full review of how and why rate adjustments are approved. Electricity is not optional. It powers our homes, charges our devices, cooks our bacon and eggs in the morning, preserves groceries, runs medical equipment, and lets our children do their homework via Wi-Fi. My back and the backs of DC residents are tired of carrying the rising costs. It hurts. So today I'm urging this council, examine the rate structure, strengthen oversight, create legislation that put residents first, because families in DC deserve relief, not heart palpitations when the mail arrives. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Respectfully, Commissioner Diana Weston.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next, let's turn to Claire Mills.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund today. DC's Public Service Commission is uniquely positioned with the power to lead the district through our current affordability and climate crises. In 2025, as in years past, the PSC did not take this opportunity, leaving residents saddled with higher bills, gas leaks, and no plan for reducing either. The Commission majority has spent the entirety of 2025 deliberating a district-safe proposal from Washington Gas that did not comply with requirements set out by the Commission itself in its Order 22003. After Washington Gas submitted its district-safe plan, the Commission majority ordered Washington Gas did not need to comply with 6 provisions of Order 22003, then ruled the plan complied with the now amended order. Commissioner Beverly dissented, saying District Safe is substantially more deficient than the prior Pipes 3 application, rejected by the Commission, and this entire exercise has become a waste of time and money with no real benefit to the climate. That waste of time continues, as do the thousands of gas leaks across the district this ultimately $12 billion program isn't even designed to address. The Commission majority has also allowed information gaps from Washington Gas that make it impossible to know what ratepayers are actually paying for on our gas bills. In February 2024, the Commission required Washington Gas to provide JANA risk scores and rankings for each project on the Project Pipes 2 project list. These requirements were watered down for service lines in September of 2024. And then the Commission asked for even less detail when they approved extension funding in February 2025. So when that project list came from Washington Gas in March of 2025, it didn't include nearly any of the information that was theoretically required just 1 year before. When the DC government asked for that information, the Commission majority sided with Washington Gas and denied the request. So ultimately, of the 227 projects on the approved list, only 83 contained JANA scores and 0 of the projects included overall risk rankings. Similarly, the Commission majority left so many unanswered questions in Washington Gas's 2025 approved rate case that we cannot verify the actual value of the company's rate base. The Commission majority is now allowing pipe abandonments in Project Pipes, despite no explanation for why Washington Gas would need accelerated cost recovery to abandon pipes, or why that suddenly makes up such a large percentage of Washington Gas's project list. And it's unclear if ratepayers are paying for the cost of pipe removal under the PIPES program and through depreciation rates, or if these abandoned pipes have been removed from the rate base. We also still do not have answers on if Washington Gas is using ratepayer money for lobbying against climate legislation and pursuing litigation against DC's climate commitments. And the commission majority created a runaround process in 2025 that wasted time. First, this was an issue of discovery. When Washington Gas didn't want to answer, the majority watered down the discovery order and limited enforcement. Then they made it an issue of material fact, but disallowed questions on it at the evidentiary hearing based on the prior ruling limiting discovery, despite that it was expressly designated as an issue of fact. Ultimately, the issue was dismissed in the decision as speculative. The commission majority put up its own roadblocks to the truth, using the procedural reasons that served it in the moment, even when real answers benefit ratepayers and this game benefits the utilities. We see the same pattern when it comes to the commission's larger role in managing our energy system, prioritizing utility-led planning over the transparent and comprehensive planning the district actually needs to keep our climate commitments. The commission once again asked utilities to file climate business plans, despite these leading to no functional next steps in the past. The process of submitting comments and reply comments on these plans took all of 2025 and is still not completed. Critically, no concrete implementation of these plans has ever been required by the commission. In December 2024, the PSC did request comments on if they should pursue future of heat planning. This did not move forward at all in 2025. And while it is good to see the commission moving forward with integrated distribution system planning, this planning should not have taken over a year to start, and it should be happening in tandem with gas planning, not entirely separated from it. The Stop Project Pipes Coalition worked diligently in 2025, as in years past, to push the commission majority to put ratepayers first and make real progress on DC's climate commitments. The DC Council joined us and sent a letter again to the commission asking for the same. The commission majority still led us into this energy unaffordability crisis. DC ratepayers deserve better leadership than we have seen over the last 4 years. And so CCAN Action Fund is urging the DC Council not to reappoint Chairman Thompson or Commissioner Trabue because it is time for new leaders with a new vision that can deliver on lower bills and cleaner energy for DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to turn to Chris Weiss, who's joining us online.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen, council members, and staff. My name is Chris Weiss, and I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I also serve on the DC OPC's Utility Consumer Advocacy Network. I'm testifying today on the performance of the DC Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel. First, I'm so pleased, at least for the moment, that the OPC and PSC are back where they belong, under the oversight of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. This change makes better coordination on climate and ratepayer issues possible. We are sad to see People's Counsel Sandra Montevis-Fry moving on to her next adventure. As a participant in OPC's Utility Consumer Advocacy Network, the DC Environmental Network had a front row seat and watched OPC incorporate climate action into their focus. Under Sandra's leadership at the Office of People's Counsel, OPC created the Climate Action Section that spearheaded OPC's advocacy on behalf of district gas, electric, and water consumers to combat climate change and help DC become resilient to it. OPC educated and empowered consumers regarding climate change issues facing the district. OPC supported achieving the district's ambitious goals of reducing carbon emissions. As the statutory representative of district ratepayers, OPC advocated for consumer-focused climate change solutions before governmental and private sector organizations. The DC OPC also incorporated outreach to DC youth, bringing young DC residents into the climate crisis conversation. The DC Environmental Network is very proud of Sandra and all the staff at OPC who have seen a lot of changes in the last 15 years. We hope the next DC People's Council will build on that legacy. Unlike the OPC, DC sees more opportunity for performance improvements at the Public Service Commission. In broad strokes, DC is not feeling that the PSC is ensuring safe and reliable utility services at reasonable rates for DC residents. They are out of sync with their own mission statement. We also see more a slowing, not an advancement, of the district's climate policy commitments. It also often feels like there is a clear bias at the PSC in support of the interests of the utility services. All this is very troubling. On the other hand, we do believe Commissioner Beverly is doing a great job making defensible decisions and being more consistent in the advancement of the PSC's mission. DCEN spent sometime 5 years ago, when PS Chair Thompson was first appointed by Mayor Bowser, trying to understand how Thompson looked at the responsibilities of the PSC. For a while, we had regular conversations where advocates would share their vision of how the PSC should operate. These conversations were complicated by the quasi-judicial and regulatory nature of the commissioner's responsibilities. It never felt like Thompson would strongly lean towards the needs of ratepayers and the needs of the planet because of the climate crisis. Some of the evidence under Thompson's tenure as the chair that affirms DCIN's perspective, some of which CCAN just spoke about. Utility bills are higher than ever in the district. The PSC failed to get answers on key questions before approving a 13% rate hike for Washington Gas. The PSC extended Washington Gas's project pipes twice in 2025, despite broad consensus beyond the commission that the project needs to end. The commission has consistently failed to step up and address the joint energy affordability and climate crisis, instead deferring to utilities and leaving DC with no plan to uphold our climate commitments. The commission majority allowed PEPCO to engage in retroactive rate paying. The DC Environmental Network and many in the environmental movement have a lot of respect for Commissioner Ted Tribue's 10-plus years as the managing director of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Per yesterday's hearing, these statistics are a bit old. Since 2011, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility has driven energy efficiency and sustainability in Washington, D.C., helping residents and businesses save over $1.4 billion in lifetime energy costs and preventing 7 million metric tons of lifetime CO2 emissions. Key accomplishments for TED include investing over $60 million in low-income community projects, creating great jobs, and accelerating adoption of Energy Star certified equipment. Sadly, many, including the DC Environmental Network, feel that his time at the PSC has not really resulted in enough true benefits for ratepayers and the environment. Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Tribue have voted too many times for the interests of the utilities over the interests of ratepayers and the environment. With the realities of this historical moment we are in, the PSC needs to move away from the 1950s style of regulating utilities and should be more sensitive to the affordability and climate crisis that we find ourselves in. That is consistent with the PSC's mission. We need more commissioners committed to fulfilling this mission. For these and other reasons, we ask the Council not to support additional DC Public Service Commission terms for Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Tribue. We need to make changes for district ratepayers and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weiss. Next, let me turn to Vic Goncalves, who's joining us via Zoom as well. Vic, when you're ready. I think we should be ready now. Yep, there we go.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee. My name is Vic Goncalves. I'm a project manager and advocacy specialist at Mikasa Inc. Mikasa is a long-standing nonprofit dedicated to sustaining diverse neighborhoods and providing affordable housing and technical assistance to DC residents at very and extremely low incomes, the majority of who identify as immigrants, Latino, or Black. We own and manage more than 250 units of affordable rental housing, and we currently provide technical assistance and development consulting to 10 limited equity cooperatives with another 250 units. We believe housing is a human right, and we work to ensure that low-income residents have a future stake in the neighborhoods that they call home. Higher utility rates are making housing less affordable for tenants, homeowners, and affordable housing providers. The Public Service Commission has approved 2 rate hikes for PEPCO in the last 5 years and recently approved a 13% rate hike for Washington Gas. This is contributing to our housing crisis and our climate crisis at the same time. We have seen our utility bills rise significantly in the last couple of years, as have our tenants and the cooperative members that we work with. We urge the Council to provide stricter oversight of the Public Service Commission, and we urge the Public Service Commission to push back on rate hikes requested by utility companies to protect consumers, especially low-income families. Right now, Washington Gas bills are being inflated by capital costs and approved hikes on delivery charges. Even though gas usage is going down, bills keep getting higher. That's because only a third of the charges are actually used for gas and 2/3 are for delivery charges. The Commission has recently failed to determine if consumers are funding Washington Gas's lobbying and litigation efforts through these delivery charges. Additionally, the Commission has not been able to address the joint affordability and climate crisis. We know that data centers in the region are increasing the demand on electricity, yet the Commission continues to defer to PEPCO to come up with solutions on how to increase the use of renewable energy instead of demanding that the company do so. Increased use of renewable energy would lower costs and help with housing affordability. We fully support Councilmember Allen's Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Programs Act of 2025, as well as Councilmember White's Utility Rates and Rate Making Amendment Act of 2026. We hope that the Council will take swift action to pass these bills and protect affordable housing and our most vulnerable families. Lastly, we urge the Council to consider installing preferential utility rates for affordable housing properties. This would reduce the cost to build and maintain affordable housing, meaning that housing providers would be better able to stretch the limited affordable housing subsidies that are available. We would love to work with you to establish such a program and look forward to further collaboration. We fully support the testimony of our colleagues on this panel that we've worked closely with, and look forward to any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to turn to East Peterson Trujillo, who's here in person, and then I think the rest of our panelists are on Zoom. But East, let me turn to you now.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson Allen, and members of the committee who I'm sure will tune in later for the opportunity to testify. My name is East Peterson Trujillo, and I'm testifying today as the campaign director at Green New Deal for DC, a campaign of DC jobs with justice. I'm also a Ward 4 renter and have been a DC resident for 5 years. Green New Deal for DC's mission is to fight for racial justice, climate resilience, and good jobs by bringing about a bold Green New Deal for Washingtonians that creates a healthier, safer, and more just city for all. We believe in a district where workers are respected and paid fairly to build and retrofit the infrastructure we need to weather the climate crisis, from public transportation to housing to schools to energy systems and lead pipe removal. All residents deserve a high-quality, safe, climate-resilient city. Over the past year, I testified twice at Public Service Commission hearings to oppose rate hikes and the rubber stamping of costly repairs that don't align with our district's climate goals. I opposed higher gas and electricity bills for DC residents because I'm concerned that they will negatively impact my neighbors' ability to pay for energy, and because further investment in methane gas infrastructure runs counter to the safe, healthy homes and the climate future that our city needs. When I testified at the Petworth Library last year, the commissioners were visibly surprised by the packed room before them. Much credit to Claire for that. Residents from across the city spoke out in opposition to rate hikes and project pipes, but the commissioners refused to be swayed by the stories they heard, and they greenlit $59 million in project pipes extensions in 2025. The commissioners have neglected their core responsibilities. At the risk of spending some of my 5 minutes on this, I want to share the mission of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia. It is to serve the public interest by ensuring that financially healthy utility companies provide safe, reliable, and quality utility services at reasonable rates for District of Columbia customers while fostering grid modernization, conservation of natural resources, preservation of environmental quality, and advancement of the district's climate policy commitments. In my view, the only part of that mission that these commissioners are accomplishing is keeping utility companies financially healthy. DC is already in the midst of an affordability crisis, not to mention the thousands of federal workers who have been recently laid off over the past year. Now more than ever, residents are struggling to pay their bills, from rent to utilities. And then we had last month's huge storm. From a 2024 Beyond Gas report, 77% of DC homes with gas ovens, stoves, furnaces, and water heaters registered levels of nitrogen dioxide that the EPA considers unsafe. Exposure to this pollutant is linked to respiratory diseases and cardiovascular issues. Upgrading our current failing energy infrastructure is critical, but the priority should be to upgrade to non-polluting electric power to protect health and meet our city climate goals. Investing millions in soon-to-be outdated technology is a poor business decision and a waste of ratepayer money. All PSC actions, including rate increases and their approvals, must thoughtfully consider the impact on workers, customers, public health, and contributions to climate change, specifically DC's legally mandated climate goals. The district is committed to becoming carbon neutral and climate resilient by 2045 per the Climate Commitment Act of 2022. The rate hikes from the last few years to build more gas infrastructure and line corporate pockets disregard this city law. The bills that we pay should go to ensuring a just renewable energy transition for workers and our communities. Support for workers like job retraining to ensure career stability in the green economy future is a critical piece of this. Every DC resident should have the opportunity to protect their family and community from pollution in the home, and the Public Service Commission should enable and mandate that opportunity. The solution does not lie in charging more for dying fossil fuels. It's time for new leadership at the Public Service Commission and lower bills for consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Linda Vernoy, who is joining us online.
Thanks so much, Councilman Allen. I appreciate the chance to talk about it. As you mentioned earlier, the PSC plays an important role in implementation of the DC environmental, including climate policy. Citizens Climate Lobby is a national volunteer organization that empowers everyday people to work on climate policy. In DC, our chapter has about 1,800 people who are district residents. In the 2025 fuel mix report of the Public Service Commission, it indicates that the district still relies on fossil fuels for 53.3% of the generation of its electricity. In the long term, fossil fuel generation is more expensive and more volatile. It's in the interest of the district to mandate the generation of renewable power purchase agreements in the PJM territory for as much as 53.3% of our electricity by 2032. It'd be an important way to move the district towards net zero emissions and also more stable costs of electricity. In the testimony I submitted, it shows that the federal climate regulations, which the U.S. government is removing, is expected to slow the pace of emissions reductions in the U.S. It's therefore incumbent on DC with leaders who understand the impact of climate and who see climate impacting our lower income populations who have to walk in the heat to public transportation, for DC to make plans to provide us with a clean, cost-effective energy source for our electricity. Scientists suspect the polar vortex has become less stable and more prone to sending cold air south. That's what we saw recently in the past month, causing our low-income population to suffer extreme cold while waiting for public transportation. I'm pleased that the PSC is now under the Committee of Transportation and Environment, and I ask that our new oversight will ensure our transition to clean electricity and ensure the kind of leaders in PSC that will implement this. So for us to simply stand by, as we've seen in the past year, how our federal government has let go of responsibility for climate, if we don't step up, it'd be like, it's not responsible for future generations. It's like if my kids didn't have food and I expected the government to handle it. So the federal government, we know that's not going to happen. The leadership's not there. So I'm asking us in DC to take on this leadership for clean electricity in DC. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Ann Common, who's the first vice chair of the Ward 3 Democratic Committee. Good morning. Ann, I think you're on mute. If you could unmute, and that way we can hear you. We can see you, though.
Sorry.
There we go.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. As you already stated, my name is Ann Coleman, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Ward 3 Democratic Committee. Ward 3 Democrats strongly opposes the reappointment of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Chabot. Just earlier this week, we unanimously passed a resolution opposing their reappointment. And our reason is twofold, and you've already heard more details from other people, but we strongly oppose the very high, exorbitant gas and electric raises on their watch. And we have been fighting Project Pipes for several, and now District Estate for several years. The decisions run totally counter to the commission's climate mandate. In the 5 years ending in July of 2025, electricity prices in the city rose 93.2%. That's more than they rose in any of the 50 states. The second highest, Maine, which was the second highest raise, was something like 66%. Maryland was only 54%. That sounds high, but the districts is almost twice that. And the recent Pepco decision rate case is very illustrative. It had questionable analysis, and in his dissent, Commissioner Beverly was scathing. He stated, "I can't see the process in this case as anything other than a regulatory train wreck that unreasonably promotes Pepco's interest at the expense of expensive ratepayers." The U.S. General Services Administration audited Pepco's multi-year plan, and the agency wrote that the audits affirmed, quote, serious concerns, unquote, about the rate hikes, and that there was, quote, a fundamental disconnect, unquote, between Pepco's planning, actual costs, and customer benefits. As you've already heard, this has a really hard impact on ratepayers, and the impact disproportionately hurts lower income ratepayers. In 2024 and 2025, 1 in 7 DC households was behind on their utility bills. 2024 Greater Washington article noted that in Ward 8, households spend roughly 6% of their income on energy bills, and in Ward 3, it's just 1.45%. Also, and in some ways even more importantly for us, because fighting climate change is one of the committee's highest priorities, although achieving equity in the city is also a priority, we have been strongly opposing Project Pipes and District Safe. This thing never made any sense, and it makes even less sense as the climate gets worse and worse. The commission is allowing, and I would say the commissioners, because Commissioner Beverly has been dissenting, has been allowing the continuation of Project Pipes, which charges ratepayers more to put pipes in places irrespective of where there are leaks, and to totally disregard the fact we have to get off gas for the environment, and that this is the district's mandate. So for all these reasons, we oppose these renominations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, let me turn to Anthony David with Empower DC. Also joining us online. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Chairperson Allen and committee staff. My name is Anthony David Jr. I'm a community organizer with Empower DC, and today I'll be representing our Justice for Brentwood members as well. And as much as I would like to talk about how high these Pepco bills are, today I'm testifying to ask the Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel to strengthen the oversight of Pepco and DC plug infrastructure projects to ensure that residents are not put at risk and are properly informed. Residents on the 13th Street Northeast in Brentwood have experienced repeated problems with feeder installations and electrical boxes placed directly in front of their gates. So right immediately in front of their home, in front of their walkways. In one home, a family with a young child has at times been unable to safely exit through their front entrance due to ongoing work and unsafe placement of equipment. Residents have repeatedly reported that they do not receive notice when work is conducted along the 13th Street feeders. On multiple occasions within the past year, construction activity has blocked residents from leaving their homes. Recently, PubCo conducted work that even the DC Plug outreach team appeared to be unaware of. This level of miscommunication creates unnecessary safety risk and confusions for residents. There was even a resident who got arrested in front of his own home just for asking questions about for the workers. Residents have also raised serious concerns about how feeder locations were chosen. Homes along 13th Street appear to be the only ones with feeders placed directly in front of their gates, while in other areas, even in the same neighborhood, feeders are located in less obstructive places such as planting strips and flower beds. The reasoning behind these decisions has never been clearly explained to residents. We have been bounced between PubCo, DDOT, the DC Plug team, and now even the Office of People's Counsel, but no one can give us a clear answer on who was responsible for this decision and why weren't the residents informed prior to the installations. Also, if anyone could provide documentation of any environmental or health impact assessments to have feeders directly in front of your home or someone's walkway would be great. This situation reflects a broader concern we have seen in Brentwood time and time again, where infrastructure projects move forward without meaningful transparency or accountability, even when residents raise safety concerns. I respectfully urge the Public Service Commission and the Office of People Councils to investigate the safety and placement of electrical feeders on the 13th Street. Ensure PubCo providers consistent and advance notice of construction activities, improve coordination between PubCo and the DC Plug outreach team, and ensure residents have a clear point of contact for safety concerns. Safe infrastructure should not come at the expense of residents' access to their homes and their basic safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody on this panel. I do have a few questions I want to go through, and I'm going to try to be brief because I know we have a lot more people that want to testify as well, but I want to make sure I spend some time with this panel too. Commissioner Weston, I appreciated your testimony, and I think even though you gave us a couple of chuckles in your testimony, it's a very serious issue, and you highlighted that, which I appreciate. In my mind, it would be logical for us to think, all right, we have an extremely, kind of brutal cold stretch of weather. People are going to be heating their homes. The demand on the system means that people are using a bit more energy during that time. So I kind of expect my bills to go up a little bit. But I don't think that's what I hear people talking about, just that, because while we can all experience, kind of temporary spikes in energy usage, that could be extreme cold, extreme heat. What you're really talking about is something deeper than that, that is behind what we see with rising rates and to the point of unaffordability, not just for residents, but I'd argue even our local small businesses. They're struggling to pay their bills, which only get passed on to everybody else just the same. Am I interpreting your testimony the right way? That it's not just like, yeah, it was cold, so I had to turn, my heat was running longer. There's something deeper going on.
You are definitely interpreting what I'm saying correctly. And what I'm finding out from speaking to residents, they are having to keep the heat on emergency heating. They're not getting the response from the landlords to kind of figure out if there are internal issues, if it's with electricity. So they've actually gone out and ventured on their own and reached PepCo and found out that it is not an internal issue. It is electricity rising. I have constituents about to get put out because they can't pay the bill. Calls are coming in left and right. I'm just like, oh, we need to help. Something has to happen. So Here I am.
Okay, yeah. And I know as a commissioner, and you're probably not alone, a lot of commissioners out there across the city are on the front lines and probably having similar conversations with their constituents. Ms. Mills, your testimony, very thorough, and I appreciate it. Also, I was reading through the written testimony, like a lot of very specific citations to each case, each docket number. And I think most people, they just want to know they can turn the lights on, turn the heat on, store the medication, whatever they need to do, right? They're not going in the nuance of a lot of this, but they also know when they open up their bill, they want to be able to afford what's coming to them. You mentioned in your testimony the PSC could lead, and I wanted to see if you could expand on that a little bit. Can you share why you think they haven't, in your estimation, and where do you believe that they could or should lead differently?
Yeah, I think our Public Service Commission is really positioned well to address the biggest source of climate pollution that we have. So, about 3/4 of our greenhouse gas emissions in the district are coming from buildings, which means they're coming from the utilities, right? The energy we're providing to our buildings. And the Public Service Commission, because they regulate our utilities, has the opportunity to tackle that problem. Also, on the regional electric grid, we're seeing the pressure of data centers and that pushing up costs. And our DC Public Service Commission could have, over the last 4 years, invested in solar, in battery storage, in the cheapest form of energy, which is renewable energy, that also gets us further on track with DC's climate commitments. That would have expanded DC's ability to generate our own power, which insulates us from some of the cost issues we're seeing on the regional grid. It would mean that, instead of a family getting a super high Pepco bill after a snowstorm, a family is connected to a community solar project or has solar installed on their rooftop and they're getting solar energy that lowers their bills. We see these solar projects when they do happen, can mean residents don't get any Pepco bills at all. They generate enough power to not need to pay any electric bill. But the commission has not prioritized building out those kinds of microgrids, battery storage, solar projects. And so residents are vulnerable to all of these issues we're seeing now with rising electric rates. The commission instead has been approving project pipe spending twice in 2025, and that's keeping gas rates high. It's contributing to about half of the gas increase that we saw in 2025, the gas bills increase. And so essentially the commission has repeatedly deferred to the utilities. They're asking the utilities to come up with climate plans instead of coming up with their own. They're taking over a year to decide if they're going to even start planning. Every month, every year, we skip on planning, we wait, we deliberate instead of moving ahead, is years and months that residents are getting high bills instead of installing the type of cheap renewable energy that could keep bills down. And so we've really seen public service commissions in other states around the country lead and take the opportunity to start integrated distribution systems planning, combine it with thermal energy planning to plan for how we're going to transition from gas to electric, invest in network geothermal, or build out microgrid capacity. And our commission over the last 4 years and in 2025 has just missed those opportunities over and over again. And now we're just really seeing that come to a head as folks are seeing their bills get to the point where they just simply can't afford them anymore.
I want to pull that thread just for a little bit longer, because one of the questions I've had when we look at the Public Service Commission is, what is it, both is it statutorily set up for, and then also what are our expectations around? Because this is an oversight hearing, so we're trying to look at the performance of the Public Service Commission. So I want to be able to hold them accountable for what they're supposed to do, but I'm also looking for ways in which we can improve a Public Service Commission if we literally don't have it statutorily set up the right way. But I often think about it this way: is the idea that the Public Service Commission is supposed to just react to the proposals that are given it? So is it a body that is, they're a receiving body? Proposals are made to them and they have to evaluate those. Or are they more of a body that is supposed to both receive when the utility comes in asking for a rate hike or ask for change, but are we looking to the Public Service Commission to also then drive? And I think our PSC is set up a bit to be the reactor, not drive. And I don't know if that's statutorily, I don't know if that's how that compares or stacks up against other public service commissions in other jurisdictions, but that's some of the kind of questions I wrestle with of how we get a PSC to do what it is you're describing, and give you a chance to kind of respond to that.
Yeah, I do agree that that's the problem we see now. They're set up to respond to what the utilities bring, and that just limits the ambition of what we want to do, especially as we need to push our utilities to shift into a new paradigm when it comes to our energy grid. I think a huge problem with that is the decisions made about staffing at the Public Service Commission. For example, the commission has just promoted someone into leading sort of the climate work at the commission. That person is a gas engineer who used to work at Washington Gas, not someone who has detailed experience on solar, microgrids, and that is who's going to be leading climate work at the commission. In my opinion, that's not someone who has the type of expertise that's going to actually allow us to not just react to the utilities, but build a vision. So I think a big issue at the commission is that we need to build a structure and a staff at the commission that is able to tackle sort of a new approach to utility regulation, where it's not just responding to the utilities, but it is driving forward the type of vision that we have seen, the type of ambition that we have seen in DC's climate commitments and laws. So I think it is possible. There are other commissions, even Maryland's Public Service Commission does more of this proactive planning and proactive requirements of utilities than we do here in DC. So it's definitely possible. I think it comes down to staffing at the Public Service Commission and the leadership and decisions of our commission majority right now.
Okay. And part of what I think I've had oversight of the PSC now for 3 weeks. So definitely I'm trying to make sure I get as much in as I can. And I'm going to, after this, kind of turn to some of our other panelists for a couple more questions. But one of the things I want to look at is where do I say, this is how I want to see a PSC and the commissioners lead? And then also, where do I feel like the statute that creates the PSC is not accomplishing what you're describing? So is there something that is set up in Maryland, for example, that their statute is giving their Public Service Commission the ability to set up that proactive element that we aren't? So is it an issue of a deficient statute that we need to think through, how do we help reform and improve? And then is it the leadership of the commissioners themselves? And that's what I'm wrestling with that, but I'm really trying to look at it. One of the things, and this will be the question, and then I'll turn to some other panelists. I've heard from both residents, businesses, I've heard from utilities themselves, great frustration over the pace of decision-making at the PSC. And when I look at all of our states side by side, when are they statutorily required to make a decision? Several states are required to make a decision on a case, for example, within 5 or 6 months. I'm not sure that's the right answer, because I could see a situation where a rate hike, for example, goes into effect and we're all stuck with a higher bill while they're doing their work to make a decision. But there's other states that land around 9 months, 12 months. We seem to be an outlier in that we have no time frame. You got to think about how you thread the needle the right way, but are there issues like that or other areas you want to emphasize around where you could see greater efficiency out of the Public Service Commission in getting to decisions on behalf of residents, local businesses, et cetera?
Yeah, I think setting timelines, as you mentioned, it's difficult because we need to make sure that there's a lot of time for public input and the proper deliberation. But some of what I've gotten into my testimony is there's a lot of issues right now at the commission where the information they're getting from utilities in their initial rate case application or project pipes application is so deficient. There's such a lack of information that then the commission needs to go through an extremely lengthy process of discovery requests, other parties coming in, making requests, very long lists of material issues of facts and evidentiary hearings in order to just get pretty basic information about what the utility is even suggesting. That is one of the things that is really making some of our decisions take a very long time. There's months and months of discovery. Parties are regularly asking for extensions because they're working off of such little information. So when they first get the project, they have almost nothing to review, and it takes months to just get the information, then review it, then continue. So I think there's perhaps places where we could have clearer requirements on what needs to be provided upfront from the utilities so that everyone's working off of the same information. The more other parties have to submit data requests and ask for it, the more it privileges the utilities that are holding that information close to the chest. Project Pipes is a great example of that. These projects are the funding is being approved without even seeing a project list. Things like that could be put into a statute where that information has to be provided upfront, and that's going to allow us to move some of these proceedings along faster without necessarily setting deadlines that in a particular instance might not really be in the service of ratepayers.
Got it. Okay. East Peterson Trujillo, kind of building from that, in your testimony, you talked about the PSC's mission is, quote, public interest and provide, quote, reasonable rates. Those terms could be left pretty wide for interpretation. And is that part of what I want to kind of see from your testimony? Is part of your recommendation that we're just we have not well defined what public interest is. We have not well defined what reasonable rates are. As somebody who likes, I want my lights to turn on just like you when I'm at home. So I'm not opposed to paying rates. Like, I know that's what I'm going to have to pay. What the question is who and how do we define, and what's our metric to determine what is reasonable? Do I kind of hear that in your testimony? Is that a lot more work needs to be done around how we help define that, or more guidance given to the PSC to help interpret what reasonable means?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, a tough one. I think that what I wanted to raise by highlighting the mission of the Public Service Commission is what I see as a pretty stark contrast, and maybe this is a question of definitions, between the public interest part of the mission and how the commission is working to or not working to fulfill that piece of their mission, and the financially healthy utilities companies piece of the mission. And maybe those are in contrast, but I think that from what I have seen in my advocacy, in my work with community members across the district, in speaking to the commission, testifying to them, the prioritization falls heavily on the financially healthy utility companies. And what use is a financially healthy utility company when district ratepayers are bankrupting themselves to pay for their energy to keep their homes insulated,
right,
heated, et cetera?
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Vic Goncalves, I wanted to ask you talked about, and you're kind of coming at it from the perspective of, as a project manager for creation of affordable housing and new homes, which is something we absolutely want. And I think you talked about in your testimony, managing 250 units of housing, 10 of which are limited equity units, but that the utility rates themselves undermine our ability to create and preserve affordable housing and affordable homes. I agree with that sentiment completely. I've talked a good bit about a project in Ward 6, for example, that I'm very excited about, where the Green Bank is helping build a 100% affordable building. But because of the investments we're making, the utility bill should be about 30 to 40% less than average because of all the high efficiency work that's being done. It's great if I can keep the rent affordable, but if the utilities drive out the affordability, I'm kind of undermining my own work, right? So to me, that this building is a great example of how we're both creating income restricted housing to help on the affordability for the rent, but we're also going to be lowering utility costs. So great story that's going to be taking place there. So your kind of comments made me think about that. Is that, in your experience, has the PSC looked at that issue around affordability from the standpoint of either what it takes and what it costs to actually build, maintain, construct new homes and affordable homes? Should that be a factor that the PSC is considering when they're looking at rate hikes and evaluating what's being asked from utilities?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's something that the PSC has considered before. This is not my area of expertise, so I might defer to Claire on if they have, but I think it's something that they definitely should consider. When we are looking at, how much does it cost to build one unit of housing, and what are all of the different costs that go into that? Every year, the utility costs are a bigger and a bigger percentage of that. So that's where our concern lies, is just that, we we want to make our buildings, like you're saying, as energy efficient as possible. We're trying to put in the best appliances. We're trying to put in solar and renewable energy where we can, but that's not always possible. And even when it is possible, we're still finding that utility costs are um, are an issue for both, the owners of the property as well as the tenants themselves, because, you know, like others have mentioned, there are folks making decisions about whether to pay their Pepco bill or pay rent, and no one should be put in that situation. And we know for a fact that there are people in that situation.
Yeah. Well, you're speaking to the residents' kind of bottom line, right? To make the math. I also think when we're talking about a housing provider like a Mikasa or others, these costs absolutely impact your bottom line of the ability to build, construct, maintain affordable housing. As a small business, I hear from businesses all the time, like this hits their bottom line of being able to deliver. I mean, the price of your hamburger is going to go up because of that Pepco bill. Like they only have so many ways to be able to manage that. So I hear that, and as a housing provider, I appreciate you kind of walking us through that. I had a couple other quick questions. I know I'm already behind and moving to the next panel, but this has been a great panel here. Anthony David, I was going to ask you real fast, because it's a little different take that you had on a couple of issues. And again, since this is a performance hearing. So you talked about unsafe placement of equipment related to construction activity around feeders in the Brentwood community and along 13th Street. How do you believe, or where do you believe the right way for if a utility and their contractors, for example, are leaving that type of equipment in an unsafe place? Is the PSC the place I should be turning to make sure they're aware of either practices like that? Would that be more of I need a Department of Transportation or a Department of Buildings or some other entity with a permit to help enforce? Maybe it's all of the above. Kind of what do you think are the better ways to ensure that all of this heavy equipment is done? And what would be the PSC's role in evaluating that?
Yeah, I think this situation is very interesting because I do believe, like, just across the board for our entire district government, that there's no proper protocol or proper enforcement of what community engagement looks like or community outreach looks like across the whole district. So the fact that residents aren't getting proper notices or proper, you know, if notices when, construction is happening or when work is happening, I think it's a broader issue, especially in a community like Brentwood, where we are seeing a lot of industrial activity that's happening in and out of the community constantly. So, I think, there needs to be a conversation within the entire district government about like what does actual community engagement looks like. But in terms of, this particular situation, the fact is that and everywhere else, these feeder boxes are in flower beds, away from people's front doors. So the fact that these particular residents, there's about 3 residents who have these feeder boxes immediately in front of their doors, that is an issue. That was a change in the original design that DDOT had for the project. So it's just unclear about, who made the decisions to change the designs, why wasn't the community informed about the change of designs, at every single step of the process, the community should be informed, whenever there's a change of design, whenever there's a change in, work schedules and whatnot. So I think the PSC needs to look at, first of all, like for Pepco particularly, what are they doing properly, when they're talking to community about, and it doesn't even have to be about these feeder boxes. It could also be about these Pepco bills too. What exactly are we charging our residents? What exactly is the information that our residents needs so they know what they need to combat these high rents or these high Pepco bills as well. So I think just more broadly, how are we disseminating information to our residents and, the correct and right resident or the correct and right information, and having clear communications of who do we contact, when things like this are happening as well.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And then Mr. Weiss, I was going to ask you if you're still with us. Similar to kind of exchange I was having with Ms. Mills, how do you believe under current statute, the Public Service Commission should be, as they are looking at their decisions and what's in front of them, how should they be incorporating DC's climate laws and climate commitment policies as they evaluate proposals in front of them? Or do you believe there needs to be some statutory reform so that the Public Service Commission it is more clear about what it is that they are supposed to be required to consider in totality around the district's climate laws and our climate goals. In other words, what parts of the PSC actions they're taking today do I feel like, are they actually paying attention to the DC climate laws and policy goals? Or is there a structural reform you're recommending to do a better job of that?
You want to know what the structural reform is? We got to change the team. We got to get a new team, and that's part of why we're advocating that the mayor's appointees are not passed forward. I mean, we have good people on the team, DOEE and the Office of Attorney General. They've done some amazing work there. This committee, you've been an amazing advocate on promoting the mission of the Public Service Commission. We spent a lot of time trying to work on that. The last meeting I had with the mayor was on appointments to the Public Service Commission. And, we worked really hard to try to get Chairman Thompson to see our way of looking at things. But I think there needs to be some changes. And when Mary Cheh was around, we constantly talked about reform, different laws that we might pass to reform the activities of the Public Service Commission. But so I think, if we have a new mayor, if we are able to stop these nominations, if we we get some better people, if we have the right council, the council members have often supported the mayor's appointments to the public. Obviously, they did, as these appointments came through the council. So my contribution and is that we got to change the team. We got to do what we have to do to get a new mayor, to stop these appointments, and then start building. If we get that, then we can work harder on all these things that CCAN and others are talking about. And that's as much as I have to offer on this.
Okay. All right. I appreciate Mr. Weiss. I know I'm already pretty far behind and need to move to our second panel. So I want to thank everybody on this first panel for your testimony and for your thoughts on this, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you all very much. Let me start calling our second panel. And this is again going to be, I think, a mix of folks that are both in person and folks that are joining online. But I've got Mark Rodefer, who's a public witness with the Sierra Club. And Mr. Rodefer, I believe you're going to be the main witness for Sierra Club, so the full 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Barbara Briggs, member with FMW Committee on Peace and Social Concerns. Ann Du Bois, public witness. Frank Postian, public witness. Claire Hacker, public witness. Okay. Matthew Lyles, public witness. And Charles Spring, public witness. All right, Mr. Spring, how about this? Since I've got a full table here, since I got to balance the in-person and that, let me call you up for the next panel, just because I don't have a fifth chair here, if that's okay. All right. Do we have our online? Okay. While we bring the folks that are online onto the panel, we'll go ahead and start. Mr. Rodefer, since you're here in person.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for holding this hearing today. My name is Mark Rodefer, and I'm testifying for the Sierra Club. For more than a decade, the Public Service Commission had minimal legislative oversight. When former Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie was responsible for oversight of the PSC, he provided none. He never meaningfully challenged the commissioners on the skyrocketing utility rates they approved, nor on the commission's failure to implement its climate commitments. We hope that changes with you, Councilmember Allen. With no one watching the watchmen, our electricity prices have soared. From 2020 to 2025, electricity prices in DC increased 93%, the highest in the nation. One other state with much higher rates over that period was California, where prices were up 62%. Now, in California, utility equipment has sparked devastating wildfires, and the utilities are spending billions of dollars on grid hardening to prevent forest fires, a cost paid for by ratepayers and resulting in higher bills. DC has nothing like that, yet our electric prices are up 50% more than California's. That's because of a string of increases the PSC approved, sometimes not even knowing exactly what the higher rates were paying for. In the words of the dissenting commissioner in a 2024 electric rate hike, The majority's decision to approve a rate increase first and conduct a prudency review afterward means that there is currently no meaningful determination of PEPCO's revenue requirement or final statement on whether this rate is in the public interest. The two commissioners who voted for this rate increase abdicated the core responsibility of utility regulators to evaluate utility proposals and determine what costs are prudent and should be shouldered by ratepayers. It's not been much better on the gas side. The average DC resident uses 30% less gas today than in 2014, but gas charges have increased an average of 6% a year, almost doubling since 2014. DC residents are paying more for less because the commission has repeatedly allowed massive rate increases, not for the gas itself, but for the pipelines that deliver it. Today, 60% of a gas bill pays not for gas, but for the add-on fees that the PSC has approved. On top of that, Washington Gas is hiding whether it is using ratepayer funds for its lobbying activities. The commission compelled Washington Gas to provide an answer to that question in a rate case, but the company refused. A reasonable person might expect the commission to deny a rate increase unless Washington Gas stated whether it was charging commission customers for lobbying expenses. Instead, in a 2-to-1 vote, the commission allowed Washington Gas to keep the information secret and awarded the utility a 12% rate increase. This is a captured utility regulation commission that we have in DC. Though Washington Gas is fighting attempts to move to provide heat from non-fossil fuel sources in DC, in Maryland, it is required to develop pilot programs for network geothermal heating and cooling systems that do not use fossil fuels. These ground source heat pump networks provide efficient heating and cooling that can replace aging pipe infrastructure. In Massachusetts, a neighborhood scale utility-owned geothermal network was completed in 2024 by Eversource, which is a gas and electric utility. Today, that geothermal network is operational and it's delivering heating and cooling to residents of Framingham, Massachusetts. DC could implement these solutions too, but the majority on our Public Service Commission has no vision beyond continuing business as usual. The two commissioners who have routinely rubber-stamped utility proposals for massive rate hikes and locking DC into fossil fuel infrastructure for the long term are Chairman Emil Thompson and Commissioner Ted Trabue. Mayor Bowser has renominated to serve another term in the Public Service Commission. If the council wants another 4 years of skyrocketing utility bills, you should confirm Emil Thompson and Ted Trabue. If the DC Council wants a new direction at the Public Service Commission, new leadership is required. And I want to end my testimony by saying that the Sierra Club and I personally take no pleasure in opposing Ted Trabue's nomination to the PSC. I have known Ted for almost a decade. I met him when he was the head of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, which does great work harnessing energy efficiency to make utility bills lower than they otherwise would have been. At the Sierra Club's urging, Ted at the DCSU started the Affordable Home Electrification Program. Ted has done really excellent work. And that's why 4 years ago, the Sierra Club testified in support of Ted's nomination to the PSC. Ted's also a genuinely nice person. So I'm sad that the Sierra Club is asking DC Council to vote against his nomination. But unfortunately, his record of voting with Emil Thompson to raise utility bills on DC residents and slow DC's transition off fossil fuels leads the Sierra Club to oppose both nominations.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rotifer. Next, let me turn to Barbara Briggs, who I believe is joining us online.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Barbara Briggs, and I'm a member of Friends Meeting of Washington and convener of the Beyond Gas Climate Faith Initiative, which our Quaker meeting is deeply involved with. Thank you, Chair Allen and committee staff for this opportunity to testify. My colleagues and I are among the thousands of DC residents, faith congregations, and community advocates for whom moving the district off fossil fuels is a matter of urgency. For years, we've been waiting for the leadership that would be needed from the Public Service Commission to manage DC's transition off gas. We hope that now under the oversight of this committee, our Public Service Commission can be prodded out of years of stasis and disingenuous neutrality into proactive implementation of DC's transition to clean energy in alignment with DC government's goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2045, and with DC legislation, including the Climate Commitments Act. Here are just a few of the things that the Public Service Commission could and should be doing. One, lean in hard to the development of a modern grid and distributed energy system. We need a grid designed to use energy from solar panels, batteries, and other distributed sources, and to manage peak energy demand by deploying these resources while shifting some usage to non-peak times. DC households can be paid for the energy they provide during peak times, for instance, from car batteries, and the energy usage they shift to non-peak times, which can substantially lower households' bills. 2, minimize fees, simplify and speed up the approval process for all solar interconnects as per the Grid Act. And thank you very much, Councilmember Allen, for that. Local solar generation is key for reducing residents' utility bills, for avoiding the need for fossil energy purchases and construction of expensive new centralized energy projects. 3, design utility rates that encourage energy efficiency and electrification while protecting DC's residents and especially low-income households. Time of use rates that incentivize off-peak use, special rates for efficient electric heating, heat pumps, for instance, and income-adjusted rates are just a few examples. In December, NEP, the Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnerships, published an excellent report detailing many of these tools, which I've included in my written testimony. 4, establish a clear policy and plan to wind down DC's gas infrastructure, stop funding accelerated pipe replacement, now branded as Project Safe, and require Washington Gas to focus on repairing the worst leaks. 5, require full public transparency regarding current pipe replacement plans. This can be paired with generous incentive programs to encourage households and neighborhoods with older gas lines to shift to cleaner, healthier, highly efficient electric heat. 6, re-invite and enable Washington Gas to engage in provision of non-combustion energy services and to evolve a business model to support and serve the district's 2050 climate goals, as Washington Gas and AltaGas committed to as part of the merger agreement they signed with DC government in 2018. That said, the company's survival as a business is not our job, nor should it be the primary concern of DC's Public Service Commission. We hope that you will press the Public Service Commission to remain focused on the development of clean, efficient, reliable energy systems and on accomplishing this once in 4 generations energy transition in a way that is equitable and protects DC residents. We are all concerned about utility costs and we must address them seriously, but let's not allow ourselves or our regulators to be pushed into a myopic focus around monthly bills alone. Please ask our commissioners to properly weigh the costs of inaction, the costs to the climate, the cost to the ecosystems that sustain us, and to the health of DC residents every month that we continue to burn fossil fuels in our buildings. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Briggs. Next, let me turn to Ann Du Bois. Good morning.
Good morning, council member and council staff. Chairperson Allen, I express my sincere appreciation and my relief that this committee now has oversight of the Public Service Commission. Your record as a champion for the environment gives me hope that the commission will receive a new level of supervision. My name is Ann Du Bois, and I stand before you as an irate Pepco ratepayer, like others testifying today after receiving literally the highest electric bill of my lifetime this month. But the concern I really want to raise far exceeds that of any single electric bill. The federal government is dismantling environmental protections at a rate that would be unthinkable if it weren't actually happening. The EPA's shocking repeal of the endangerment finding strikes fear in me for my children and grandchildren, imagining the filthy air they will choke on. I've followed the PSC docket as a ratepayer and concerned citizen for the past 4 years. I'm not trying to pass myself off as an expert, but some facts are hard to miss, and a salient one is how long grid modernization is taking. This goes to your point about pace. Smart grid technology has advanced significantly after 12 years of the Commission's good intentions, and an integrated distribution system planning process underway will now incorporate distributed energy resources, DERs, like solar generation and battery storage, the kinds of resources we urgently need to help lower customers' energy bills and reduce the impact of PJM's soaring prices. I'm happy to have the opportunity to participate in the IDSP working group and fervently hope to create a level playing field for third-party DER projects. But without an objective and consistent benefit cost analytical framework in place, the bias toward capital-intensive utility investment will, in my view, stifle the benefits we could receive from innovative, cost-effective, non-utility projects. I am tired of a commission majority that pays too much deference to the utilities' interests. I believe we need proactive leadership to establish a regulatory environment that enables the value that customers and the private sector can bring toward meeting our sustainable energy needs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Next, I believe we've got, said Frank, but I think it's actually Matt Paustian online.
Yes.
Matthew, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Matthias, sorry.
Yes, that's
Somehow
okay.
we turned that into Frank on the sign-up sheet, so we got it all wrong. All right.
That's all my mistake. I hope you can hear me. I often have internet
Yep, we can.
problems.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Allen. My name is Matthias Paustian. I live in Ward 4. I do not represent any organization, and I testify in my personal capacity today. The Public Service Commission is immensely important to the well-being of district residents. DC ratepayers spend roughly $2.5 billion on gas and electricity annually. As many witnesses have testified, DC residents' electricity bills have increased dramatically in recent years. Why are bills so high? There are many reasons, and some are outside of the control of the PSC. But the PSC directly approves increases in distribution rates, which account for roughly 30 to 40% of the typical electricity bill. The PSC has approved large increases in those distribution rates, which have roughly doubled from about 4 cents per kilowatt hour in 2010 to about 8 cents per kilowatt hour in 2025. In each year since 2020, distribution rates have increased by about 5% per year, resulting in a cumulative increase in those rates that the PSC directly approves by about 30% since 2020 alone. Instead of merely complaining about the outcomes, I want to focus on what I think went wrong in terms of process at the PSC. And when I say the PSC, I refer to the decisions of the majority, noting that Commissioner Beverly has been much more proactive than the rest of the Commission in probing assumptions. In my view, there are at least two key problems. First, kicking the can down the road and seeing the grass grow. The PSC is extremely slow in making decisions in foundational proceedings that set the overall direction of DC energy policy. For example, a PSC-initiated working group from 2021 recommended that the PSC develop a standardized protocol for a benefit cost analysis. That's essentially a manual or a template of how to evaluate whether a utility proposal generates benefits that exceeds costs. 5 years later, no final benefit cost analysis template has been adopted. Similarly, for years, stakeholders urged the Commission to open proceedings for the future of gas and for integrated distribution system planning across gas and electric utilities. For a few years, the can was kicked down the road. Eventually, a docket on electric distribution gas planning was recently opened, and we're still waiting for a docket on the future of gas. Second, there's simply too much deference to the utilities and too little probing of utility expenses. Let me give you just one example. The PSC approved a request by PEPCO to engage in multi-year rate plans, initially as an 18-month pilot starting in 2021. Multi-year rate plans are controversial because they're essentially authorizing expenditures several years into the future based on utility forecasts of costs alone. When that pilot was approved, the Commission said that the pilot would be formally evaluated before it was extended or reapproved. Inexplicably, rather than actually following through on that evaluation, the majority approved an extension of that multi-year rate plan pilot without any formal evaluation. The Commission also did not undertake the most fundamental function of a regulator, which is a prudency review. The prudency review is essentially the regulator looking at the actual expenses that were incurred by the utility and determining whether those expenses were reasonable and in the public interest. As Commissioner Beverly noted in his dissent, the pilot was extended and rate increases were approved, not because prudency review was conducted, but essentially, quote, because PEPCO said so, end quote. I believe I'm over time, so I'm going to conclude and be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to move to Claire Hacker. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson Allen and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Claire Hacker. I've been a Ward 4 resident for 2 years, and I'm testifying today because I want to fight for a livable DC. What I want to get across today is that the Public Service Commission, and particularly Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue, are making DC a less healthy, less safe, and less affordable place to live through their decisions that defer to monopoly utilities rather than listening to and protecting DC residents like me. A major area where the PSC has failed to protect DC residents is Washington Gas's Project Pipes. Project Pipes is a poorly managed and incredibly expensive endeavor by Washington Gas to increase their rate base with new infrastructure while locking DC into decades more of reliance on fossil fuels. This project is currently in its second phase, which was supposed to end in December 2023. However, it is still active today. Why? Because Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have voted 4 times to grant Washington Gas's requests for extensions. This is despite the fact that hundreds of residents have provided testimony or comments in opposition, and the DC Council itself has sent 2 letters to the PSC urging them to reject Project Pipes. 2 of those Project Pipes extensions occurred last year in 2025 and cost ratepayers a total of $59 million. These charges are real. I can see them adding to my gas bill every month. But it gets worse. When Washington Gas increases the value of their assets, such as by installing new pipelines through Project Pipes, they are increasing their rate base, and that means they can raise our gas rates even further. Over the past 2 years, Washington Gas's rate base has increased by 70%, which is part of what drove the 13% rate hike residents saw on our bills just a few months ago. Every dollar that the PSC allows Washington Gas to spend on Project Pipes becomes part of an equation that will raise our rates into the future. This is not something we can live with. The PSC's failure to tangibly work toward a clean energy future is a threat to DC residents' health and financial stability. Methane gas causes asthma, cancer, and explosions. It causes climate change that in turn leads to dangerous heat waves and intense storms, and skyrocketing bills are putting increased strain on residents every month, as we have been hearing. Serving the public and advancing DC's climate commitments are, as stated, part of the PSC's mission. But due to the biased decision-making of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue, the PSC is failing to meet these goals. It's time for a change. If we want a city where people can live and thrive for years to come, we need clean energy and we need lower bills. It is time for new leadership on the PSC, and I urge the Council not to confirm these reappointments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Lyles.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the Council. My name is Matthew Lyles, and I am urgently speaking to you all today, not just as a member of this community, but also as a human being who is deeply concerned about the future of our planet. Specifically, I'll be discussing Project Pipes and how it has been hurting the residents of DC for years. Project Pipes serves one group, and that is corporate interest. While Washington Gas and Alta Gas rake in record profits from the destructive fossil fuel infrastructure, the residents of DC and the surrounding area are left to suffer the consequences. We have seen costly rate hikes, dangerous methane gas leaks, and a general disregard for the future of this community. If we are to continue down this path, we will delay our ability to electrify DC, and we will fail to meet our climate goals. Since Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have been appointed, our gas bills have increased every year. It is unacceptable to bend the knee to a for-profit utility monopoly that actively poisons us and steals our hard-earned paychecks to line the pockets of greedy stakeholders that have nothing to do with this city. This is an insult to all of us during a time when the cost of living crisis and the climate catastrophe are at an all-time high. We do not need to replace our fossil fuel infrastructure, or else we will be burdened by it for years to come. We need to repair the existing leaks, which is much cheaper than a full gut and replace, and focus the brunt of our efforts on electrification. No more lies, no more delays. We need to see the results that benefit the residents of DC. It simply does not make sense to continue to use methane to heat our homes, heat our water, and cook our food when a safer and cheaper alternative exists. We have run out of time to address the climate crisis, and we must act now to mitigate further destruction of our biosphere. This is an issue that will affect everybody, regardless of status. The PSC has had a chance to show that DC is at the forefront of the climate movement, while also removing the hands of corporations from the pockets of DC residents, but they have failed us. Both Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have had the opportunity to serve the community that they were appointed to represent, but they have failed us. I demand that Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue should not be reappointed and instead allow the chance for others to lead us towards a better future. A future where there is clean air and people of all income levels can safely heat their homes. Things do not have to be the way they are. We have a say in all of this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much for your testimony. I want to follow up on a couple of questions. Mr. Rodefer, I was going to talk to you about some of the PSC operations. You kind of outlined what you believe lack of transparency around rate increases, the way those cases or requests are reviewed. You touched on a very specific issue about how the Public Service Commission examines expense records, billing calculations, and other. To your knowledge, does the PSC examine those records themselves? Are they contracted out? In other words, do you believe that they have sufficient budget analysts and auditors and expertise in-house? Are they having to look outside? And is that part of the concern, just their capacity?
No, I don't think the problem is their budget. I think the problem is their judgment. They're supposed to review the costs, say, are these prudent? Should they be reviewed by ratepayers? Should they be paid by ratepayers? And should we approve them? If the answer is yes, you approve them. If the answer is no, they don't. Instead, they said, well, we have these estimates from PEPCO about what they're going to do in the future. So they don't know. They have no idea if these costs, what exactly they're going to, if they're prudent, if they should be approved. They don't know. They approved them anyway. And then they said, well, PEPCO can hire an auditor later to view the costs. And I mean, two issues. I mean, the first one is when PEPCO's hiring the auditor, what do you think they're going to find? Secondly, this is what Commissioner Beverly wrote. He said, a prudency review is a judgment call made by the commission, not simply a math exercise by an outside auditor who adds up the costs for PEPCO's projects as though all expenditures are presumptively reasonable. So, he's saying we need to review this stuff. We need to determine if it's reasonable. Instead, the two other commissioners said, no, we need to review it. Just go ahead and approve it. And then PEPCO's auditor can take a look and see what they think. So I don't think this is a budget issue. I think it's an issue, as I said, of poor judgment.
Okay. Another question related to what I think I've heard the first couple panels. I have a hunch I'm going to hear throughout the day. And that is complaints around the outcomes of the commission's decisions regarding rate increases or the expansion of infrastructure. So the commission functions, as an independent quasi-judicial body. So to some degree, I could think about the process of selecting commissioners a bit like selecting judges. And if I'm going to kind of follow that thread for a second, whenever we have judges in front of us, well, we don't, but when we see it in other legislative bodies, it's often considered inappropriate to ask a judicial nominee, for example, to opine on a decision that is yet to come before them, right? So if I'm kind of drawing an analogous situation here, is it fair or appropriate to ask of our commissioners how they would rule on a potential rate increase? Or is it more that we should be able to ask how they go about making a judgment? How do they go? What is their process of making a decision? Kind of the same way, like when I open up my bill, I know I'm going to pay a bill. Like I am not opposed to the fact that I'm going to have to pay for my utilities that I use. kind of would welcome your thoughts on kind of pulling that thread a little bit more on how we ask.
Well, I would encourage you to ask both. I do think they would refuse to answer on the first one. And on the second one, honestly, I think you would probably get an answer that would sound decent. Oh, we do this, we do that. I think about this, I think about that. You know, and it all sound totally reasonable, I suspect. But I don't think it's going to get to the heart of the problem. And if I could just address one thing you said earlier, when you said, are they designed to be reactive and not on the driver? I don't think that's the case. That is how they act. They don't have to. There are a few examples where they have been the driver, as you called it, and not reactive. Years ago, the PSC decided they were going to get 5% of its electricity from renewable energy from power purchase agreements. Pepco slow walked the process, took years. I mean, I think they told them to do this in 2019, I believe. Still hasn't happened. Pepco doesn't like it. They don't want to get their electricity this way. And of course, you know, the commission is not particularly good at holding utilities accountable. They've just kind of let them do it. But the point that I'm making is this 5% requirement that they decided to put on Pepco, which granted they never followed through on, but they decided to do that on their own. No one made them do that. Another example is they decided to open affordability rate case, not a rate case, an affordability proceeding recently. I think that's kind of ironic that they sat there and increased rates for years and then said, hey, let's have a proceeding to figure out what the problem is. They decided to initiate this. And I would note that when Neil Thompson testified at his confirmation hearing 4 years ago, he repeatedly promised proactive leadership. He said he was not going to be reactive and he was going to be proactive. He hasn't followed through, obviously. The point that I'm making is there should be legislation to improve things at the PSC, but you can't pass legislation saying they have to have good judgment, right? And I don't think these two commissioners do have good judgment, and I think that's why we need to replace them. And just one other thing real quick, I know I've talked a lot, is I think the commissioners are a problem, no question. But I think there's also some staff problems. I think a lot of them are totally entrenched. They have an old way of doing things. They don't look for new ways. You know, the chairman came in with zero experience in electric or gas utilities. He was a criminal prosecutor before this. So, you know, an accomplished lawyer, a gas or electricity person. So I think he got his education from this commission, which is kind of, from the commission staff, which has kind of always acted this way. So the point that I'm making is I think that there are problems that perhaps you can pass legislation to try to solve. But ultimately, it's about the people, the agency, and making them have good judgment, which you can't make them do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm going to turn to a couple other folks for some questions. To Ms. Hacker. In your testimony, you talked a good bit about decisions made related to, and you were focused on Washington Gas, and you were talking specifically about how investments in the distribution network essentially are increasing the base rate. What I'm trying to do, most of us don't give this level of thought to the energy we use, right? We just want to make sure the food in the fridge stays cold, turn the lights on. So what you're describing is in great detail, and I want to try to help for the public that might be watching or listening, be able to help understand what you were saying, because I think it was an interesting point around the choices made around infrastructure investment, which then increases base rate, which then increases the rates upon which you pay for utility. Because can you spend a little bit longer? I want to make sure I understood what you were trying to, your argument around this, and we're trying to make sure we're able to communicate this effectively. Why does replacing every pipe in the city and changing out that infrastructure, how does that hit my base rate, and why does that matter for my overall rates I'll pay?
You're exactly right. And I don't know all of the terms of the equation that is used to figure this out, but I understand that the value of Washington Gas as a company and of its assets is a factor in how much money they're allowed to recover from ratepayers. And so that is why they consistently want to do things like project pipes that are just putting brand new pipes in the ground, as opposed to targeted fixing and replacing of specific leaks that we know are there, is because that adds assets that add value to their infrastructure system. And that becomes, and again, I don't know the exact equation by which this happens, but that becomes part of what is the basis for like the gas rates that are assessed on all of us.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wees, appreciate your testimony, and I love that you mentioned the distributed energy. For folks that have been around, remember I introduced some legislation in 2018, ruffled some feathers, trying to kind of move towards more of distributed energy. So it's something I think makes sense, especially from a resiliency standpoint. You mentioned though following PSC dockets, and you said not an expert on every issue, but you've been trying to follow PSC dockets. How is the timing of PSC proceedings, you think, played into decisions they ultimately get to, or the length of time it takes to get to a decision? How does that impact having a system that is responsive and nimble?
Well, I think, I'd like to focus on the benefit cost analysis framework that has never been put in place. And that's a benefit cost analysis which is standardized and consistent to evaluate. At first, it was only utility proposals, and now such an analysis would be done for distributed energy resources from third parties, hopefully. But 12 years ago, I'm trying to think when MedSys was. It's in my testimony. There was a whole MedSys, 2014, a whole MedSys proceeding that came up with recommendations. Then the Clean Energy Implementation Act Working Group came up with recommendations. The recommendations were approved by the commission, and they sat there. So this is a very complicated story, which would probably be better told by my colleague who's not testifying today. But essentially what we have, which could be approved, is a tool that's a screening. It's an Excel screening tool, but it does not have that disciplinary framework that would enable the analysis to be equitable and consistent.
Okay.
So I can go, there's more detail in my testimony. This would be a lot to try to cover. Matthias Paustian is an economist himself. He could probably speak to this also.
I was just about to say, Mr. Paustian, is there anything you wanted to add to that? What I'll note is kind of what I mentioned in the last panel as well. Like, I'm a fairly impatient person, and so I want to be moving, right? And I get bothered by the pace of what I see in terms of decision making. And I will say I've heard from both community and advocacy saying we got to speed things up. Make no mistake, our utilities also said would love to speed things up, right? And part of what I'm looking at is how do we, when I look at the performance of the PSC, this is a performance oversight hearing, we have cases that take 2 years to work their way through, right? Other states have statutory time limits, like 6 months. Now, I would caution that's not necessarily what we want, because such a time limit could mean that a utility comes in and says, I want to get a big rate increase. If they haven't made their decision in 6 months, it goes into effect, which means everybody else we have to pay for it. Even if they come back later and revise it, then now you got to figure out complicated like refunds and credits and everything else. So I don't think moving it too far up is the right choice, but we also seem to be an outlier with no requirement. So it's something I want to think through. So Mr. Paustian, what the pace of the docket is something that's come up a couple of times so far today. Be curious your thoughts on that. Is that an issue of just staff capacity? Is it a bandwidth? Is it Maryland has 5 commissioners? Is it having the right number of commissioners? Like, what are some of the things you think that impact the pace of decision making?
I would urge you to not pay too much attention to that particular aspect of pace. I think the main problem we actually have is not the pace. The problem is that at the end of that lengthy process, we still come out with bad decisions. And I understand that it might sound simplistic, but I think the main problem is that we're not studying enough alternative. Often the issue is that the commission is fundamentally in a situation of asymmetric information. They don't know if this substation really needs an upgrade. They don't know what the costs are. And so how are they going to make the right decision when they only have one proposal in front of them it comes from the one utility whose profits are directly tied to spending ever more money on capital expenditures. So I think there is an important thing that could be done, which is that the commissioners need to be in a situation where they can make true choices between alternatives, and those choices need to be developed by people who have different interests. And so there is ways that other jurisdictions are trying to do that. Happy to talk more about it, but I really don't think the problem is time. In fact, in many ways, the multi-year rate plan is one where, we're sort of getting automatic increases on some sort of, schedule. Many studies of how regulation is done are pointing out that having a delay between rate increases when the rate process is backward looking is actually good for reining in expenditures, because while you're in a case as a utility, you're not earning money on the rate of return if it's a backward looking thing. So that sometimes the only thing that actually holds back expenditures is that you're not getting automatic, approvals for new money. So I really think the main issue is asymmetric information and not having studied enough alternatives. And it's
Well,
hard to make them do that.
Let me jump in just to be clear. I'm certainly not suggesting that there's just this one single thing, that if you change that one thing, there are multiple factors. I agree with you on that. I do think if I am, how many folks have we just heard from and we're going to hear from today and aren't even in this room that I'm going to hear from, that I've already been hearing from, that all of a sudden just massive spikes in their bills. If you think about it from a household budgeting perspective, it means you're hit with something you weren't planning for. So you create unpredictability in managing my budget. Then that's putting people in the choice of, am I paying for the groceries? Am I paying the rent? Am I paying my power bill? Let's say you're a business. The unpredictability and uncertainty creates a lot of challenges for a business to be able to make plans. Let's say you're the utility. Unpredictability also makes it hard for you to run that utility business, right? So I think a greater sense of getting to predictability around when a decision and what that looks like is one factor. Certainly not the only factor here, but I think it is one. I do not sit here to propose what the solution is on that, but throughout the day, I kind of want to hear from that, because I do feel like I'm consistently hearing from people just concern around the pace of going through things, getting to a decision. And then certainly, as you talked about, asymmetric information, quality of information. And when we have the PSC in front of us next week, it'll be part of what we talk about with the PSC as well, is helping understand the different dynamics at play around that pace, and what I will be impatient and feel like a frustrating pace of being able to work through our cases. All right, I know I'm already setting us back today, so we're already late for the third panel. So I want to thank everybody on the second panel for your testimony, for the Q&A. I really appreciate it, and I'm going to move next to the third panel. All right, so Mr. Spring, you'll come on up. We've got you, David Whitehead with the DC chapter of the Sierra Club. Laura Levinson, who I think is joining us online. Ayla Frost, who's here in person. Amy Hubbard. Amy, all right, I don't see Amy in here, and we don't see her online yet. Bethany Costello is here. And Carol Spring. All right, I don't think Carol Spring is here nor online right now. We can come back later. All right, so Mr. Spring, we'll start with you.
Hello, I'm Monopoly Man, and I've been in this city and elsewhere for many years, and I see a bright future for monopolies, especially if you keep the current public service commissioners in place. I love how the PSC is helping the monopolies like Washington Gas and Pepco to make huge profits and ignore any pesky climate mandates and recommendations from the council. Those monopolies get away with whatever they want and squeeze the customers as tight as they want. Why do WGL and Pepco do it? To funnel record profits to their CEOs and rich investors. It's billionaire economics at its best. I love how it is unfolding at the federal government level recently with actions to benefit billionaires, and I'm excited that recent local utility rate hikes shows we can get away with what we want at the local level as well. The idea of 4 more years of these commissioners is like music to my ears and money into my overflowing pocket. So come on, Mr. Allen. The PSC and I have had a great thing going over the years. I'm depending on you to once again help us stick it to the ratepayers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Whitehead.
Councilmember Allen, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is David Whitehead, and I'm the chapter director for the District of Columbia chapter of the Sierra Club. Mark Rutherford already delivered the official testimony of our chapter today, and you'll hear from dozens of others as well. Just a few days ago, I paid over $600 for my gas and electricity bills combined. I have never paid that much in 11 years of living in the district in the Columbia. I've done a lot of the right things too. I've replaced leaky doors in my house to improve heat retention. I've replaced appliances with energy efficient ones. Last year, I even installed a heat pump, which has allowed me to use less than half of the gas I previously used in my house. When I look at the little usage bars in my Pepco and gas bills, it's clear. I'm using proportionally less electricity and gas because of all these home improvements. That's good for my family's health, good for the climate, and you would think it would be good for my wallet. But my bill is higher than ever before. I know I'm not alone. We have seen the Public Service Commission for too long approve rate hikes that unnecessarily pad utility profits and then approve anti-climate projects that add to my bill and are clearly out of line with DC climate law. Enough. We need new leadership at the PSC, no reappointments. I'm not the only one asking tough questions about what the PSC is doing or not doing in their role. Just this month, the Department of Energy and Environment published a report that they commissioned from the Current Energy Group. The report, put together by energy experts, makes it clear our PSC is all over the place at best and at worst, simply ignoring district law. Here are some quotes. On Washington Gas's plan to have DC residents pay for new gas pipes on page 7, it is increasingly risky for Washington Gas's ratepayers to accelerate spending on pipeline infrastructure that is incompatible with DC climate policies. I'm going to read that again, and then this time imagine my voice like Obama's anger translator from Key and Peele. Pipeline infrastructure that is incompatible with DC's climate policies. Why does the PSC keep approving fees on my bills for pipes that are incompatible with DC law and climate policy? On page 10, the same report lists 5 separate PSC dockets, all that relate to long-term gas planning and aligning Washington Gas to DC's climate laws. It goes on to say in the following paragraphs, quote, however, these dockets are not explicitly coordinated. None of these plans constitute a long-term gas plan. In the 5 years since Washington Gas filed its first climate business plan, the commission has yet to approve a long-term climate plan. All this means that there is, quote, no mechanism steering the company away from investments that risk becoming stranded in 20 years. And Washington Gas's plans, quote, do not align the company's gas investments with long-term climate projects. 5 different dockets, no deadlines, uncoordinated, none of them actually steering our gas utility into compliance with DC climate law that you and others helped pass. What is the PSC doing exactly? Councilmember Allen and all the council members, every time you hear about high bills from your constituents, I want you to think long and hard about what the PSC has or hasn't done to create that problem. In recent years, we've seen the PSC increasingly divided. In his dissents, Commissioner Beverly keeps articulating that the agency must do more on affordability and the climate, but he keeps getting outvoted, my bills keep going up, and our world keeps getting warmer. It's time for some oversight of this agency, some tough questions, and I think time for new leadership to tackle these enormous challenges DC residents are facing. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Laura Levinson, who is joining us on Zoom, I believe. Yep, there we go.
Yes,
And
I
we're
am.
just
Thank you very
afternoon,
much.
so now I'll say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. My name is Laura Levison, and I am testifying as an individual. I want to share some big picture observations on utility regulation and nominees to the Public Service Commission. The method of regulating investor-owned electric and gas utilities via governmental agencies like the DC PSC is deeply flawed. The basic idea is that gas and electric utilities are natural monopolies because it doesn't make sense for companies to compete with each other to build wires and pipes to each building. Fine. The so-called regulatory bargain is that the companies get to be monopolies and to make a reliable profit for their shareholders, and in exchange, they agree to be regulated on rates and service. The problem is, in the regulatory arena, the privately owned utility companies always gain far more influence on decision-making than the consumers or anyone else. They field armies of lawyers and energy experts to engage with the regulators. They maintain well-funded trade associations to host conferences and receptions for PSC commissioners and staff. The resources of the investor-owned utilities dwarf those of the commissions and of the consumer regulatory agencies like our DC Office of the People's Counsel. Now you might say, wait, isn't methane gas and electricity supply deregulated in DC and the region? And doesn't that ensure competition? Yes, there's competition for gas and electricity as commodities. Coupled with some state and federal policies, deregulation of energy supply opened the door to renewable energy in the utility sector. But pipes and wires are still a monopoly, and we haven't seen nearly as much innovation in the utility sector as we have from, for example, from telecommunications deregulation, which took us from this old style telephone to this, today's pocket supercomputer. On the electricity side, probably the best solution to regulatory capture of the public service commissions, all of them, is public power, meaning that the community becomes the owner of the electric utility. Though, as folks have commented here, there are some changes to how our PSC operates that could definitely help. On the gas side, the solution is the transition off methane gas entirely. But both of those are long-term solutions, so what can we do right now? Right now, the mayor and council can shift the dynamic on utility regulation by making better choices for public service commissioners. I want to emphasize that every person Mayor Bowser has nominated to serve as a public service commissioner has had an impressive record of accomplishment in their profession, but most of them have had no significant experience with gas and electric utilities. When you learn on the job at the PSC, you learn how things are done now, not how they can be revolutionized. We need commissioners who combine deep expertise on utility issues with a bold vision for the future. We need commissioners who recognize that electrification is the future, that clean renewable energy is the future. We need commissioners who recognize that the climate crisis is upon us already. We need commissioners who recognize that energy is a basic right and must be affordable for every person and business in DC. We are fortunate that the DC area draws talented individuals. These future-oriented commissioners are not hard to find here. They are women, they are men, they are people of color already living among us, and it's time to put them on the Public Service Commission, and my apologies for running over.
All right, thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Ayla Frost.
Hello, Councilmember Allen and staff. Thank you for holding this hearing today. My name is Ayla Frost, and I'm a Ward 1 resident and a community organizer with the Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund. I'm here, like many others are here, because something has gone seriously wrong at the Public Service Commission. We can all see it in our bills. I, for one, knew the PEPCO rate hike was coming since it was approved, but when my roommate charged me for the electric bill last month, I actually had to double check with him that it was the right number and he hadn't messed up the math, because it literally doubled. And I'm willing to bet that I'm not alone in this experience. I mean, look how full this room is, and this is just the people who can be here in a government hearing room at noon on a Friday by choice. I didn't always care about utility regulation. I care about making DC a good place to live, which means making it affordable and meeting our climate commitments to prepare for the future. But when you try to advance those basic goals in DC, you quickly come head to head with the Public Service Commission. Under the current majority leadership, the PSC has stood in the way of the DC that we want to see, approving excessive rate hikes, drifting out of step with the district's climate commitments, and failing to adequately address gas leaks. Right now, utility bills are higher than ever in the district. Since Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Tribute joined the commission, we have seen rate hikes every year, adding up to almost $400 million. Electric rates have skyrocketed, as I said, and residential gas bills have risen about 6% each year since 2014, even though gas use is down 30%. That should mean lower gas bills. Instead, we're paying more and more while the utilities profit. I am deeply concerned that our government agency is not doing what it should to protect DC residents from excessive rates due to utility monopolies. To make matters worse, I'm also concerned about the lack of scrutiny at the Public Service Commission. The PSC majority recently approved a 13% rate hike for Washington Gas without getting clear answers about whether the ratepayer funds it raises will be used for lobbying. As Commissioner Beverly warned in his dissent, the result is an implicit endorsement to use ratepayer funds to undermine the council's climate initiatives. This is not the level of scrutiny that I would like to see from the leaders of DC's energy system. If regulating monopolies and protecting ratepayer money from being used against our own interests is not what the public service commissioners are there to do, I'm not sure what the job is. We cannot afford 4 more years of rising bills and stalled climate progress. This is the track record of our current PSC majority. DC needs new leaders who can bring us into an era of energy planning and lower costs for DC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, and we had Amy Hubbard, but I don't believe Amy's here. But maybe if Amy comes later, we'll get her onto a panel. So Bethany Costello, good afternoon.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioner or Chairperson Allen. My name is Bethany, and I'm a Ward 1 resident where I live in a row home apartment with 2 roommates and 2 downstairs neighbors, and where, for the first time in my life, as someone who knows we need to rapidly transition off fossil fuels, I've considered myself lucky to have gas heating this winter. That feels crazy to even say out loud, surrounded by my friends and neighbors who work so hard to convince our PSC over and over and over again to take our climate and health concerns about gas seriously, not to support more project pipes buildouts, and to actually help our city electrify. But despite being supportive of electrification and knowing that this is the future we need, I've been lucky this winter to have a Pepco bill that has gone up only 36% compared to January of last year, as compared to many of my neighbors with electric heating, whose bills have gone up 90, 100, 200% since last year, in some cases even month to month, like Isla said. My best friend Sophie and Graham live in an 800 square foot apartment with electric heating, where they run their heat for only 2 hours a day. Yet their Pepco bills are still over $200, even as we're sitting there shivering while we watch a movie, cuddling with their cats because we love them, but also because they're warm. I'd be remiss not to mention that I also organize with We Power DC, where I found a campaign of fellow DC residents who see and feel the struggle our city faces in paying our bills and meeting our climate goals, and know so many of these struggles are due to fundamental flaws in our regulated investor-owned utility system. By design, Pepco and Washington Gas will always put shareholder profit over the needs of DC residents, using every tool they have to expand their rate base, justify expensive capital investments, and generally squeeze every dollar they can out of our communities. And in this, dare I say, undemocratic system, the PSC is our only line of defense against these actions, but they haven't been defending us. Instead, Commissioners Thompson and Trabue have allowed our utilities to send our rates skyrocketing, with Washington Gas rates up 13% since last year, as we've heard, and DC electricity prices up 93% in just 5 years. While the public power system that We Power DC is fighting for would give us utilities owned and operated by our communities that both lack a profit motive and have robust democratic governance, unfortunately, our current energy system means that your vote not to reappoint Commissioners Thompson and Trabue is as close to democratic governance as we can get. Please stand as this critical last line of defense that DC deserves against shareholder profit, represent the will of the people, and vote not to reappoint Commissioners Thompson and Trabue. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And then Carol Spring is not online. Okay, so we'll see if Carol Spring can join us later. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your testimony. One of the questions I was going to ask you a little bit is, can you help me think about, because again, this is a performance oversight hearing, where do you feel like you look at PSC decisions, and maybe Mr. Whitehead, I'll start with you. Everybody's going to be looking at their utility bills, and I have yet to find a single person that doesn't think it's gone up dramatically. What I would like to try to figure out as well is what parts of that are decision points that I can point to and say, PSC made these decisions, and I want to help hold PSC accountable for decisions they made. And what part do I help distinguish as these are impacts of things that perhaps are outside the control of the PSC? So that could be everything from the auction price that Pepco has to pay from PJM, and I'm angry at PJM as well, and they're not doing their part. but I don't know if I can hold PSC accountable for PJM decisions. Can you help kind of maybe give a little nuance or kind of help suss that out a little bit from your perspective of where do I look at, these are my decision points that are impacting costs, affordability, as well as, because this is not just about the price, this is also about the investments we want to make in our city, I put at the foot of PSC versus these maybe are things, some elements that are outside the PSC decision-making.
Sure. I mean, on PJM, I think the PSC can do it more at PJM. I mean, there are representatives here in DC.
Yeah.
I think that there's more to be done there. So I wouldn't totally left them off the hook. But I think my testimony highlighted a couple of clear things. And this is not me. This is from like an energy group that was looking at what is the PSC doing about thinking about the future. We have clear climate laws that you helped pass, and they say we should be doing these things, and these are the targets, and then they've had these climate laws for years, and the specific point the specific part of the report I'm pointing to is like the PSC has these 5 dockets that all touch upon how we should be planning about this future. The dockets do not talk to one another. They're all on different timelines. They're not on any timeline, as you pointed out earlier, right? And none of them constitute like an actual plan or move towards a plan. So the status quo is we're just sort of moving along and approving rate increases, improving projects, which is the first part of my testimony, that are out of line, like just on plain reading, out of line with DC climate law. So I think we've not held the PSC accountable for years for that kind of lack of decision making, that kind of lack of foresight, and like they're just doing things, but to what end? Like what are these 5 dockets doing? They're just sitting there, And so I think there is a lot to point to at the current commission leadership about what you were pointing to earlier, the reactiveness versus the proactiveness. There might be little bits of, oh, look, we did these dockets to be proactive about future planning. But to this report's point, it's not being effective. They're not running the process in an effective way. So in an oversight sense, like we need much better oversight of the actual projections and planning the commission is doing. And I think the testimony you heard earlier was pretty damning on an oversight frame. Like we should not be, literally the job of the PSC is to look at a proposed rate hike and decide if this is fair, if this is what we need. And they, as the testimony and you were pointing out in your cross-examination, like we've had multiple cases of rate hikes where they just said, well, let's approve it and then we'll do something later to figure out if it was fair. Like that, I think that is a clear not doing your job, clear instance of not you're doing your job. So I think it's fair to try to pick apart what is outside the PSC's control. There is plenty to point to. I think what the current leadership has not done that is inside of our control. And frankly, I mean, this council has had a lot of experience, unfortunately, you personally and others, of the executive and parts of the executive branch just ignoring DC law and not doing it. I think the PSC is a part of that, is just not complying with laws that we've passed and not trying to comply in a serious way with DC climate law.
Okay. Ms. Frost, then Ms. Levison, I might ask you to jump in on this as well. All right, let me play a little devil's advocate on this too, though. Much like many other things, when there's more and more demand for something, and supply is somewhat static or limited, I would expect my prices to go up. So if we're not on an island, there's other cities, there's the states, there's the jurisdictions. Is it fair to say everybody's experiencing the same thing? That every other jurisdiction is seeing the same rise in rates. And so it may be painful to us, but gosh, nothing different's happening to us that isn't happening somewhere else. Or as you look at other jurisdictions, is there something that you've seen or is there a difference that you see where we're all seeing increased demands for electricity, but there's something different happening in other places, or their PSCs or other decision makers are making different choices? Do you have any thoughts around what you've seen in other jurisdictions? And Ms. Levison, I'll come to you after that too.
Yeah, I can speak to that. DC, I mean, yeah, energy costs are going up in a lot of places in the US. That is like an issue going on. But DC is an outlier in this. It's uniquely high. I think one of the issues on the electric side is the PSCs allowing the PEPCO to do multi-year rate increases, which basically allow PEPCO, from what I understand, to profit much more than if rate increases were proposed and accepted on a yearly basis. And as I mentioned, I didn't always care about utility regulation. I have learned this because I've realized that this is really where it's at and really where we need to be advocating in DC. On the gas side, I think a really specific issue to DC is project pipes, and the surcharge in this extra gas line replacement project called project pipes is a big element of what is, driving up our gas bills, even as, as we've said, gas usage and consumption has declined a lot in DC. So yeah, DC is an outlier in many ways on that.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Levison, and Ms. Costello, I'm going to ask you the same thing.
Well, I think Ayla nailed it. There are differences, significant differences around the country and the degree to which prices are going up, but DC is absolutely an outlier, and our PSC's decisions have played a role in that with these rate cases and multi-year rate cases where they have requested and received rate increases without reasonable justification. Of course, there are macro factors going on around the country too. There are decisions by the federal government to absolutely throttle renewable energy at every level that they can find a way to throttle it, and that is holding back a lot of electricity generation and replacement of gas in our energy systems. That is harmful and detrimental to us as ratepayers and as humans living on a warming planet. There's also other big picture things going on, of course, and there's been there's a huge push by the Trump administration to increase exports of natural gas. That's going to drive up our rates because our gas rates. It's going to drive up our electricity rates too, because a significant amount of electricity is still generated through methane gas plants. So lots going on, but definitely an outlier here in DC. And I think, as I said, who is serving on the Public Service Commission really can make a difference, even though the whole approach is fundamentally flawed. Still, when you can get people with both knowledge and vision on the commission, they can turn the ship. We can definitely go in a different direction. They can take over the apparatus and the wheel of the Titanic or whatever it is and take us in a different direction.
All right, thank you. Yep, thank you. Ms. Costello?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there is plenty to say about how this situation is unique to DC, but then also how it is happening, all across the country. The question of electricity prices and energy prices in general going up is definitely happening everywhere. But I think that for one thing, that doesn't mean that it is not the responsibility of the PSC to deal with that situation, as PSCs across the country are also having to reckon with. And I think that is where it really becomes clear that we have a more reactive PSC than you see in other jurisdictions across the country, which for one thing is really interesting because our PSC only manages our city compared to most other equivalent agencies that are managing utility grids of multiple utilities across an entire state, tons of different jurisdictions with lots of different varying geography, et cetera. We are only managing the utilities of this one city, which feels like it should be, theoretically a more manageable job. But I think that there are a lot of examples of programs that the PSC could be proposing, inquiries and requests that they could be making from our utilities, things like DER programs, virtual power plants, these grid modernization topics that we're talking about to try and improve grid flexibility, demand response. I could throw lots of jargon at you, but I think the point is that there are so many different programs and requests that the PSC could be making at this sort of proactive approach that we aren't seeing from our current leadership. And again, that comes back to having ambitious PSC leadership who is they recognize the situation that we're in. We recognize that our bills are going up largely because of supply costs. As you mentioned, that is largely a PJM issue. The data centers in Nova, they're kicking all our butts. But I think that trying to minimize that supply cost by minimizing the amount of electricity that everyone needs to be getting from PEPCO in the first place by implementing things like VPPs and DERs are things that are within the PSC's control to be pushing those sorts of programs, requiring that our utilities are making those proposals and building out those plans, and then making sure that they're actually getting planned and implemented with the ratepayers in mind.
Got it. Okay, that's really helpful. And it kind of comes back again to, I remember asking this question years ago. Is the PSC supposed to be a receiving entity, just kind of calling balls and strikes as a proposal comes to them? Is that how they view the job? Or is their job to be really driving the ship, really trying to think through setting out where our direction should be as a city?
I actually have one thought on that, which is that I think that it's fair to say that a lot of their job is receiving. You'll hear things about how, they can't make claims that haven't been proposed to them. But I think that also comes down to what questions they're asking and what requests they are making from the utilities that they then have to respond to.
I think it's completely fair and accurate. Yeah, I hear you. All right. I appreciate everybody on this panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony. We're going to keep moving to our next panel of public witnesses. Thank you. All right. I'm going to start calling up our next panel. I have Deirdre Joy, public witness. Derek Hill, public witness. Dina Rodriguez, public witness. Gabriel McFadden, public witness. Harrison Pyros, public witness. All right, Holly Pollinger, public witness. And Jake Schwartz, public witness. All right, I think our other witnesses are online. Were you Deirdre Joy? Okay, all right. While we move some of our other folks that are online onto the panel, why don't I let you get started since you're here in person?
Great, thank you. And thank you for allowing me to speak today. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I want to just say I'm a DC resident. I've owned my home for 20 years, and I've been a Washington Gas and PEPCO ratepayer for those 20 years. And, we heat our home with gas and we cool with electricity is the way I think about it. We're used to this rhythm of higher electric bills in the summer and higher gas bills in the winter. And this winter, granted, it was cold. Part of the time it was pretty cold, but nonetheless, this winter we had two surprises in our utility bills. The first one being that our gas bill was nearly double the highest bill that we've ever seen. And the second one was that our electric bill looked a lot more like an electric bill we would get in July or August. And that was a bit of a head scratcher for us. I'm a scientist, I like data, and I have been reading about the increased utility bills. And so I wanted to make sure I was looking at some data. I dug up lots of old bills from 2025, 24, and 23. And I confirmed that, in fact, I wasn't imagining this. The bills were higher than they've ever been. And I also think it's not really hard to understand why. So in 2025, the PSC approved a 13% hike on our gas bills and millions of dollars in fossil fuel pipeline spending. The commission majority has allowed electric delivery rates to go up in 5 of the last 6 years through these multi-year rate plans. And resident customers are now paying on average $200 more per year just for delivery. So for me, an even more important issue than my rising utility bills is the fact that the commission has consistently failed to step up and address the climate crisis that we're in. They have instead deferred to utilities, leaving DC with no plan to uphold our climate commitments. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Derek Hill. Mr. Hill, if you can push the button so the red light comes on. There you go.
Thank you, Chair Allen and committee staff for the opportunity to testify. My name is Derek Hill. I'm a Ward 5 resident and also a volunteer with the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. I'm here because I'm concerned and alarmed by soaring costs of gas and electric bills and the Public Service Commission's, in my view, deference to utilities. Since PSC Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Tribune joined the commission, we have seen substantial rate hikes every year over the last 6 years. Now they want to be reappointed to their jobs. The actions of the PSC, in my view, over the last 6 years have created an affordability crisis of utility rates for DC customers, and also, most notably, failure to advance DC's climate goals, which are very important in my view. We need new leaders at the PSC, lower utility bills, and support to expand clean energy and meet DC's climate goals. Making little technical fixes to the PSC is not going to solve the affordability crisis or advance DC climate goals. I'm urging that the DC City Council not reappoint Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Tribune to the PSC. Under their leadership, the cost of energy has ballooned in Washington, D.C. D.C. saw the sharpest increase in the cost of energy in the nation, according to Inside Climate News and the 2025 Energy Information Administration report. The price of electricity for D.C. customers has nearly doubled over the last 5 years. And Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Tribune have allowed PEPCO to increase electric delivery rates in 5 of the last 6 years. My most recent PEPCO bill for heating my very small apartment was over $300, which was shocking. Although I realize it was very cold that month, I still think that bill is very high. And for senior citizens on fixed income or folks that make low incomes, high utility bills are a real financial hardship. Although the typical Washington, D.C. residential gas customer uses 30% less gas today compared to 2014, the total charge for gas, that's supply charge plus delivery plus surcharges, has risen sharply. Over the last 5 years, the gas bills for residential customers have increased about 30%. Furthermore, approximately 1 in 7 D.C. households are behind on their gas bill. In addition, the PSC has approved Washington Gas spending millions of dollars on its expensive and costly Project Pipes program to repair and replace gas pipelines, which has been a major driver in increases in gas bills. The commission majority has repeatedly extended Project Pipes 2 without complete project information. In 2025, the PSC extended Project Pipes twice for a total of $59 million charged to ratepayers, despite broad consensus beyond the PSC that the project needs to end. We do not know if work completed under Project Pipes is a smart investment, even by Washington Gas standards, because the commission majority has not conducted the prudency review that they promised. Meanwhile, PEPCO and Washington Gas are doing just fine as monopoly utilities. They make record profits, with PEPCO earning $41 million alone in December of 2025, and Washington Gas giving its shareholders a 6% dividend increase that same month. So I'll just sum my testimony by saying the commission has consistently failed to step up and address the joint energy affordability and climate crises, instead deferring to utilities and leaving DC with no plan to uphold our climate commitments. It is time for new leadership in the PSC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Next, I'm going to turn to Dina Rodriguez. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Hello, and first off, thank you to everyone here in person and online who is taking time out of their day to hold our leaders accountable. I would like to say hello to the PSC commissioners, but not good day, because you have not done right by DC residents. You have not kept utility rates affordable. You have not aided in the improvement of public transportation or public infrastructure, and you have in no way upheld the district's climate commitments. You have acted selfishly, short-sightedly, and with the interests of profit and business in mind over the health, safety, and longevity of both DC residents and humanity at large. My name is Dina Rodriguez. I am a Ward 6 resident, and I'm here to testify today that because of these reasons, neither Chairman Thompson nor Commissioner Trabue should be reappointed. My chief complaint is that Project Pipes, aka District Safe, is a poorly veiled and almost comical, if it wasn't so sinister, attempt at handing Washington Gas a check for billions of dollars over the next decade under the guise of improving our energy infrastructure. What it would actually do is trap us as a city into relying on a fossil fuel economy for generations to come, when we absolutely need to be working on a just energy revolution. As per the Climate Commitment Amendment Act of 2022, DC should and must be working our way to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2045. Not only would this project make this commitment impossible, but it sets a terrible example as the nation's capital city as to where our priorities lie in addressing climate change with the urgency and fervor that this crisis demands. Long story short, Project Pipes would be paid for by us via rate hikes and would set out to replace Washington Gas's entire methane pipeline infrastructure, a substance that is 84 times more potent as a heat-trapping gas than carbon dioxide, at a time when we must be investing in a green energy transition. And as commissioners in service of the public, they should be working to provide cleaner, safer, and more affordable energy alternatives to the very constituents they claim to represent. In fact, just last month, a 13% rate hike went into effect for Washington Gas customers, something that they voted to approve. Even more, they spent $59 million on Project Pipes extensions last year, despite intense pressure from the public and the DC Council to end the program. We also suspect that Washington Gas used ratepayer money to lobby on behalf of pursuing Project Pipes, which means that our funds were used twice against our will to support a project and a fossil fuel dependent future that we are vehemently against and have so thoroughly made clear. Overall, I'm sick of the lack of accountability coming from our government officials, and specifically, I aim to correct that, at least here today, with regard to the PSC. Elected or not, they have an obligation to serve as representatives of the people, our interests, our dignity, our preservation, and our well-being. Instead, they side with wealthy interests and ignore the most pressing issues of our time, climate change, and the affordability crisis in America. Flooding, severe storms, extreme heat, and cold, and a slew of other issues have already cost DC millions of dollars in damage, have led to lives lost, community hubs destroyed, and will only get worse. Even things like increased Lyme disease cases, loss of foliage and wildlife, and not to mention higher insurance and utility costs can be attributed to climate inaction, and thus the actions of the PSC. So climate change is real, it's pressing, and it's deserving of commissioners with courage, understanding, and commitment to address it head on. And therefore, I urge DC City Council not to reappoint Chairman Thompson or Commissioner Trabue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. Next, we'll turn to Gabrielle McFadden, who is joining us online, I believe.
Hello, and thank you,
There we go.
Councilmember
Good afternoon.
Allen. Good afternoon. Thank you and staff for holding this hearing. My name is Gabriel McFadden, and I live in Bloomingdale in Ward 5. And I come as a concerned DC resident. I'm before the hearing today to demand new PSC leaders and lower energy bills. Rate hikes on electricity must be stopped, and I request new PSC commissioners that put the people of DC first, not Pepco's insatiable pursuit of profit. And so this means no new reappointments to the PSC until after the 2026 municipal elections. The corporate captured PSC has failed the people of DC, and people's Pepco bills have reached an entirely new level of unsustainable. A commission charged with serving the public interest has yet to do that, and DC residents suffer because of it. Under Chairman Thompson, as many people have mentioned, the commission majority has allowed electric delivery rates to go up in 5 of the last 6 years through these multi-year rate plans, which should not be allowed, and as such, residential customers are paying $200 more per year just for delivery. Further, the PSC allows Pepco to make sizable investments in tech that it claims are sustainable in service of our DC climate laws without the accountability that is needed. Personally, my partner and I moved to DC from the Midwest to serve the public, and later, as many others were, she was a Rift federal employee, and around the same time, our energy bills began increasing dramatically despite us being very conscious of our usage. And this put us under tremendous financial pressure to make sure the bills were paid while she tried to find another job in a newly saturated job market. Despite all this chaos, we still love calling DC home. However, the one consistently negative aspect of this is that we can always count on the PEPCO bill to be higher than the previous month. And as others mentioned, it's not just us. Nearly 1 in 4 DC households are behind on their energy bills, and nearly 56% of PEPCO's low-income customers are in debt to PEPCO. So PEPCO's Profit First directive is structurally opposed to the needs of DC residents who want and need clean, affordable, and reliable power. And accordingly, the PSC is the public's only regulatory tool to keep control over them and rein in their abuses. We need our government to step in and stop this assault on affordability. PEPCO must be reined in and controlled, and we need a PSC that regulates in the interest of the people. Nevertheless, in the long term, the only way out of this problem is to transition to a publicly owned utility, just as many other cities in the country do, such as Los Angeles or Winter Park, Florida. We can get our energy provided this way. That's why I organized with We Power DC, which boldly advocates for a publicly owned and operated utility that prioritizes the needs of ratepayers, not investor-owned utilities. But to conclude, we must end the needless price increases on our electricity rates, and the PSC must start regulating PEPCO in the public interest. There should be no new reappointments to the PSC until after the 2026 municipal elections. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Next, let me turn to Harrison Pyros. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, Harrison Pyros. I'm going to be testifying on behalf of We Power DC. Will I get 3 or 5 minutes, by the way?
If you were testifying on behalf of an organization, you get 5.
Let's do it. Good afternoon. My name is Harrison Pyros. I am testifying on behalf of We Power DC. We're a ratepayer advocacy group here in DC advocating for lower bills, cleaner energy, and increased transparency for our utilities here in the district. I'm also a Ward 4 resident. I am a renter, and I'm testifying here specifically because our leaders at the Public Service Commission have failed DC households and residents. Let's first go over the facts. About 1 in 5 DC households are in utility debt to PEPCO. So by PEPCO's own count, these are households that fall behind on their bills and then incur late fees and interest fees, which of course makes it harder to then pay off this utility debt. It's even harder for our low-income neighbors because 1 in 2 of our low-income households are in debt to our monopoly utility. So that's seniors, that's people with children, and that's underpaid workers that make this city run. Lately, disconnection notices have oscillated between $15,000 and $20,000 per month, forcing even more households to decide whether they want to pay their light bill or their car payment or groceries for the week. I would love to break down these numbers for you by ward so you can really get an understanding of how many of your ward-specific constituents this is impacting, but PEPCO guards this data very closely. So let's go over some numbers that they can't guard. Since Emil Thompson was appointed chairman of the PSC in 2021, he has approved over $200 million in new utility spending on the backs of DC ratepayers. We have seen rate increases nearly every single year since his appointment. And this isn't for the cost of electricity. So this isn't something that we can blame on data center buildouts or cuts from the GOP. This is just the fee that PEPCO charges us to deliver this electricity. Because of Thompson's approved rate hikes, the average bill has increased $16.59 per month. This means the average bill has increased about $200 per year for the average resident. So we are now somehow paying luxury prices for a middling service. Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue, they approved PEPCO's $123 million rate increase on the backs of DC residents in 2024, but I can circle back to those specifics later. I really first want to make something very clear. When a rate hike happens here in DC, we get billed twice. The first time comes out of our wallets and our personal budgets. The second time comes from cuts to city services, because when the cost to heat and cool buildings operated by DC government goes up, that means there's less money in the budget for maintaining our roads, paying our teachers, and public safety. This also means that you, Charles, Councilmember Allen, and your colleagues have less money to prioritize your community projects and then your specific priorities. Because instead of investing in housing or, once again, public safety or our roads, we are sending our money instead to Pepco and its billion-dollar parent company, the Exelon Corporation. So every single rate hike that Chairman Thompson approves with Commissioner Trabue exports more and more wealth out of DC to hedge funds. But let's talk about these rate hikes, okay? Maybe they had to happen to really invest in our grid, but that's not the reality. Industry experts, government officials, advocates, and more all pointed to a total lack of public benefit when it comes to these rate hikes. There was poor evidence, questionable numbers, and a proposal by Pepco that was so uncompelling, even the DC Attorney General's office published a memorandum and a memo against it. So even Commissioner Beverly, who is the one lone dissenting member on a majority of these rate hikes here in DC, said that the only reason Thompson and Trabue seem to have approved this rate hike is because Pepco said so, which is an insane thing to read in an official government document. Outside of approving these rate hikes to make our bills higher than ever, what have Thompson and Trabue done at the PSC? The answer is not a lot. Their offices have failed to enforce solar regulations, allowing Pepco to drag their feet on permits, approvals, and installations when hundreds of DC solar customers were scammed by Pepco for undercounting energy credits. Their offices kicked the can down the road for years. The issue is so devoid of leadership that you had to introduce the GRID Act, but this can only be implemented if we have good leaders at the PSC. The energy crisis that we see ourselves in isn't a fluke. It's the result of a lack of planning and a lack of leadership. When the PSC should have been planning DC's energy future, Thompson sat on his hands and let Pepco take the wheel. When PSC should have pushed for contracts for PPAs and renewable energy, Thompson actually tried to slow walk that process, so we were more subjected to the price hikes from the data center build-out on the PJM market interconnection. So council members, we need new leaders at the PSC, and that's the only way to achieve lower bills. I ask you to vote no on the reappointment of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue. Thank you for letting me testify.
All right, thank you very much. And then I called Holly Pollinger, but I don't think Holly Pollinger's here. But if she comes later, we'll work her back into the witness list. But I have Jake Schwartz, who's joining us on Zoom. So let me turn to you, Jake Schwartz, if you're there.
Yes, thank you
There we
very
go.
much,
Good afternoon.
Chair Allen and staff. Appreciate this opportunity. So thank you for having this group of constituents here today, virtually and in person, to hear about our thoughts on Project Pipes. I'm a young professional working at an environmental nonprofit, making just enough to pay my rents and expenses. I love living in Ward 1. Columbia Heights is genuinely my favorite neighborhood in the country, but the rent in DC is expensive enough. Paying rising utility bills on top of that, at the rate they've been going up in the 9 years I've lived in DC, is getting pretty unsustainable. Anything that can be done to lower bills, including stopping Project Pipes, must be on the table. Washington Gas's actions and the $59 million they've spent in unnecessary upgrades last year alone are leading me and my community members to pay more and more for heating and eventually price us out of the city that we love. So again, if there are any ways to stop this harmful trend, surely they're worth exploring. And I understand the arguments behind Project Pipes. There is a risk of leaks, but is that cost really worth it if it's fully passed down to consumers? And that argument might make sense if it wasn't for the climate impacts. But by replacing our gas pipes, we're locking in another generation's worth of fossil fuels, just at the time when we can afford it the least. I ironically moved to DC and am paying a lot more in heating bills here to work in climate policy. I'm an advocate on Chesapeake Climate Action Network's federal team, which means I spend my days in the weeds of energy policy. I know the various ways utilities can heat homes in their regions, and I know well what utility practices are harmful to the climate. And rebuilding gas pipes is objectively, extraordinarily harmful to the climate. Even just weighing rate costs, Project Pipes doesn't make that much sense. When you factor in the financial and societal cost of the added greenhouse gas emissions from locking in gas in DC for another generation, it's not even close to worth it. I mean, the right answer here for climate is a no-brainer. In the face of rollbacks of climate policy down Pennsylvania Avenue at the Capitol, where the fossil fuel industry and utility parent companies are winning their legislative fights every day, the very least that DC could do is our fair share for the climate. The very least we could do is what cities and states around the country and around the world are doing, and start thinking about what a transition to clean energy in the winter looks like. Project Pipes is the literal opposite of that. By not reappointing Chair Thompson and Commissioner Trabue, you all have the opportunity to dramatically shape up DC's climate impact. And with all due respect, they have not done great work in safeguarding DC utility costs and climate impacts. If I don't do great work on a job, I definitely wouldn't get rehired. Look around. This is what the city wants you to do. Thank you again for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. Thanks to everybody for your questions or your testimony. Let me ask a couple of questions. All right. I was going to start, maybe Mr. Pyrus, with you. This may be in the weeds.
Sure.
So if I go too deep in the weeds and we need to follow up, let me know. But so I'm going to look at Washington gas rates. I kind of asked earlier on the last panel about trying to understand what do we see in our jurisdiction compared to others in decision making. So Washington Gas's last rate increase in Maryland appears to be a fraction of what was awarded in DC. Yet, only about 16% of Washington Gas's total sales are in the district compared to about 44% in Maryland. How's that possible?
I think it's a matter of the PSC letting Washington Gas just balloon its assets in a way that a scrupulous public service commission like one in Maryland would tamp down on those costs. The DC PSC, instead of questioning the validity of Washington Gas's assets and the need for increased build out, has led to these higher rates. To give you more context, because Pepco and Washington Gas are investor-owned utilities, they make more money the more money they spend. So Washington Gas is incentivized to pump money into potentially useless or unneeded assets because it benefits their shareholders. Our leaders at the PSC should understand that this is the motivation and protect consumers like the people in this room from incurring those high and senseless asset inflations that get reflected in our rates. And I think that's the difference that we're seeing here is DC residents haven't been protected by this inflation in Washington Gas's assets, while Maryland's Public Service Commission has protected those residents more, if that answers your question.
Yeah, it leads to the next question though. And I think you actually were trying to help answer a question I'd posed to Ms. Hacker earlier around how an investment in new infrastructure then gets baked into the value of the base rate. That sounds a little bit what you were just talking about there.
That's correct. So Washington Gas, it's more profitable for them to dig up an entire road and put in a large new pipe than it is to simply maintain the infrastructure that they already have and that we as ratepayers have already paid for. So if there is a 100-foot pipe, they make more money and can raise rates higher replacing that entire pipe than locating a 10 by 10 space where there's a potential leak, repairing it then, and then moving forward. So they're incentivized for wasteful infrastructure, which increases our rates and increases our emissions.
Okay. So what do you see done differently in Maryland then? So you gave that example. Part of your response was you felt like the Maryland version of the PSC did it approach it differently, acted differently. Where do you see the difference between if you're saying, all right, Maryland asked this, 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 and this, and that came to a different outcome?
Yeah. Is it bad to say common sense?
It's your answer. You're allowed to answer.
I believe that when Washington Gas proposed the rate hike to Maryland and to DC, the sensible thing to do is to then ask, after reviewing the costs of these projects and those projections, to ask why. Why is it better to replace all of these pipes for a service that is spinning down through the years, then it's more sensible to just repair what we already have. And that's what's missing from our leadership at the PSC, is that follow-up of why wouldn't we do the cheaper and more efficient option? Why don't we do the option that protects people more, both climate-wise and in our wallets? And it seems like Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have deferred more and more and more to the biases of the utilities they're supposed to be regulating, whereas Maryland's PSC has actually taken on the role of a regulator that wants to protect the public and serve the public benefit.
Okay. I'm gonna ask one more question. I want to get back to some other folks on the panel, but what do you see? Part of what I'm trying to get, again, Public Service Commission came to my committee 3 weeks ago. So I'm digging in a lot on understanding different elements of this, but I kind of asked a couple of the panels around this as well. Is what you're getting at is that there is something, and there can be multiple answers to this, obviously, but is there something statutorily different, structurally different about the Maryland PSC as we look at how does this committee try to help? And again, I'm going to say this is not a nomination hearing right now.
Yeah.
So as I'm looking at this from an oversight perspective, is there something about the PSC, be it, I talked in an earlier panel about staff capacity or the work they do, is there something statutorily that a different PSC in a different jurisdiction has that we need to think about for ours? We've talked about timelines, for example. Is there something you see structurally different in Maryland that we don't have here in the district? Or, again, this is not a nomination hearing, but I think a couple other folks had said is they think there's not necessarily a structural problem, which gets back to your point around choices that are made by the PSC leadership itself.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question is both, right? So the first one, a lot of ink has already been spilled about this, is that the leadership that we have at the PSC, even with all the tools in front of them, have completely whiffed and aren't really doing the expected job of a regulator. So the right questions aren't being asked, the right planning isn't being implemented. The second part of this is the tools that they do have at their disposal. So these are regulations and laws that come from you and your colleagues. They can always benefit from having increased transparency laws. So laws that during like a standardized benefit cost analysis, using a company-specific model for cost of capital or a standardized cost of capital rather than a company-specific. And then other things like mandating that each utility has to bring forward their asset valuation schedule and those depreciation schedules, just because we should know how much that a utility's rate base actually is worth, and then we can calculate fair rates. We mentioned, and by we, I mean these witnesses here also mentioned ways that we can ensure that fees for lawyers and lobbyists are cut out of rate case hearings. That's something that should already be enforced at the PSC through regulation, but it's something that can be codified by the DC Council, and that process can be made like a lot more clear. So in short, you need people who actually want to regulate these utilities, and we need extra tools in the form of legislation and regulation to help them properly regulate them.
Okay, all right, thank you. Dina Rodriguez, I was going to ask you, you touched on, and Mr. Powers kind of talked about this a little bit too, but I want to kind of direct it to you. I think you talked about this a bit, that rebuilding or replacing pipes, I think a lot of people don't realize that when the PSC approves, for example, project pipes, a huge pipeline replacement project, it's not like the company is taking from its profits and building that. That is something that you and I pay for. So the costs of that aren't something that the company just does. It is something that we do, right? Do you want to expand on that a little bit of why? Because again, I don't think a lot of people realize that when we're talking about these projects, the cost isn't just coming out of the profits of a company. It's literally coming from you and me. Like, we're paying for it, whether we are even a gas customer or not, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep the questions to our panel.
Yeah, I can just, very quickly say that, it's already, the company is already legally obligated to replace any leaks or, as touched on, like if a large sect of a pipeline is being debated to be replaced, but there's only a leak on a small segment, then that is already something that needs to be taken care of. So what we're talking about here is spending money to replace an entire infrastructure system, when not only would that not be necessary, because when leaks and dangers to the public happen, that's already something that's taken care of from a legal standpoint, but we again cannot be investing in continuing fossil fuel infrastructure and using taxpayer dollars to do so, ratepayer dollars to do so, when we need to be moving toward clean, sustainable alternatives.
Okay, got it. I know we're starting to get to the point of the hearing too, where we start to have some of the same testimonies. I want to ask too many the same questions, and I know we have a lot of folks. I want to be just as respectful to the 95th witness as I am to the 28th. So I appreciate everybody's testimony. I do appreciate that I'm hearing a lot of consistent themes around this, and as we prepare and build toward the hearing with PSC itself and OPC itself next week, this testimony helps us prepare myself and the committee to make sure we're asking the right questions and conducting that type of oversight. And I will say that's part of what I look forward to having the PSC and OPC under the jurisdiction of this committee, is that it gives us a chance to both align things like our Department of Energy and Environment, which feels like a very natural connection to these issues, and also being able to dig in and do the type of oversight that I think is good. And I will also be fair in that there are going to be elements where I'm going to hold PSC accountable for the decisions they make. I'm also not going to hold PSC accountable for a decision Donald Trump makes. So I am trying to make sure I distinguish between the different pieces of where we're trying to look at elements. But I also believe that I want a PSC that is forward-looking and is not just in receiving mode, but is a driving mode, is a proactive mode. And that means reacting to the guy down there or other places as well. So I want to thank everybody for your testimony and really appreciate everything that you brought today, and look forward to staying in conversation with you all. So thank you. All right, we're going to keep moving to our next panel. And we are exactly on time actually right now. We thought this panel would start at approximately 1 o'clock, and it's exactly 1 o'clock. All right, so I have Jonah Baskin, Karen Gladding, Mustafa Abdullah, Liz McLaughlin, who I believe is joining us online, Matt Schwersini, who's joining us online, Meredith Prescott. Got it. Meredith, if you can hear me, we're sending you the panelist request, but we need you to accept it. And Neil Sauter, who's joining us online. All right. And Jonah Baskin, do we have Jonah here? Oh, Jonah's online too. All right, thank you. We'll take a look. All right, I do not see Jonah Baskin here. Okay, so Karen Gladding. All right, you're first up. You're in front of me, so whenever you're ready.
Okay. So I'm here today to voice my extreme disappointment with the PSC performance and its service to our public, given its failure to protect ratepayers, failure to provide answers to our community concerns about project pipes, and failure to accelerate our transition to clean energy. I'm Karen Gladding, a 13-year resident of Ward 6 and part of the leadership team at Third Act DC, an organization of 500 DC elders committed to safeguarding democracy and the climate. Thank you to you for the opportunity to tell you how the PSC fails to serve the public. Let me begin with the PSC's failure to protect ratepayers. Affordability is an important issue in our diverse, high-cost city. Over the past 5 years, PEPCO ratepayers have seen rate increases of nearly 100%. This is the greatest increase in energy costs in the U.S. And the PSC has approved Washington gas rate base increases of 70% in just 2 years. All the while, the company's price to earnings ratio is soaring. The PSC has repeatedly failed to get answers about whether rate increases at Pepco and Washington Gas include their lobbying and litigation costs. Are ratepayers funding these profit maximizing efforts? I'm not here as a paid lobbyist, but I've seen these utilities lobbyists, including a former city council member, in these very halls. Both Pepco and Washington Gas are making record profits. Shareholders benefit, ratepayers lose, and we have no concrete answer about who is funding their self-serving lobbying and litigation efforts. Let me now turn to the PSC's failure to hold Washington Gas accountable for its project pipes, which has contributed to rate increases, according to Commissioner Beverly in a recent dissenting view. Repeated concerns raised by community members, environmental groups, the OPC, and even the dissenting commissioner have been again and again ignored by the PSC. Our Public Service Commission has failed to hold Washington Gas accountable for price overruns, delays, and continued leaks. Our own OPC continues to oppose the project because of, quote, excessive costs, particularly as it has made little progress and has been consistently over budget. The project will ultimately cost Washington Gas ratepayers over $12 billion for infrastructure that commits our city to the continued burning of fossil fuels. Meanwhile, the public is still waiting for the project prudency review that the PSC itself has promised us. Finally, I want to voice my deep disappointment with the Commission for its foot dragging and lack of urgency in implementing the Council's own approved carbon neutral plan. Fossil fuel burning utilities, both Pepco and Washington Gas, must implement policies and procedures to get us to our 2045 carbon neutral goal. But the PSC has failed to insist on utility compliance and action. Several of the Commission's own proceedings have gone nowhere since 2024, including requirements for the utilities to file revised climate solutions and business plans. No concrete action has been taken. The burning of fossil fuels is the largest contributor to climate chaos, and the PSC must demand that utilities plan for our clean energy future. It is time for the PSC to serve the public. Thank you again for hearing the public's voluntary, unpaid comments today. Let's see the PSC get new leaders, new motivation, new commitment, and start serving the public's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gladding. Next, let me turn to Mr. Abdullah, and then we're going to turn to our online witnesses right after that.
Yes. Hi, my name is Mustafa Abdullah. I'm actually here testifying on behalf of the Chesapeake Climate. Thank you so much. Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund. I'm going to try to keep my comments concise, but I would appreciate the extra time if possible. So I wanted to just start off by just reminding us a little bit about how long this issue with Project Pipes has been going on, and the leadership from the community, your leadership actually, Chair Allen, and that has brought us to this moment, and the lack of the ability from the Public Service Commission to make decisions that are in alignment with the city's vision. And so in 2023, CCAN Action Fund became increasingly concerned about the possibility of the PSC recklessly approving the billions of dollars I've just been talking about to dig up every pipe in the city, whether it was actually leaky or not. This was going to cost each resident $27,000 per customer. This is what we knew in 2023. And we knew at CCAN that this was contrary to DC's goal of carbon neutrality by 2045 and to be switching all buildings in DC to be fully electric. And so despite all of that, the PSC had this history and a reputation of being an entity that was rubber stamping proposals from our utilities. And so that caused us to reach out to our partners, all that are in this room here today, to be asking questions about, should we be engaging with the PSC? Should we be organizing to be putting pressure on them to be having a plan that both better protects ratepayers, but also is in alignment with the city's climate goals? And there was a lot of caution around being able to do that because people's experience with the government and institutions that are supposed to be serving them was that that was going to be a hopeless case, that people did not have positive experience with being able to work with the PSC. So in December 2023, you may remember this, Chair Allen, we did our very first public action, because I think you came down and you spoke to our group outside the Wilson building, in which we were calling attention to Project Pipes Phase 2 and to WGL's request to spend $4 billion on the program. And so PSC Commissioner Beverly wrote a strong dissent and cited local advocacy groups in the opposition that we were expressing, where he determined that based on the volume of greenhouse gas emissions and the cost to the ratepayer, that Project Pipes is not, quote, just and reasonable or otherwise in the public interest. And in February 2024, Chair Allen, we had 11 DC council members, send a letter to the PSC in opposition to Project Pipes Phase 3, reminding the PSC to be, among other things, upholding DC's strong climate laws regarding carbon neutrality by 2045, and to be urging them to be focused on just repairing the leaky pipes at a fraction of the cost, and also to be engaging in comprehensive integrated energy planning to set the district on course for a sustainable and equitable energy future. And after several years of sustained grassroots engagement from us, from other partners, where we are regularly turning out people to the hearings, submitting testimony, organizing public events, the PSC eventually denied Project Pipes Phase 3 in June 2024. However, WGL refiled and renamed it District Safe, requesting $215 million in funding for their accelerated pipeline replacement program. And in response to that request, the Public Service Commission, with the support of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue, issued Order 22294, where they admitted that they did not know if Project Pipes was a smart investment. The majority stated that the decisions under Project Pipes related only to accelerated cost recovery, not overall prudency of the investment, as others have mentioned. They committed to, quote, assess the prudence of the investment in a future base rate case when WGL seeks to recover these costs through base rates. In 2025, WGL rate case would have been this opportunity, but the prudency review, as you are aware, did not even occur. And so in February 2025, the DC Council signed a letter urging the PSC to reject the application, arguing that the gas utilities proposal does not meaningfully advance the goal of providing both safe and reliable power to district residents. All that to say is that the continued decision-making that we have seen from the Public Service Commission has been contrary to what the City Council has set forth with our goals, and also has not been responsive to the needs and demands that have been the focus of the historic organizing that's been unprecedented, that's been taking place at the Public Service Commission. And so with that in mind, we just ask for you to not move forward with approving both Commissioner Trabue and Chair Thompson, as they've not demonstrated the leadership necessary to meet this moment and to be working with the city on all these fronts. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, let me turn to Liz McLaughlin, who is joining us online.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I am delighted to be able to present as a DC resident to add to the chorus of voices, really watching this issue and watching what the PSC is doing or not doing to meet this moment. So I've also submitted written testimony, and I am noticing a couple of themes that I want to comment on. The first is that these rate increases are unacceptable and ratepayers are noticing. I was scrolling through Reddit, Washington, D.C. Reddit, and the comments about utility rates increasing are, I think, surpassing the number of comments about unpaid parking tickets, which is like, if you know, you know. People are really getting concerned about these insurance rates, these utility rates that are going up. And it's not just us climate activists that kind of log into everything. So I'm watching this utility rate issue as a political issue that I think might continue to pop up this year, and also interested in it as a trend that's happening nationally too. It's happening all over the place and people are watching. So to me, it sure looks, and I think to a lot of DC residents, it looks like a mandatory handout from ratepayers to powerful utility companies. And that's really of concern. The second trend that I'm keeping an eye on and want to talk about is that I think there's an argument to be made that upholding DC's climate commitments is a good in and of itself. So has really modern, really impressive emissions reductions requirements and regulations, and there will come a political moment, and I think it might be coming soon, where it's okay to talk about climate, where it's okay to stand up for climate. So with that in mind, which is admittedly one person's opinion, I think modernizing the PSC is something that will pay off. Again, it's not just climate people that are watching this issue, and I think that may matter politically for a while going forward. We know what's happening with the data centers. We know that these trends are sort of longer term trends. So here is what I want to demand along with everyone else that's logging on today and presenting today. Modernize the PSC. Appoint people who actually understand the modern energy production landscape and people that will hold the utility companies accountable. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. McLaughlin. Next, we have Matt Schwersweeney. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. My name is Matt Sweeney. I have been a Ward 1 resident for the past 5 years, and for as long as I've lived here, I've organized with We Power DC, a campaign of Metro DC DSA. We Power DC is a coalition of community members fighting for a power system that works for and is owned by the residents of the District of Columbia. Our campaign aims to fight the climate crisis while fighting the energy affordability crisis, understanding that energy democracy is the only way to deliver affordable rates while shifting away from fossil fuels. As we're hearing today, and as we have heard on the news, on social media, in conversations with neighbors across DC, people are pissed about high energy bills. And rightfully so. We're not just all being dramatic. PEPCO rates have risen an astonishing 93% over the past 5 years. And while it's good to vent our anger about this, it's also important to understand why our rates are going up. It's not because PEPCO's service is getting better or because supply rates are getting that much higher. It's because, like any good investor-owned utility, PEPCO prioritizes shareholder profits above all else at the expense of DC residents. Let me put that more bluntly. PEPCO is incentivized to extract as much money as they can from the working people of DC. Same with Washington Gas. This is why we find ourselves with such extraordinarily high rates. This is why nearly a quarter of DC residents fall behind on their energy bills and tens of thousands get shut off notices. This is not a fluke, it is how the system is designed. Fundamentally, our utilities' priorities are in direct opposition to those of the people of DC. As such, there is no way out of this crisis that we're in without public power. Only a utility that is owned and operated by DC will have incentives aligned to keep rates low while shifting rapidly away from fossil fuels. This is not a pipe dream, it is the reality for millions of people across the country whose electricity is provided by a city-operated utility. But before we achieve municipalization, what we need in the interim, what we're talking about today, is a regulator that's actually interested in regulating. This is, of course, supposed to be the job of the PSC. We've seen, however, that 2 of our PSC commissioners are not particularly interested in regulating. For anyone here who has had the misfortune of digging through PSC dockets for data, you've seen time and time again the PSC making 2-to-1 decisions approving anything that the utilities ask for. The 2 commissioners making those decisions, Thompson and Trabue, have demonstrably made life worse for DC residents by approving rate hike after rate hike. I won't theorize about their motivations, but I won't miss words about their impact. They have facilitated a vast upward transfer of wealth from the poor and working class of DC to wealthy executives and shareholders. Commissioner Beverly, on the other hand, has demonstrated what DC needs in a utility regulator: an ethic of good governance, a willingness to deeply scrutinize, and a readiness to take lonely stances to hold the utilities accountable. So I want to say thank you to Commissioner Beverly for looking out for the people of DC. We need lower bills. We need new leaders. When their terms are out this year, Commissioners Thompson and Trabue should not be reappointed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Meredith Prescott, who's also joining us online.
Hi there. Sorry, I just need 1 second. I'm parking my car right now. Is it possible to do someone else before me and then I can jump in?
Absolutely. If
Okay,
Neil
thank
Stalker's
you.
ready, what I'm gonna do is turn to Neil, and then Meredith, hopefully you've parked safely, and we'll be able to. And then we'll check the Reddit thread later for a parking ticket. All right, Neil Sauter, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. Yeah, my name is Neil Sauter. I live in Ward 1. I grew up in the DC metro area and I've lived in the district for more than 6 years now. And for the last 3 years, I've worked to support the U.S. Department of Energy's Better Buildings program and other building energy initiatives at the federal and state and government level. I'm giving testimony today because I strongly believe that this city cannot afford to appoint Chairman Thompson or Commissioner Trabue to another term on the Public Service Commission. It would be in the DC government's best interest to wait until after the upcoming elections this year to make appointments to the PSC, and certainly in the best interest of the public. In 2025, the PSC approved another rate hike of 13% on the public's gas bills and millions in fossil fuel pipeline spending. Since PSC Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue joined the commission, DC has seen a rate hike every single year, adding up to almost $400 million for DC's monopoly utilities. DC has now cracked the top 10 states for most expensive energy bills in the country, according to the U.S. Energy Information Association. I mentioned that 13% rate hike for Washington Gas. That hike came even as 1 in 7 customers are behind on bills, and as 59 million in project pipes extensions were implemented in 2025. Despite intense pressure from the public and the DC Council to end that program, now Washington Gas systems have seen a 70% increase in value in only 2 years, nearly unheard of increases. These PSC commissioners asking for reappointment have also potentially conned the public into paying for abandoned pipes twice, through that extremely unpopular project pipes extension and through the depreciation rates across the system. If this council is serious about meeting DC's climate commitment of carbon neutrality by 2045, which plenty of other testimonies have mentioned today, the city must stop burning methane gas and make actionable moves to transition towards efficient electric systems that do not rely on fossil fuels. Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have continued to ask utilities to lead the planning process for DC's energy future, which has left the city behind on building solar to lower electric bills and meet those carbon neutrality goals. It's time to get serious and actually make some real progress towards climate progress. It's become abundantly clear over these Commissioner Trabue and Chairman Thompson's tenure and through testimony today that I'm sure you would agree with, Chairman Allen. They're not looking out for the public. They are looking out for their friends at Washington Gas and Pepco. Let's appoint a public service commission that's actually looking out for our wallets and for the city's climate goals for a change. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Meredith Prescott, you've parked safely, so let's turn over to you now.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you waiting. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Meredith Prescott, and I'm a Ward 5 resident. I have lived and worked in DC for over 10 years, and I've chosen to build my life here because I truly do believe in this city. I believe in its diversity, its resilience, and its stated commitment to equity and justice. However, this is my first year getting involved in local issues that matter to me, like climate and affordability, and frankly, I've been shocked. In a city that brands itself as progressive and committed to protecting its residents, I've watched profit and corporate greed continue to be prioritized over people. Since Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue joined the Public Service Commission, we've seen rate hikes year after year, as many other folks have mentioned, even as many as 1 in 7 customers are behind on their utility bills. And this statistic isn't abstract to me. It represents seniors on fixed incomes, families choosing between groceries and electricity, and neighbors quietly falling further into debt just to keep the lights on. So in my professional life, I work in the nonprofit sector, restoring and conserving green spaces in disadvantaged neighborhoods in DC. I was just working at a park this morning, which is why I'm still in the car. And so every day I see how access to parks and clean air improves mental health, reduces extreme heat, and strengthens community bonds. And I also see how environmental justice is directly tied to public health and economic opportunity. So I'm doing my part to help make this city healthier and more resilient in the face of climate change. And now I need you to do yours. These efforts are completely undermined when our utility regulator continues to approve rate increases without putting residents first. We cannot talk about climate resilience while allowing basic energy to become unaffordable. We cannot claim to value equity while permitting decisions that disproportionately burden low-income households. So I'm testifying today because I care deeply about my community, and I'm tired of seeing the PSC fail the very residents it's meant to protect. The DC Council has a responsibility to ensure that the PSC serves the public, not utility shareholders. Leadership matters, and right now we need new leadership that is willing to stand up for its residents, prioritize affordability, and invest in infrastructure that benefits our health, our climate, and our future. And so for these reasons, I urge the DC Council to not approve the reappointment of Chairman Thompson or Commissioner Tribune. We deserve to have commissioners who understand that utility regulation is not about balance sheets, it's about people's lives. I love the city, and I've invested a decade of my life here because I believe in its potential. And now I'm asking you to live up to that promise. Put our residents first and choose leadership that reflects our values. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, for this panel. Mr. Abdullah, let me start with you.
Sure.
All right. I'm going to read a section from an order and then I have a question for you about it.
Yeah.
So in formal case number 1154, order number 22294.
Yeah.
So the majority opinion said, quote, denying any specific project only denies accelerated cost recovery, and approving a project does not determine whether the investment was prudent. We will assess the prudence of the investment in a future base rate case when WGL seeks to recover these costs through base rates, end quote. So you mentioned in your testimony the prudency review of investment that the Public Service Commission utilizes for rate-based cases. Can you talk through and summarize a bit more? You touched on in your testimony. What's the problem with that process, or what do you believe are the flaws in that process?
I mean, I think for me, it goes back to that we need to be. I want to have a commission that is very thoughtful in its planning longitudinally, right? That we're not just approving what's in front of us in the moment, and then creating an indebtedness to a fossil fuel infrastructure that we could have avoided with some foresight. And so when I think about the sort of trusting the judgment and making prudent decisions as a value, I think about that as a particularly long-term concern. To me, I look at that and I say, well, anytime we're spending money to build out gas infrastructure, we're actually making an investment that's 40 years into the future, not something that, and it's not something that we can just so easily just revisit at a later point. And so to me, it's, it's not directly addressing the specifics of the process, but to me, to be able to, it's pushing back on the casualness of the assertion that we can just sort of come back to this at a later point.
No, I think you actually are answering the question. Because what I actually think is people may define the term prudent in different ways.
Sure.
Or what they're measuring as prudent is different. I hear you outlining the choice about whether that investment is the right thing to do at all.
Yeah.
Is the assessment or measurement of prudent. What I would believe is that PSC probably would be saying that their definition of their evaluation of the term prudent in this case is different than the way you're looking at the word prudent. That's how I think that's part of it. We'll obviously have the conversation with PSC to help understand that. But I think that's part of what may be going on here, is that how you evaluate your metrics of prudency are different than perhaps the Public Service Commission in this order.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. Because I think,
but I think also this is an opportunity for both to raise the question, but also to be looking at, as you're talking about, comparisons in other places of how they would define and assess that. But also, I think this is a call to bring new leadership to raise that expectation. To me, it seems like that we have, with one of the commissioners, with Commissioner Beverly, a calling for a much more integrated approach to doing planning around our energy infrastructure, to be having a partnership with the city and with city agencies. And to me, that should be like a vital part
Mhm.
of the prudency process here is the long-term planning that's both within the PSC, but also with
Yeah.
partners.
I think you are advocating for a expanded definition of the word prudency.
Yeah.
Being prudent, a narrow interpretation of this is the question of prudency is around cost recovery.
Sure.
And that's not what you're focused on.
Yeah.
You're saying you want a more expansive view of prudency, and then you're expanding that out to say that's what you're looking for in a public service commission, and why you're here today
Absolutely.
is around the oversight and activities of the PSC. Liz McLaughlin, in your testimony, you kind of said we need to modernize the PSC. I heard you kind of say that a couple of times. We want to modernize the PSC. Can you spend a little time? What does that look like to you? What would a modernized PSC, like, what does that mean to you? What would that look like?
Thank you. So to me, it really, really looks like what Washington Gas wants to do and what Pepco wants to do is lock us into the fossil fuel paradigm that we're currently in, that we've been in, and do some hand waving to get everybody to not really think about why we're doing that. I am a regular person. I follow climate pretty closely because I care about it, but I'm a regular person. And from where I'm sitting as a DC resident, it sure looks like the utility companies don't want to modernize. And what I'm learning from what I'm hearing and reading on this topic, it looks like the Public Service Commission is not really holding those utility companies' feet to the fire in terms of like fuel mix or energy generation and how it's working. And if that involves the whole PJM situation, I understand. I just think we're moving in this country slowly, but I think it's happening towards alternative energy, and those things are cheaper. And I just think that the PSC should be asking questions, should be holding the utility companies' feet to the fire about why they're simply trying to lock us into these old fossil fuel paradigms.
Okay. Thank you. What I'm hearing you say, and I've heard several others kind of talk about throughout the day, kind of gets back again to a bit of a reactive versus proactive nature of an entity. And the concern, since we're in an oversight hearing, is looking at a PSC that you believe is too just reactive of what comes to it, not being proactive in helping steer towards greater renewable sources, or not moving with enough aggressive or bold visionary kind of actions. Kind of what I'm hearing you say. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Gladding was going to ask you kind of similar question. What is, you in your testimony, fairly critical of the PSC's actions and then the impacts that has for you and your neighbors. I also kind of want to keep expanding this out to recognize that these decisions have huge impacts on our local businesses as well. These impacts have huge on your government. For anybody who remembers last year's budget fights, where the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund was raided yet again to pay the power bills of your government. And so those were investments that ratepayers were asked to make for a more sustainable energy in the city, and instead are now just being used to pay the city's power bills. But the city's power bills are going up dramatically. And so I don't think the SCTF was the right funding source, but that is a reality, right? Is your contention as well that to modernize the PSC, or to what you would like to see done differently with the PSC, is that it should be more proactive in the way it guides, directs, not just reacts?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It should be more proactive. Personally, this is very simplistic. I don't have an understanding in a legal sense of what the PSC is mandated to do or prohibited from doing. Personally, I would like to see every decision that it makes address directly and explicitly our climate goals. How does this further our climate goal? How does it impact our climate goal? That seems like a very simple kind of step to take that would require, I would hope, more thoughtful deliberation on the decisions before it.
Okay. And then to play devil's advocate for a little bit, I'm going to have a public service commission that's likely going to point and say, listen, we are trying to be proactive. We hear from consumers, from residents, from businesses, affordability is a major concern. So we are opening an affordability investigation to start looking at what we could be doing more of. We could view that cynically and and say, hey, you've been making these decisions around rate cases. Of course, it's unaffordable now. Or you could look at it and say, you're hearing us. We need to have more focus on affordability, and a affordability investigation could lead toward direct actions they make. How would you respond if I have a PSC that comes back to me and says, this is an example of how we are being proactive. We hear it, we hear the concerns, and so we're opening an investigation. We want that to lead towards concrete recommendations that we can take to improve affordability.
I guess I would be more optimistic for action like that if I had seen the PSC listen to repeated community concerns around project pipes, which I don't feel that they have ever addressed explicitly. I guess I would have more faith in a process like that. Okay. So call me pessimistic.
You're allowed to bring your experience into that. So, okay, that's helpful though. I appreciate it. Mr. Bella?
I just wanted to, I know you asked Chair Allen earlier about, whether DC is an outlier in terms of the increase in energy and utility costs. And so since you asked that question, I did look up some sources, and according to a study that was recently released by the Center for American Progress, whereas with DC, PEPCO is up 17.7%. This month. Washington Gas, the rates are up 12.8% this month. The U.S. Energy Information Administration, according to this report, forecasts that the rise will be for this year in energy and utility costs nationally 4%. So while it is rising everywhere, DC really is an outlier.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate it. All right, I don't think I have any further questions for this panel. Very much appreciate everybody's testimony and taking the time out today. So thank you all very much. All right, we'll move to our next panel of witnesses. So we're starting panel 6 for those of you keeping track at home. So next up, I'm going to call Sage Max, public witness. Sophie Kelleher, public witness. Xander Pellegrino, public witness. Gail Leviveld, public witness. Kara Fulton. Amanda Liao, public witness. Jamie Shoshinsky, public witness. And Rosalie Alger, public witness. All right, I think several folks are online. And Gail, if you can hear me, we're sending you you need to accept the invitation to be a panelist. We see that you're there, but we need you to accept the request to be a panelist to bump you up. All right. And are you Sage? Okay. All right. So while we move the folks from online onto the panel, we'll go ahead and get started. And so Sage Max, we'll start with you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen and members of the committee. My name is Sage Max. I'm a resident of Ward 2, and I've lived here for 1 year now, and I'm so proud to live somewhere where the citizens and our representatives care so much about making our lives in the district better. At this point in the day, many other concerned members of the public and brilliant experts have laid out the same points much better than I can, but I am adding my voice to reiterate the direness of the issues with the current Public Service Commission, which has stood behind Washington Gas at the peril of our financial and physical well-being. Over the last 4 years, PSC Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have voted for nearly $400 million in spending by DC's monopoly utilities, from project pipes extensions to rate hikes. Here's what the Public Service Commission is supposed to do: regulate Washington Gas and protect residents from price gouging and dangerous methane leaks. Here's what it's actually done: approved a 70% rate base expansion in just 2 years, ensuring high gas costs for district residents long into the future. Residents are unfairly and unnecessarily paying for project pipes twice over, through surcharges and through this sweeping rate increase. And despite more than a decade of project pipes, DC's gas leak problem remains as bad as ever. Climate progress is vital. Literally, we all breathe the same air, drink the same water, and experience the same once-in-a-generation snowstorms. By continuing to do business with Washington Gas and allowing its monopoly to go unchecked, the PSC is putting us all at risk as we pay extra every month for the privilege of having our voices ignored and our air polluted. Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue should not be reappointed to the PSC. We need new leadership who will stand up for the health and well-being of our community. You all owe your constituents that much. Thank you so much for your time and attention today.
So thank you very much. Next, I have Sophie Kelleher. I don't know if Sophie's here. So next I have Xander Pellegrino. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the chance to speak. My name is Xander. I live in Ward 1 on Georgia Avenue, a few blocks south of the Metro. I'm testifying today because the PSC needs new leadership. This council should not allow Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Trabue to continue to lead. I care deeply for our climate and DC community. I live in DC, but I've worked as a climate activist focused on Virginia for 5 years now, and that's the perspective I want to share with you today. In Virginia, like DC, we see corporations attempting to profit off ratepayers. Over the past year alone, Dominion Energy and merchant gas plants have proposed close to 10 huge new fossil fuel projects. Dominion continues to propose them, even though their projected lifespan would violate our clean energy commitments. Planning to put a gas plant with a 40-year lifespan when we're going to have 100% clean energy grid in 2050 is bad math. But the story that I want to share today is not about corporations. It's about people and local government that listens to them. The people of Virginia, like the people of DC, want affordable, clean energy. They've mobilized against these polluting and expensive proposals and won. Over the past year, every single time local commissioners have had a chance to vote on these huge gas plants, they've rejected them. This summer, supervisors in Pittsylvania County voted down a 3,500 megawatt gas plant. Just last week, a planning commission in Fluvanna voted 5-0 to reject a different gas plant. So that's the story I invite you to listen to today. Listen to the people in this room, the people telling you to prioritize our neighbors and our communities. It's clear that the current PSC leadership is out of touch with DC's climate commitments and our community's desire for affordable energy. So their time should be up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Next, let's go to Gail Leviveld, who's online.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Gail Lelyveld. I live in Ward 3, 10 Leetown. I want to talk about the renomination of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue to the DC Public Service Commission. I'm against giving these people another term. I am afraid they're working for themselves and not for us. The electric rate has gone up 93%. There's a great thirst for energy produced by artificial intelligence. There are a lot of former government buildings that the government wants to sell. Actually, there is also a great need for buildings to make urban immigration camps. Now for gas rates. Apparently, the commission did not ask questions about affordability or the climate crisis before accepting a 13% rate increase. Some of the things that I have been reading and hearing about these past 2 weeks are unbelievable. I'm going to stop here and make my recommendation. Do not approve these appointments for these 2 people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lelyveld. Thank you. Next, we had Cara Fulton. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Cara Fulton, and I'm a Ward 1 resident. Can you hear me? Testifying today because I care deeply about the environment and the future of our city. When I first flew into DC as an intern decades ago, I knew instantly that this was the place for me. Why? Looking out the window, I saw people biking along the Potomac. We've come a long way since then with those early bike paths. Now we have bike jams, and that makes me so happy. It's a sign that the city is choosing cleaner, safer ways to move. But even with all that progress, riding a bike in DC still means being exposed to the dangers of methane leaks. I don't use gas in my home, but I breathe the pollution every time I'm out on the street. Methane leaks contribute to smog, which drives premature deaths, and they pose a direct explosion risk. Here in DC, over 70% of leaks are at a hazardous level. They could explode at any moment. That's why I'm here today to urge the council not to approve the reappointment of Chairman Thompson or Commissioner Trabue. They have voted in favor of project pipes over and over again against the wishes of the public. We need new leadership at the Public Service Commission, leadership that actually serves the public and aligns with DC's climate commitments. As my colleague recently said, we have legally binding commitments to move off fossil fuels. By 2026, that's this year, all new buildings must meet net zero emission standards, which effectively ends new fossil fuel systems in new construction. And by 2045, the district must achieve citywide carbon neutrality, phasing out all fossil fuels across buildings, transportation, and other sectors. These mandates are not optional, they are the law. And yet, the PSC continues to approve decisions that move us in the opposite direction. So, despite overwhelming public opposition and repeated attempts by the council to end the program, in 2025, the commission approved more money for project pipes. That is not public service, it is not climate leadership, and it certainly does not reflect the will of DC residents. We need a commission that will put the public back in public service, one that demands utilities plan for DC's fossil fuel-free future. Accelerates the transition to clean energy and helps lower our bills. So please do not reappoint these folks. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
A little humor doesn't hurt.
All right. And next, we're going to go to Amanda Liao, if I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Excellent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I am Amanda. I'm a resident here in Ward 1. And like a lot of others today, I'm testifying against utility hikes. I also want to say that I'm testifying in support of We Power DC. I really strongly believe that their vision for a publicly owned and operated utility really is our only way forward here. I think we've heard, many of us have experienced ridiculously high utility rates, right? My own utility bill more than doubled in the last few months. And I expect this will probably only get worse with climate change affecting weather conditions. And so our utilities really need to prioritize the needs of DC ratepayers and not shareholder profits, right? Pepco is a monopoly in our service area. When they increase their rates, there's really nothing I can do except try to pay them. And there's nothing else besides the Public Service Commission to really regulate and incentivize them to provide good service and to keep our rates low. And yet I've heard the PSC has been approving all of these rate hikes that the utilities request, including approving multi-year rate increases while they're making record profits. Like Pepco earned nearly $41 million in December of last year. But what do they have to show for making significant investments to reduce our emissions and actually curb our reliance on fossil fuels? I haven't seen it. So I'm joining a lot of my fellow residents to explicitly call for an end to these needless price increases in gas and electricity rates. I want affordable, reliable power as soon as possible. And importantly, for the long term, I want clean power. And so I want to demand also no new reappointments to the PSC until after the 2026 elections. The incoming DC Council must push for our next mayor to appoint new PSC members who will actually fight for DC residents on this matter. And I think that really does include transitioning to a municipal utility system that is publicly owned and operated and that meets or dare we dream exceeds our sustainability goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, let me turn to Jamie Shosinski.
Yes,
Good
hi.
afternoon.
My name is Jamie Shashinsky, and I live in Ward 2. I, like many residents of DC, have been negatively affected by high utility bills. Just this past week, I got a bill from Pepco that was more than $350 for a 1-month period. I live in a small 2-bedroom, and I do what I can. I don't turn the heat up high, and I even got a plastic wrap insulation kit to try to better insulate my apartment because I know I live in an old building. But it isn't enough. To add insult to injury, in the email where I got my bill, Pepco offered some cost-saving measures. One of them was using power strips to turn off always-on devices, and they said that could save me $20 a year. It's insulting, and something needs to change. It's because of years of experiences like this that I started getting involved with WePower DC, which is fighting for a publicly owned utility. As investor-owned utilities, Pepco and Washington Gas' first priority is to enrich their shareholders, and that comes at the expense of DC residents and the city's clean energy goals and energy justice. Their goals are structurally opposed to what DC residents need, which is clean, affordable, and reliable power. Now, the Public Service Commission is supposed to be regulating these utilities and keeping them in check, but in practice, they have served as a rubber stamp, approving all the rate hikes the utilities asked for. Under Chairman Thompson, the price of electricity has ballooned over 90% in just 5 years. This is a large part of the reason why myself and others are facing such high energy costs. So what I'm asking for today is simple. Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Chabot should not be reappointed to the PSC. In order for the PSC to be democratic, the incoming mayor should have a chance to make these appointments, and they should appoint people that are going to fight for DC residents and not just rubber stamp the utilities proposals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And then was Rosalie Alger here? And I don't think online either. Oh, wait. Rosalie Alger, if you accept the panelist link we're sending you right now, we can get you in. All right, there we go.
Hello. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. When you're ready.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Rosie Alger. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and I am testifying today to speak to the inordinately high price of utilities, as many others, their environmental impact, and the shortcomings of the current leadership of the PSC. I have lived in the district for the past 5 years and have lived just outside of the city in Silver Spring prior to that. So I love my neighbors and my community. I'm deeply entrenched in this community. I'm a full-time graduate student, and I also work part-time to pay the bills. So of course, money is tight, and increasing utility bills directly affect my quality of living. In May 2025, my electric bill went up nearly 50%, which directly puts a strain on my monthly income. In this recent cold weather, the weather in the teens during our recent snowstorm, rising costs have meant that I've had to choose to lower the temperature in my apartment in order to be able to afford my gas bill. Many residents have made much more serious sacrifices to keep up with rising costs. Meanwhile, it's DC's dependence on fossil fuels that contributes to rising costs, as well as our disastrous impact on the environment. Each year, summers are getting hotter and weather patterns are becoming more sporadic. In the face of global climate change, the district is far behind on their promises to build towards a more sustainable future, prioritizing solar and the future of our electrical grid. I want to believe that our planet has a future worth fighting for, and I want officials in charge of regulating our energy to prioritize this future of our planet. It's not just the environmental concerns. Fossil fuel dependence has cost taxpayers like me dearly. In the 2025 project pipes that we've spoken about earlier today cost $52 million despite intense pressure from the public and the DC Council to end this project. This money can and should be invested in the future of the health of DC. We still have not received concrete answers on whether Washington Gas uses our ratepayer money to pay for lobbyists, potentially allowing us to pay for abandoned pipes twice through project pipes and through depreciation rates. This is unacceptable, and the PSC should be responsible for transparency, longevity, and the upholding of the public's best interests. We need new leaders in the PSC and lower bills for DC residents. The DC Council should not approve the reappointments of Chairman Thompson or Commissioner Trabu. We need leadership who prioritizes its constituents above big businesses. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I do, just for clarification, because I've heard it pronounced many different ways, Ted Trabue. So his last name is Trabue. Okay, so a couple of questions that I did want to follow up here. Xander Pellegrino. You talked about boards in other jurisdictions voting down or denying different projects. I wanted you to correct me if I didn't hear it correctly. I thought the way I heard you talking about it was gas plants, meaning there were proposals to create a new gas generation plant in those jurisdictions. They voted that down. Were there other examples, or that's what you were trying to refer to? Sorry, if you can turn the mic on.
Yep, that's what I was referring to.
Okay, all right. It's helpful. I could never obviously opine on what a PSC would do. I would say if there was a gas plant generation proposal in the district, I kind of have a hunch they would vote that down here too. But I can't say that. I'm not aware of a proposal in front of us. I would imagine we'd see serious opposition to something like that, much like you're describing those jurisdictions. But I kind of use that as an example of, again, those were proposals probably brought to those boards. DC, we have very few ways that we can actually generate energy. We are consumers of energy, but the district itself, our little island of the district, doesn't have that many generation opportunities. The place where we can generate actually is solar. It's one of the few places where we could actually generate a lot, be that on your homeowner level, be that on your community solar. That's really the place where we have opportunities. And I guess what I'm kind of getting at here is one of the themes I kind of have heard throughout the day so far is not necessarily would I see a PSC vote to approve a gas generation plant, but would I see and should I see a PSC that is advancing and advocating for more solar generation? And in what ways can it push that, be more aggressive in that? I think it's entirely consistent with our climate laws, not just our goals, but to be able to move in that direction. So I think that'll be, certainly when the PSC comes next week, we'll be spending time talking about what have they been doing in that, and where have they not just waited for a proposal to come to them, but where are they helping drive? And that's kind of one of the themes we keep hearing about today. But I did want to clear that and give you a chance if you wanted to reply to any of that.
Nope, sounds good.
Okay. Let's see. And then to Ms. Fulton, I think one of the things that we continue to look at is the concern around leaks, I think, are real. We have unfortunately seen what happens not just in DC, but in the region where the potential for an explosion and danger does occur. The recommendation I continue to hear is opposition to, and I've opposed project pipes from a just go replace all the pipes to a much more strategic. Like, I don't think anybody out here wants to see a leaking pipe. So everybody wants that to be solved for, but I think that the point is to focus on the repair, which would be less costly, but provide safety, which is what I think everybody's after. Do I hear you advocating for the same thing?
I think we want to eliminate all gas pipes in the end. We want
That's
to
your
be fossil
long-term
full,
goal,
yeah.
right? But in terms of a short term, I mean, we would acknowledge, I do want,
Yeah,
if there's
we
a
don't
leaky
need
pipe, I
leaks.
want it to be repaired, right?
But gas pipes leak. So,
Yes, but I do.
you can't see it, but.
But I think, I mean, if I'm taking a step back, even with one of the most aggressive timelines, it would still take a very long time to be able to move off of gas pipes, for example. So if the end goal is you want to see no gas pipes whatsoever,
Right.
that would still take some time to achieve. And in the interim, I want to make sure that there is safety. So I have to have something in place that allows for making sure we have the ability to go in and make those repairs. I just think that the argument I hear consistently is it is a much wiser, more efficient, and more cost-effective way to fix the leak, not to go lay blocks and blocks and blocks of pipe for everything. Is that fair?
Agreed. Okay.
Okay. All right. And then to Ms. Liao, I think one of the things you talked about, and is something, again, I want to explore more to make sure we understand, is the multi-year rate increases are something that it sounds like other jurisdictions, and again, I've had the Public Service Commission oversight for about 3 weeks, but the multi-year rate increases are something that I've heard kind of come up consistently, that our PSC has been approving multi-year versus a more annual. And am I hearing you correct? That's your testimony is you think that we should be not doing multi-year rate increases. I think we're one of only 2 jurisdictions that takes that approach.
You're asking if I think we should not do multi-year rate increases?
Correct.
Yes, we should not be doing that.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Okay. I appreciate it. I don't have any other questions at this time. I appreciate everybody's testimony, and I want to keep moving for our other witnesses as well, but grateful for everybody's testimony. Thank you. All right, let's move to our next panel of witnesses. We have Jonah Baskin, public witness. Rob Hoffman, public witness. Helen Epps, public witness. Paula Hershoff, public witness. Bruce Simons Morton, public witness. Eva Sandana, public witness. Ann Haveman, public witness with Secan, Maryland. Mark Kresowick, public witness. And Ed Lazier, public witness. I think we've got a combination of folks that are both online and here in person. So Jonah Baskin, we've got you up first, and I see you're online. So if you're ready, I'll turn it over to you. I think you're muted, Jonah, so if you can unmute.
Apologies. Good afternoon.
No problem. There we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonah Baskin, and I'm here in my personal capacity as a resident of Ward 1 and as someone who's proud to work with We Power campaign. That said, I hope to bring some of my professional experience to bear in this hearing. I'm an energy attorney and formerly worked at FERC, our federal energy regulator, as well as the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, which represents residential ratepayers in Maryland before the Maryland Public Service Commission. Like many others who are here today, I'm here to testify as to the failures of the DC PSC. PEPCO, as an investor-owned utility, has an incentive to squeeze DC residents for as much as possible to funnel additional costs to shareholders. That said, there is real work that a Public Service Commission that is on its toes can do to stop an investor-owned utility like PEPCO or like Washington Gas from extracting excess profits from ratepayers and funneling them to shareholders. This commission has failed to do so, and specifically, Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have failed to properly protect DC residents. We've seen this in a number of ways. As we've talked about, multi-year rate plans have led to constant revisions of the profits that the utilities have been able to request from ratepayers. And we've also seen this, as you talked about, in a failure to implement flexible interconnection policies that would allow us to bring more solar online and decrease both the costs of our distribution system and the supply costs for DC residents. So I'm going to turn the mic over to my other panelists, but I'm excited to discuss more about ways that the Public Service Commission could better serve DC residents and its current failures to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, we have Rob Hoffman. I don't know if we have Rob here. All right. Helen Epps. How about Paula Hershoff? There we go.
Yeah. Chairman Allen, thanks for this chance to express my views. My name is Paula Hershoff. I reside in Ward 3. I'm testifying for new leadership on the Public Service Commission because I see that PSC majority blocking progress toward our climate goals. Since moving to DC in 1977, I've seen our city undergo many changes. The political winds blow left and right, while the actual winds blow harder and harder. I'll never forget the whirlwind storm of late July 2024 that toppled hundreds of beautiful mature trees in Cathedral Heights, where I live. And I vividly recall violent rainstorms where water seemed about to gush into our home. DC has seen a 25% increase in heavy storms over the last century, according to the Climate Resiliency Report released Tuesday. The report confirms that more frequent and extreme weather events are harming infrastructure, business, and the lives of residents and visitors. We need our civic leaders to step up to the challenge of climate change. I was proud when DC became a national climate leader with passage of the Clean Energy DC Act, setting goals to increase renewable energy and reduce greenhouse gas. The Public Service Commissioners should be key players in transitioning us from methane and other fossil fuels to cleaner sources. Instead, Commissioners Thompson and Trabue have voted repeatedly to enable Washington Gas to stall this transition. The slow, pricey, haphazard project pipes prioritizes replacement of pipelines over repair of thousands of methane leaks in our neighborhoods. Commissioners Thompson and Trabue approved 2 project pipes extensions in 2025, costing DC ratepayers $59 million, despite pressure from most city council members and many DC residents to end the project, and despite continued opposition from the 3rd Commissioner, Richard Beverly. Extending project pipes assumes that DC residents will rely on fossil fuels to heat our homes for decades to come, but we don't intend to do so. A crucial reason is that we can't afford to do so. The PSC exacerbates the affordability crisis by rubber stamping increased rates. The charges for gas and its delivery have increased by 6% a year. 1 in 7 DC households is behind on gas bills. Yet the gas company and Pepco keep making record profits. The Climate Change Commission states that DC needs new strategies to meet our clean energy goals. The current PSC is failing in its duty to help us reach those goals.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Bruce Simons Morton.
Thank you, Chairman Allen, for the opportunity to testify and also for your careful attention to the public comments today. My name is Bruce Simons Morton. I reside in Ward 3 in Cathedral Heights, and I wish to make the following points with respect to natural gas and the PSC. So first, natural gas, particularly its leaky byproducts, is damaging to human health. Gas leaks at every point in the delivery system, from extraction to distribution to use. In your home, even when appliances are off, methane and CO2 leak from furnaces, ranges, cooktops, and furnaces. Methane, the primary ingredient of natural gas, is a carcinogen. CO2, another byproduct of natural gas, even in small amounts, contributes to asthma and other respiratory problems, particularly to the very young, the very old, and those with weakened respiratory systems. Moreover, as noted previously, given how inflammable it is, gas leaks pose genuine risks for catastrophic explosions. Second, as we all know, natural gas is a primary greenhouse gas, contributing about 1/3 of total US CO2 and significant amounts of methane gas. Therefore, the only responsible amount of natural gas use is none. This hugely polluting and dangerous carbon fuel should be replaced with non-polluting and more healthful forms of energy, such as solar, wind, and geothermal, consistent with DC climate policy. The PSC is charged with protecting DC residents' health and well-being while protecting the environment from dangerous pollutants. However, this PSC has consistently failed to perform even basic regulatory functions, despite substantial evidence and the testimony from concerned citizens. Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have consistently approved large but unjustified rate increases and consistently supported Washington Gas's irresponsible proposal to replace the gas pipelines under DC at exorbitant cost to consumers with substantial negative health and climate effects. I respectfully urge the council to table the nomination or not approve the nomination of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's see. Sorry, I lost my place here. Eva Sandana, did I pronounce that correct?
Ava Sedana.
I didn't get close. All right, thanks.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. My name is Gitanjali Ava Sedana. I go by Ava. I'm a Ward 1 resident. This is my first time testifying to the DC Council. I'm a little nervous. I work for the Sierra Club DC chapter, which has 7,000 supporters in the district. As you probably heard from many of the volunteers today, they're super knowledgeable and they'll provide all the details about the PSC's actions and wrongdoings. But I'm here today in my personal capacity because my electricity bill last month was $597. $597. I live with 2 roommates in a small house that's just over 1,000 square feet. We keep the house at a very breezy 68 degrees, sometimes 66 if we're feeling cheap. Given our electricity bills are usually at a maximum $150. So you can imagine my shock when I saw 597. But then I realized, why am I shocked when the interests of our Public Service Commission have been so clear? All the PSC does recently is give handouts to Pepco and Washington Gas by allowing rate increases with no questions asked. I don't need to repeat all the statistics and all the facts and all the things, but I knew I shouldn't be surprised when I learned that under PSC Chairman Thompson, the price of electricity has increased 93.2% in just 5 years. The PSC has allowed these multi-year rate plans, meaning, that's increased the rates in 5 of the last 6 years. So that means residential consumers like me will pay on average $200 more per year just for delivery, which is really interesting given it's the same service from the same company in the same city. So I don't really know why the delivery goes up. That doesn't make sense to me. The PSC also allowed Pepco to engage in retroactive rate making. I'm not going to get into the details. It's order number 22453. Basically, what I got is there's a tiny percentage increase in the authorized rate of return for 2024. So they're going back, changing things that shouldn't really be changed. To me, that sounds illegal. And then increasing the rate of return impacts the current rates, all future rates. It generates higher revenues for Pepco, skewing the numbers. And ultimately, no surprise, the ratepayers are the ones who pay the price. So I'm also really concerned by the PSC's consistent failure to address energy affordability, as I said, but really also the climate crisis. Pepco did ask, the PSC did ask Pepco and Washington Gas to file revised climate solutions plans, but then the PSC didn't do anything about them. It took the utility companies 1 year to send the new plans, and then the PSC has taken no concrete action since. So this worries me deeply because DC needs an actual tangible plan for our energy future, and the PSC needs to be more forceful with utilities in making them comply. And on top of everything else, for me, this is really just, frustrating and insane. Pepco is pulling in an enormous amount of money. Pepco's revenue in December 2025 spiked by 46%, while Pepco disconnection notices in DC jumped by nearly 20% that month. To me, it sounds a bit like Pepco is being greedy without enough checks and balances by the PSC. Honestly, my generation has come to expect insanity like this, and it's even more frustrating when our elected officials watch it happen. So I'm asking you to ensure that Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue are not reappointed to the PSC. Personally, I dream of a DC where all 3 PSC commissioners care about clean energy and affordability. It's time for new leaders and lower bills. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Ava. And great job for the first time. Absolutely. All right, next let me turn to Ann Haveman, who's joining us online.
Yes,
Good
hi.
afternoon.
Hi. My name is Ann Haveman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm pivoting a little from my submitted testimony to hopefully address some of the questions that were raised today. Hope that's okay. I live in Ward 5. I've lived in DC my whole life. I care deeply about this city. I also care deeply about climate change. Growing up in DC, the summers were hot, but they weren't like this. I spent my summers running around outside. Now I look for indoor summer camps for my 2 kids. I'm very proud of DC's commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but as you've heard, the majority of the commission is out of step with these climate commitments. I think a key example of this is the request for the DC PSC to open a future of gas planning proceeding. The purpose of these proceedings is to ensure that gas company planning is consistent with climate goals. And I've been following Maryland's future of gas proceeding, and I can talk briefly about the differences between the two. In DC, we're stuck in a holding pattern. In December 2024, the Commission requested comments from stakeholders on the feasibility of establishing a gas planning proceeding. Parties responded over the summer of 2025. Since then, the Commission has not provided an update on next steps for gas planning. This fits into a recurring trend at the Commission where parties take a lot of energy answering open questions from the PSC that are never translated into concrete action. In Maryland, the future of gas planning did take a while to get started, but once it started in earnest. In February 2023, the Office of People's Counsel petitioned the PSC to open a future of gas docket. The Commission then opened a docket and requested comments. The Commission held a public comment period in October 2023 and a 2-day legislative style hearing in July 2024. A year later, on August 20th, 2025, the Maryland PSC opened formal proceedings to investigate issues pertaining to long-term gas planning practices. As authority, the Maryland PSC cited directives from the Maryland legislature and, quote, its own initiative, end quote. The Maryland PSC appointed a special master and laid out 12 specific questions that the process would cover. The special master convened a hearing a month later and issued a procedural schedule that started this month and will wrap up by the end of 2026. The DC PSC has the authority to do this type of planning. In 2022, the Council passed the beautifully named Clean Energy DC Omnibus Amendment Act, which created a general mandate for the Commission to consider, quote, the conservation of natural resources and the preservation of environmental quality, including effects on global climate change and the district's public climate commitments when regulating utilities and energy companies. Since then, DC has passed even more legislation mandating reductions in climate pollution. Like Maryland, the PSC has a statutory authority. What it lacks is the initiative. The majority of the PSC, particularly Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue, are out of step with the rest of DC. I thank them for their service, but it's time for new leaders. They should not be reappointed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Mark Kreswick, who's also joining us online.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen, my wonderful council member, Louis George, all the members of the committee, and especially your hardworking staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. A year ago, I testified before this committee on DOEE and SEU oversight, describing the high heating bills that families and businesses in Massachusetts and Maryland were experiencing last winter and the political fallout from those bills. I warned this committee that the same was coming for DC because of repeated decisions by the mayor to gut funding to implement the Healthy Homes Act and decisions by PSC Chairperson Thompson and Commissioner Trabue to ignore the council and repeatedly approve unnecessary spending by Washington Gas. Now you got a better idea what I was talking about. Over the last few days and weeks, you and some of your fellow council members have publicly shared your own high heating bills. Our now infamous Petworth Peanuts parents' WhatsApp chats are full of the same. Last year, I testified that I knew my own family was going to avoid these high bills because we had replaced our inefficient appliances and installed solar, but I was worried about those who weren't going to be so fortunate and needed funding and assistance. Last summer, we replaced our furnace and air conditioner, even though they were still working, with an Energy Star heat pump with the support of the SEU and the federal tax credit, and closed our Washington Gas account. I'm not here to complain to you about our heating bill because it's lower than it would have been if we hadn't acted. But for too many DC families, including you and our neighbors, the bills are too high. And they're too high because of repeated decisions by the mayor and her appointees to the commission, Chairperson Thompson and Commissioner Trabue. They approved a rate increase of nearly 13% for Washington Gas customers that took effect on January 1st, more than a third of which was for project types alone. Last year, former Councilmember McDuffie and the former Committee on Business and Economic Development were responsible for oversight of the commission. Now it's your responsibility. You cannot continue the same failed policies of former Councilmember McDuffie, the mayor, Chairperson Thompson, and Commissioner Trabue. Chairperson Thompson and Commissioner Trabue could honorably serve out their terms, even hold over the current allowed 180 days beyond that, or for some further short period if the council deems that necessary. But they must not be reappointed to new four-year terms, and nor should anyone who will continue these failed policies, even if that means the commission lacks a quorum for a short period of time. Would it be so bad if the commission couldn't approve rate increases and more unnecessary wasteful spending like project pipes because they lacked a quorum? The alternative, 4 more years of ever increasing bills, 4 more years ignoring this council's laws and letters, 4 more years of unaccountability to the will of DC voters is far worse. Over the last few years, we've all shared a litany of actions the mayor, the council, and the commission could take to lower bills and make our homes healthy and safer. From rejecting project pipe spending to making sure that homes get the funding they need for energy efficiency, electrification, and solar. The mayor, former Councilmember McDuffie, Chairperson Thompson, and Commissioner Trabue have repeatedly ignored all of us. The responsibility and accountability are now yours. Please don't let us down. Make our bills and pollution go down instead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that and the pressure that comes with it. All right. A couple of questions for this panel. Appreciate everybody's testimony. First, let me start with Jonah Baskin. So as somebody who seems to have a lot of experience here, you talk about you've been working in the legal space with FERC and others. So we've seen skyrocketing distribution costs as well as our regional energy marketplace driving costs up as well. So curious, just with your background as an energy attorney, can you talk about some of the ways you think the district could or should be trying to control local demand? And then also, do you have a sense of the breakdown for our utility bill impacts from local transmission versus rising power prices more broadly?
So I don't have numbers in front of me with regards to distribution versus transmission and generation costs within the district. I can pull those and share them in my written testimony. I would say, though, that there's a lot more that PEPCO could be doing with regards, and that the commission could do to require PEPCO to decrease our costs when it comes to the regional energy market costs. That includes increasing our ability to participate as demand response programs. That includes moving more quickly towards our ability to participate in wholesale markets under FERC Order 2222. And that also includes oversight of PEPCO's supplemental transmission projects, which are not really overseen in the PJM process. There is a competitive transmission building process for projects that are planned as part of the regional transmission expansion plan. But these supplemental projects, which the PSC oftentimes does not review, but it does have jurisdiction to review, are adding a significant part of our transmission costs. RMI recently put out a report on this titled Mind the Gap that I think is really instructive for more information. And I can link to that as well in my comments.
Okay. Yeah, if you could share that with us, it'd be helpful for us to see. Let me turn to Ms. Havman for a second. I think you heard, and you tried to address some of this, the distinction that I had asked one of our earlier panels around Washington Gas in the district versus Maryland. And you talked about some of the Maryland future of gas proceedings. What are some of the likely next steps coming out of that?
So the future of gas planning proceeding in Maryland is divided into two parts. There's a short-term planning proceeding and then long-term planning. In the short-term plan, there's already been activity. The PSC has ended gas line extension allowances, so people who want to, people can still hook up to gas, but they have to pay for it instead of that being spread among the existing customer base. So that's already happened.
That's the Maryland PSC.
The Maryland PSC has already done that. Then the Maryland PSC right now, they've appointed a special master to look into the long-term planning and what goes into that. And there's a number of issues within that, and I'm happy to, there's 12 different questions and 12 specific mandates that the special master is going to drive the process and require utilities to answer. But it's about, long-term planning. How are you going to meet the Maryland's climate commitments while also, as a gas utility, we know that gas, we know that gas is winding down. So are you investing in geothermal? Are you looking at heat pump specific rates? Are you, how are you addressing stranded costs? How are you investing, in the the leakiest pipes, but not replacing every single pipe, because we know we can't invest in that. So the long-term planning proceeding has just gotten started. I can include in my testimony all the specific questions that they're asking. But again, my point is that Maryland, it took a while to get in this direction. They methodically moved there, and now once they're making real changes, ending gas line extensions, and developing this process for looking at long-term gas planning. The DCPSC has the authority to do this. They just aren't.
Okay. And I realize you're using some terms of art perhaps, but special master, can you give us just a quick layman's version of what that is?
Sure. So it's essentially like a judge. It's a very formal proceeding, and the special master is a judge presiding over the proceeding.
Okay, and that is a judge from a court of jurisdiction in Maryland, or that is someone from
No,
the
it's an appointed attorney. He's not a sitting judge. He's acting as a judge in this administrative process.
Got it, but is separate from their PSC.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. We'd also kind of asked a question earlier that I'm curious if you can help answer. So from the most recent PSC decisions on Washington gas rates, the last rate increase in Maryland was a fraction of what was awarded in DC, yet about 16% of Washington gas total sales are in the district compared to about 44% in Maryland. Can you help us understand why that is? Why we saw two different rates?
It's the PSC looks at this and makes decisions based on many different factors. I haven't been following that specifically, so it would be conjecture to speak to it. But I think, you're raising a very important question. Why is there such a discrepancy between the two jurisdictions?
Right. Okay. And then I'm going to ask you a question that also I had an earlier panelist I asked about. So I'm going to cite a specific case. So I'm just going to read it out for you. So formal case number 1154, order number 22294. The majority opinion stated, quote, denying any specific project only denies accelerated cost recovery, and approving a project does not determine whether the investment was prudent. We will assess the prudence of the investment in a future base rate case when WGL seeks to recover these costs through base rates, end quote. Am I reading that correctly, that the PSC is not assessing the prudence of rates in approving a specific project? I think we had a kind of good discussion with one of our earlier panelists about what were we evaluating when we talk about prudence in that line? If it's a narrow reading, am I saying just the cost structure, is it prudent? And I think he was saying that definition of prudence should be expanded to say, is it actually a prudent thing to even do this? And if I'm trying to be fair, it could be that there's a certain definition of the word in the use and context in which it's written in this opinion versus the way in which I'm hearing it today. But curious if you wanted to add any thoughts to that discussion that we had.
I don't have anything specific to say on that. I mean, I think that when we're looking at whether something is prudent, we should look at the cost and the cost to ratepayers. Separating that and only looking at it in rate cases doesn't give you the entire picture of, whether this is prudent spending. It just approves it with and avoids the question entirely. So, not speaking from a legal definition standpoint, but speaking just, common sense, I think that you are not looking at the full picture if you bifurcate these issues and, refuse to address them when you're approving something that ratepayers are going to pay for.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. And then for Ms. Hershoff and Mr. Simons-Morton, appreciated your testimony. I think I heard pretty consistently both of you we're advocating we need to be moving, I'm assuming you both oppose Project Pipes and Project Safe, and you want to see us moving away from, and you want to see the PSC pushing and moving away from gas infrastructure altogether?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fairly straightforward. All right. And then, Ava, again, thanks for your testimony. And, I think one of the themes, again, throughout the day has been things like the plans or items on the docket related to climate seem to take a very long time to move through, and don't move through with kind of the vision and urgency that a rate case might. And I would argue even there, folks have expressed a lot of frustration over even the time it takes to evaluate a rate case and move that forward. So, part of what I want to do with the PSC is also not just understand how are they prioritizing which parts of their docket, why some things in the docket are taking years and years and years and years, but also are there ways that we can make structural changes as well to, that could be, as we talked about earlier, is that setting a time limit. Decisions have to be rendered by a certain time. DC is an outlier in this, and that we have no time frame. Again, I'll kind of caution, I think doing it too fast probably is not a good idea, because that means that when there's a rate increase coming and they haven't finished their work, we all get stuck with a higher bill until they make a decision. And if that decision is lower than what they asked for, then they got to figure out refunds. But meanwhile, we're all out of pocket. But maybe there's another more appropriate amount of time. So we're going to definitely next week when the PSC comes in, we're going to spend a lot of time on that. Anything else you wanted to add?
I think those structural changes you're talking about at the PSC, I think those are necessary. And I think that starts with ensuring that Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue are not reappointed.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep, I appreciate it. Okay, thank you all very much. And we'll move to our next panel of public witnesses. All right, let me move to panel, I think I'm panel number 8 now. So I have Alejandro Sobrera, public witness, Mel Laskowski, public witness, Tracy Tyler, public witness, Karen Abrams, public witness, Mordecai Ande Michael, I might mispronounce that, public witness. I have Tracy Tyler on here twice on the same panel, and that's not possible. Okay. I'm going to move to the next panel because we're not seeing those folks online. Nachi Yala Pragada. All right. Hannah Lipstein, public witness. Julie Gerzina, public witness. Kate Backover, public witness. It's online. Max Broad, public witness. I saw Max in here earlier. Marlena Mitchell, public witness. All right, I'm going to call the next panel. Now we're getting in the trouble where we gave people estimates of what time, but Nina Taylor, Awad Bilal, Kiefer Mueller, Devin Samant, Rebecca Levinson, and Nicholas Hahn. I'm going to stop there. Do we have folks online? All right. So we've got Nachiela Pragada, and then Nina Taylor. All right. And then we also have Kate Backover, who's online.
Way down there.
All right. And Peter Weiss, we see you online, and if you're ready, we'll move you over as well. But how about let's start Nachiela Pragada.
Good pronunciation. Good afternoon. My name is Nachi Alpargata, and I'm a concerned citizen and likely future resident of the district. While I'm here in a personal capacity, I do volunteer with Beyond Gas doing residential home testing, and for my full-time job, I actually work in emissions control for data centers. That really gives me a perspective, I think, on energy infrastructure and demand as a whole. And so, as we've covered before, DC does rely entirely on imported electricity, and over the next 1 to 5 years is going to expose the residents to a lot of volatility. Being on the ground, what I see is just a ridiculous amount of growth in the data center industry, and it's going to put more and more strain. So what I'd really like to see from the PSC is development of more long-term strategies, movement away from gas infrastructure, more towards maybe programs like community solar, other programs that have recently been slashed. And overall, just strengthening programs like this will help DC transition to a more fossil fuel-free infrastructure. And yeah, I urge the council to support PSC leadership that prioritizes that long-term planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me go to Kate Bockover, who's online, and then Ms. Taylor right after that.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. When I started planning this testimony, I was really thinking about my energy bills. I'm paying $18 a month for gas right now, and I don't have gas. And also, I've had the same astronomical electric bill increase that a lot of other people have complained about. And, when I see these big bill increases, it really makes me see that the PSC is not putting the needs of district residents first. I don't understand why Washington Gas is still allowed to make money and why shareholders are making money, even though our rates are still increasing. And I did want to echo what some people said before, that what's really important to me is for the Public Service Commission to manage the transition away from gas. And I think that the PSC can figure out a way to do that intelligently so that our bills stay more even. Washington Gas has a managed transition and is able to deal with stranded costs. And, some pipes are repaired so that during that transition, it stays safe. But I think what we've seen from the commission, particularly from Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabo in the past couple of years, is, they were supposed to do a prudency review of project pipes and rate increases. They didn't do that. And it seems like they're not taking a long-term view. And I think that, you have to appoint commissioners who are not just going to do the minimum of what their job requires, but are actually going to be forward-looking and think about where is Washington, D.C.'s energy system going in the next 10 years and the next 20 years. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Next, let's go to Nina Taylor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Taylor, and I am a resident of Ward 7. $555, $639, $875. These aren't just abstract figures on a spreadsheet. These are the actual dollar amounts I have paid for my utilities over the last 3 months alone. Compared to this time last year, my bills are $368 higher. Let's be clear. This isn't because of a cold snap or personal waste. I, like so many district residents, are being left behind by regulatory environments that prioritize corporate margins over the survival of DC residents. We are at a breaking point. Every price hike in our economy is being passed directly to the consumers while our wages remain stagnant. This is mathematical impossibility for the average district family. We don't need more data collection, we need immediate relief. The Public Service Commission has a mandate to ensure rates are just and reasonable. However, the current reality suggests otherwise. The PSC approved a 13% rate hike for Washington Gas, despite failing to get answers on key infrastructure questions, and the Commission has allowed PEPCO to engage in retroactive rate making, a practice often considered illegal, forcing today's consumers to pay for yesterday's corporate choices. By allowing MRPs, a mechanism never used in the district before 2021, the Commission has allowed delivery rates to rise 5 over the last 6 years. As a result, residential customers are now paying $200 more per year just for the delivery of electricity, regardless of how much they actually use. When you approve these hikes, you aren't just adjusting a decimal point, you are adding burden to district residents. The new normal of constant hikes is absolutely unsustainable. We must pivot away from rubber stamping corporate requests. I'm calling for 2 immediate actions. A mandatory enrollment. The DC Council should pass legislation similar to Bill 26243, requiring DOE to automatically enroll residents in utility discount programs if they already qualify or for other low-income benefits. We must remove the bureaucratic hurdles to relief, and a stop on the MRPs. We must completely pause them, which allow utilities rate hikes to be based on forecast spending, essentially guessing how much they want to spend and charging us in advance. We must return to historic test years, ensuring utilities only recover costs for investments that are already made and proven to be beneficial. It is time to stop the automatic, unquestioned burden of delivery fee increases and restore accountability to our utility bills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Peter Weiss, we also have you online if you're ready. But maybe not. Peter, if you're there, if you want to go ahead and do your testimony now. All right, he might have stepped away.
Sorry, I was
there we go.
muted. I was muted.
There we go. All right, we can hear you now.
Great. Okay. My name's Peter Weiss. I'm 74 years old, and I have been a Ward 4 resident and homeowner for 25 years. I'm testifying today out of frustration with the DC Public Service Commission, an agency that appears to have turned its back on some of its most essential public service responsibilities. If you look on the PSC's website, its stated mission includes these words, quote, "To serve the public interest by ensuring that financially healthy utility companies provide safe, reliable, and quality utility services at reasonable rates for District of Columbia customers." In recent years, I and my family, like most DC residents, have been staggering under the rampant rise in energy costs here. Although this agency has made a solemn commitment to reasonable rates, the 2 of its 3 members who joined the commission in 2021 and together regularly dominate decision-making by the agency, those are Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue, they've ushered in a 93% leap in electrical energy prices during their tenure. That's the sharpest increase in the cost of energy in our nation, according to Inside Climate News and the federal government's Energy Information Agency. And that steep rise has been accompanied by rapid growth, also facilitated by this commission, in natural gas costs. This 2-person PSC majority, since forming its powerful alliance, has frequently allowed steep rate hikes like the 13% gas price boost just granted to Washington Gas late last year. As well, it has greenlighted some more roundabout means by which the utilities have built corporate wealth and rewarded shareholders at the expense of DC inhabitants. For thousands of DC seniors like myself and my wife, who are already restrained by cutbacks necessitated by the past period of high inflation, such large and rapidly mounting energy costs are putting further pressures on our budget, reducing our quality of life, and instilling fear for the future of ourselves and our son. I find it unconscionable that these regulators and a public agency sworn to maintain reasonable rates have taken so little to heart their responsibility to push back against the utilities. Instead, they've behaved more like willing enablers of the relentless efforts of Washington Gas and Pepco, sorry about that, to add to their coffers with little or no regard to the interests of the greater public. We need new leaders and lower bills. I ask the DC Council to not approve the reappointments of Chairman Thompson or Commissioner Trabue. Thank you very much for considering my testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Let me try to do a couple of questions. Mr. Yella-Pragada, you talked about, I think you mentioned working in emissions on data centers. One of the things I think about is I don't think it's realistic to say I'm just going to simply ban, like I can tax them out of existence. And for the district, we very likely aren't going to see a data center built inside our borders, but you see it every time you open up your bill, right? It is absolutely contributing to what we see and what we pay, which also means our interventions are going to be very challenging. Whereas, in another seat, I sit on the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, which is our regional body of elected officials. And working with them, they're now hosting a series of conversations about data centers. And they're tackling kind of different things: land use conversations, water consumption issues, electricity demand. And so we're kind of trying to have this longer conversation. But part of that is, how are different jurisdictions where the physical data centers are being built either making new laws that set requirements around bringing the energy before you hook up, increasing taxes. We're at a big disadvantage. I can't do that in the district because they're not actually being built here. But again, we're feeling the impact of it. Just curious, as you've looked at, if you're in the space focused on emissions, so you may not be as focused on some of those different elements that I'm talking about around equitable taxing and things like that. But are there any other jurisdictions you feel like are kind of wrestling with or tackling this issue in a better way, or one that we should look to say, to look for valuable inputs around where we think jurisdictions are trying to look at the prevalence and impact of a data center in a way that we got to look beyond just Loudoun County and Prince George's County?
That's a spectacular question. And yeah, I don't have the policy background to be able to navigate that space as well. To answer your question, I don't have a good example off the top of my head, but still a great question.
Okay. Well, thank you. I thought it was a good question. All right. To me, it's one of those things that this committee really wants to explore more of. And again, with the Council of Governments kind of digging in on this issue regionally, I think actually is probably the best way for us to look at this, because again, we can't work in isolation. We've got to work with our partners in Virginia and Maryland because it's impacting everybody. To Ms. Taylor, thank you very much for your testimony. Did I hear correctly? Did you say 300% higher than this time last year?
$368 higher.
Okay, well, that's not insignificant. I'm going to change my percentage though on my note here.
No, we're absolutely cooked out here.
Yeah.
That's a professional assessment.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. And so you're sharing your experience. What do you hear from your neighbors?
Same. I mean, I'm representing Ward 7, and I think that there needs to be some accountability, deeper oversight, but an audit on these bills. You can't make the numbers make sense. I also have an electric car, and so I'm weighing those bills at the charging stations with what usually lines up with charging at home, and it's absolutely different. And so, yes, my testimony is about relief, immediate relief for families. Everything is expensive, right? And so this is just an unprecedented hike in energy bills being blamed on weather that just historically it makes no sense.
You mentioned in your testimony, I brought it up earlier as well. I'm not denying, I think we'd all agree, we had a really pretty brutal cold stretch where it was 8 degrees every morning. I am going to use more energy in my home to keep it warm when it's just that cold outside.
Right.
This is more than that. And I think people recognize that. Yeah.
Thank you.
The other thing that I was curious, as you've had conversations with others in Ward 7 or elsewhere, who's not been here today, is a lot of our local businesses. Now, that's partly because they're busy running their business.
That's right.
So a hearing in the middle of the day doesn't work for every resident. It sure doesn't work for a lot of businesses either. But the small business, the local businesses I'm talking to are pulling their hair out just as much as residents are because of these power bills. And again, as I said earlier, they don't have a whole lot of places to turn to help make that work. If it's a small business on a small margin, the only option they have is to pass that cost on to all of us. So you're not only paying your own energy bill, you're gonna have to pay the energy bill for the price of that hamburger or whatever else, because there's just only so many ways that you can cover that cost. So I know they're not represented necessarily in the hearing today, but I guarantee you, I've talked to so many small businesses that are frustrated equally as what I'm hearing today, and definitely saying, I need relief, I need answers. And they're seeing just up and up and up and up the same way.
Yeah. And I think it's unsustainable if we continue this even through the summer.
Yeah. Okay. To Ms. Bockover, I appreciated your testimony. I think it sounds really consistent, frankly, with what we kind of heard throughout the day. Did know if there's anything else you wanted to add?
I do just want to second the point about so many people having unsustainable energy costs. I don't think it's reasonable that you would have like a couple hundred extra dollars in your budget. Even if you're a very, I budget very carefully. Many of my neighbors are also, planning ahead. And what we're asking is for the Public Service Commission, to plan ahead as well, instead of just not planning, for the future of gas and passing those, costs onto us. And I'm also in Ward 7, and I'm hearing from a lot of my neighbors. And they're having the same issue.
Yeah, it's a shared experience for everybody.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I just want to add one more thing. With everything that's going on today and what we're talking about, the rate for unemployment is really high in DC. And for Black women, it's 3 times higher than everyone else across the nation. And so safety nets have to be put in place. Otherwise, people are behind in so many areas, and this is a big one. So just take that into consideration. We need safety net programs, immediate relief.
Yep, absolutely. And duly noted, you advocated for the auto enrollment legislation that I wrote that is sitting, we're working on right now. I'll put a plug in for one more that I hope is moving soon, and that is for all of our renters. The kind of pernicious trend we've seen over the last couple of years of common area utility fees that, again, you can't plan around and are kind of hidden from you in the lease, and then you get a surprise hundreds of dollars, and that's squeezing our renters substantially with huge costs. And so I'm working with Councilor Robert White, hopefully going to be able to move that legislation forward as well. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. All right, I don't have any other questions for this panel. I'm going to move on to our next panel. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to actually repeat a few names that I called earlier because I know some folks are coming in and going as we are working our way through here. So I had, let's see. Alejandro Sobrera, Mel Leskowski, Tracy Tyler, Karen Abrams, Mordecai Ande Michael, Hannah Lipstein, you know, come on up to the table here, Julie Gerzina, Awad Bilal, Kiefer Mueller, Devin Samant, Rebecca Levinson, and Nicholas Hahn, who is joining us online. All right, and I think we actually have Aaron Brantley online. So Aaron, we'll move you over as a panelist. All right, I think what we'll do is, well, no, let me go and just finish calling out names and then we'll see what we got. Jeffrey Barron, Cameron Gaines, Matthew Gravatt, Scott Williamson, Cody Austin, Mark Rasmussen, CF Spring, Morgan Lee. See, the danger is we had a few people who didn't show up earlier, which now, when we told people approximately what time they might be there, we're now calling later panels and they may have been planning to join later. So we'll do our best to come back to that. But why don't we go ahead and get the folks that we have here. So we'll do this panel here. So let me go backwards in time. Hannah Lipstein. Okay. And then I've got Aaron Brantley online. So we'll start with you.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Chairman Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the thoughtful engagement with which you've been giving our testimonies. My name is Hannah Lipstein, and I'm a Ward 1 resident. I moved to DC 2.5 years ago, and I've spent the past 2 years heavily involved in the Project Pipes campaign and closely watching the PSC. Many of the nearly 100 people testifying today have built an overwhelming mountain of evidence that Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have presided over gallingly irresponsible oversight of our utilities, so I won't belabor those points. Instead, I'll say a little bit about why I've spent countless hours tirelessly fighting for representation from our commissioners. I'm not being facetious when I say that the stakes of the decision facing the Council are extraordinary. According to the UN Environment Programme's 2025 emissions gap report, our average global temperature is expected to exceed 1.5 degrees in the early 2030s. Dramatic, immediate action will be needed to reverse course to maintain the lofty goal of 1.5 degrees by the end of the century, but emissions have only been mounting year after year. With our current actions, we are on track to top 2.8 degrees by the end of this century. To say that the impacts of this will be catastrophic is a profound understatement. This reality makes me feel, on an average day, pure despair. The only thing that keeps me in this fight is the fact that warming dynamics are cumulative and expressed through compounding effects, which means that every fraction of a degree of warming matters. It constitutes impacts in degrees of magnitude on species and habitat loss, ecosystem collapse, and lives lost to the endlessly reverberating impacts of climate change. This is why I lay this weight at the feet of the DC PSC. Climate change is an impossibly complex problem requiring unprecedented coordination across the globe. Yet each body with the power to act is mired in justifications for why we can't prioritize it. As a result, we are on a, quote, highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator, as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres put it. Not only could DC be simply doing our part to chip away at the greenhouse gas contributions that are killing us, but we could be serving as a model for what other localities can do. Our actions alone won't avert the 2.8 degree fate, but the collective aggregate action of localities around the globe can. Instead, Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have been relentlessly countermanding the will of the Council and the will of the people, and we are part of the problem. Enough is enough. It is time for change. We do not have any more time to waste. I trust that you will do the right thing, Chairman Allen, and withhold Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue's reappointments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Aaron Brantley.
Hi, thank you. Hi, I'm Erin Brantley, and I'm on my phone. I didn't think I was going to go right now. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I live in Ward 1. I have been a resident of the district since 2013, and I love this city. I earned my doctorate in health policy at George Washington. I also have a master's degree in public health. And as a public health professional, I'm particularly concerned about the health consequences of fossil fuels and of using gas for heat and cooking in our homes. The PSC majority has allowed Washington Gas to invest $59 million of ratepayer money into project pipes in 2025 alone. 2/3 of Washington Gas's customers' bills are now directed towards the pipes, and only 1/3 is for the gas itself. I'm concerned that this choice to spend massive sums on fossil fuel infrastructure is setting us up to continue to fuel our homes and our buildings with gas, and I want to highlight just some of the health stakes of this choice. We have more and more research showing that gas stoves and heating leads to increased rates of respiratory problems. For example, there was a meta-analysis published in the Lancet Respiratory Medicine finding that people living in households that use gas for heating and cooking compared to electricity are at increased risk of pneumonia and COPD. There's been recent studies by Stanford researchers showing that everyday use of gas stoves leads to high levels of benzene and of methane in homes. And a 2013 meta-analysis of 41 studies found that children living in homes with gas stove have increased rates of asthma. We know many of our neighbors in the district are particularly vulnerable due to their health problems and due to their socioeconomic conditions. 10% of the children and 11% of our neighbors who are adults have asthma in the district, and 4% of residents have chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. That's according to the American Lung Association. The PSC majority has allowed for massive spending on project pipes and has failed to plan for a transition to an electric future. By allowing Washington Gas and Pepco to sharply raise rates, the PSC has also allowed increased financial strain on our families, with 1 in 7 families falling behind on their utility bills. People living under financial strain have higher rates of mental health problems and are more likely to skip medical care they need for other reasons because they cannot afford it. So children today and into the future deserve a PSC that protects and leads toward a healthy, clean energy future. And for these reasons, I ask the council to not reappoint Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Aaron Brantley. We had a couple of folks who I had called that are here with us now, so I'm going to keep rolling through this panel here. So Nicholas Hahn, let me see if you're up and available to go next. Mr. Hahn, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's
I
all
also
right.
was expecting to testify in person today, but things have picked up. My name is Nicholas Hahn. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear from all of us today. I live in Ward 4. I've been a DC resident for over 21 years, but I've never testified at something like this. In part, that's because I had a good job. I was a government contractor. I was a homeowner with 2 incomes, no issue paying my bills. Now I'm a single parent. I'm a renter. And like many, I haven't worked in over a year. The main reason I don't have to worry about my utility price every day is because my landlord, who's a neighbor, actually had the foresight to install solar panels. But all that said, really why I have a fundamental objection to Project Pipes, and by extension, the commissioners who've allowed it to progress, is because none of that matters if we don't have a livable climate. To be clear, I think the DC government has increasingly made good decisions regarding the critical role of climate resilience, laying out an equitable path to a safe environment, sustainable DC, climate-ready DC, clean energy DC. So I'm baffled just that we continue to invest in fossil fuel distribution systems that will be with us for decades. I'm even more confused because with the current rubber stamp approach to oversight, we're essentially paying our taxes and utility money blindly to a for-profit public company to build and maintain those systems. Again and again, they show there's no incentive and little or no accountability to actually be good stewards, whether it's ignoring the increasing number of existing methane gas leaks as they pursue that build out, or by using the legal tax dodge of accelerated depreciation on that unneeded infrastructure, starting the day it's installed, effectively making us pay for it twice. In my career as an engineer, I was MIT trained. I've worked for defense contractors, and I've done a lot of quantitative work where wrong answers cost lives. One technique is called system dynamics. It entails modeling the real world and then finding and studying the feedback loops. So hopefully you believe me when I say it's not just rhetoric. All these things are connected. People scrounging for their next meal because they can't pay a utility bill are unfortunately not as able to make healthy choices for food, transportation, and energy, much less be empowered to skill up and contribute to the dynamic, robust, clean future we all envision for our city. Conversely, rent-seeking companies extracting wealth by making counterproductive investments are not just going to be helpful partners. They're just not going to be helpful partners for that vision either. Economic justice is social justice, is environmental justice. So please make the rational, decent, and honestly quite popular choice. Don't reappoint these commissioners for the PSC that have been doubling down our toxic past just because their lobbyists said to. We need new leaders who listen, they follow reality-based science and humane public policy. Let's do the right thing together. You'll see when the elections make it clear you do have the support of the people of DC to rebuild the PSC with the right team for a fast and equitable transition to clean energy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Karen Abrams.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for
We can.
Okay, great. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Karen Abrams and I live in Ward 3 and have been a DC resident for 26 years. I'm part of the Washington Interfaith Network Climate Justice and Healthy Homes team as a member of St. Columbus Episcopal Church in Tenleytown. I'm also a ratepayer, like everyone else here, trying to do my part to reduce my greenhouse gas emissions. So my family has installed solar panels. We've switched our electricity source to all wind. We have installed 2 heat pumps now over the last couple of years and replaced a gas dryer with an electric one and substantially reduced the amount of gas we used. And yet, in January of this year, we received the highest gas bill we have ever received, despite all of these changes that we've made. This is not the direction we should be going in, and I'm concerned that the DC Public Service Commission is failing to fulfill all parts of its mission. It seems to be doing a great job on one part of its mission, which is to ensure the utility companies are financially healthy. Washington Gas and Pepco are generating astounding earnings for themselves recently. However, they seem to be failing to deliver on the rest of their mission. PSC has not provided safe, reliable, and quality service at reasonable rates to DC customers, particularly lower income residential customers. According to an October 2025 DOE electricity market rate analysis, commercial customers appear to benefit significantly from retail competition, while residential customers do not. In addition, the recent rate increases meant to cover electricity delivery are not producing measurable service benefits to customers, but are generating profits for Pepco shareholders. Likewise, the PSC has not held utilities accountable for other parts of their mission, namely grid modernization, conservation of natural resources, preservation of environmental quality, or advancing districts' climate policy. Over time, DC should be electrifying, and residents should be reducing their dependence on methane if we are to meet our climate goals and protect people from the harmful effects of burning methane in our homes. However, PSC continues to allow Washington Gas to use ratepayer funds to invest in old, outdated, and dangerous infrastructure that costs more and more to maintain, but that is needed to provide a dirty fuel that is itself increasingly expensive, unhealthy, and inefficient to produce compared with renewable electricity sources. So I urge the council to please reject the reappointment of Council Chairman Thompson and Tribune. We need new leadership, and please direct the PSC to prioritize transparency and accountability so ratepayers can make better informed decisions about their choices and utility companies deliver on the benefits to customers that they have used to justify their higher rates. And thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Julie Gerzina. And then after that, I've got Carol Spring and then Max Broad.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon, Julie.
Hi, my name is Julie Gerzina. I'm a Ward 3 resident, and I've lived in Washington, D.C. for the last 6 years. I'm testifying today because I think D.C. families deserve lower utility bills and a public service commission that takes our climate commitments seriously. I'm coming to this issue as somebody who believes in analysis, long-term planning, and responsible governance. What concerns me is that over the past 4 years, the PSC has approved rate hikes and fossil fuel infrastructure spending that increases costs for residents and also locks us into an outdated fossil fuel system when we need to be prioritizing a clean energy future for DC. In just 2025, the PSC approved a 13% gas rate hike, even as about 1 in 7 DC households are behind on their bills. Since Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Tribune joined the commission, nearly $400 million in spending by the monopoly utilities has been approved. And Project Pipes has been extended again and again, and that requires ratepayers to fund tens of millions of dollars in additional methane gas infrastructure, even though DC has committed to an extremely necessary clean energy transition. At a time when residents are facing an affordability crisis and volatile fossil fuel prices, we need to be investing in solutions that not only lower bills, but accelerate electrification and clean energy, not doubling down on infrastructure that risks becoming stranded assets. We also still lack a clear utility independent plan for transitioning away from methane gas, which leaves DC residents exposed to future cost increases and also obviously huge climate risk that we've already started to see the effects of. I'm here because I believe that leadership, oversight, and accountability matter. The PSC exists to protect ratepayers and ensure that we're on track to meet our climate goals. When the bills continue to rise and fossil fuel investments keep expanding, it's reasonable to ask whether that mandate is being fulfilled. So for these reasons, I urge the council not to approve the reappointment of Chairman Thompson or Commissioner Tribune. We need new leaders who will prioritize affordability, transparency, and a rapid transition to clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Carol Spring, and then Max Broad will come to you after that.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen and members of the committee. My name is Carol Spring, and I'm a Ward 4 resident for the past 21 years, and I'm a mother. I'm here because I'm deeply concerned about how dramatically utility rates have risen just in the past few years, as more of my neighbors are struggling to pay the bills. And I'm also concerned about how Washington Gas' wasteful and expensive pipeline replacement project is making it even harder for the city to meet our climate goals, as so many people have testified today. The Public Service Commission is supposed to be regulating Washington Gas, our local for-profit monopoly on toxic methane delivery. The PSC, are supposed to be keeping us safe from dangerous leaks and dramatic cost increases. And yet, they have approved a massive increase in the rate base, 70% in just 2 years, which guarantees that district residents will be paying a high price for gas for many years to come. Through deceptive logic, we are paying twice for project pipes, once through surcharges on our bills, and second through this rate base increase and enormous rate hike. Meanwhile, the amount of leaks in DC has not decreased in the over 10 years since Washington Gas began project pipes. As wealthier DC residents electrify their homes, the burden of paying for this expensive pipeline replacement project will increasingly go to renters and lower income residents. Can you imagine a more regressive tax on the poor? It is cheaper to fully electrify a home with new electric appliances than to replace the gas pipes to that home. That is not even counting all the work replacing the pipe mains. Why has the PSC continued to grant extensions to project pipes while not doing a prudency review on the spending? Why is Washington Gas charging so much more for pipeline replacement than elsewhere in the country? Why do we not focus on repairing the pipeline leaks, which can be done for a fraction of the cost of replacement? We need new PSC commissioners who can protect DC residents and take the lead on planning for DC's clean energy future. I ask you to not approve the reappointments of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Carol Spring. And then Max Broad, let me turn to you, and then we'll turn to some questions for this panel.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Allen and committee staff. I'm a Ward 1 resident speaking today because it upsets me to see our utility bills skyrocket for spending on the fossil energy that is driving our most serious environmental harms. Finding deeply malign that the Public Service Commission continues to approve decisions that make energy more expensive and less aligned with DC's climate commitments. It's dumbfounding to me that DC's electric prices have risen 93% over the past 5 years, which is the sharpest increase in the nation, all under Chairman Thompson's leadership. You all have heard today about the kind of outlandish things that have been happening with Pepco earning over $40 million in December alone, Washington Gas increasing shareholder dividends by 6%, the PSC issuing a 13% rate hike for Washington Gas and approving $59 million in additional spending in 2025 alone for Project Pipes 2. Just to summarize, you guys have heard all this today. I just want to flag a couple things about this. First of all, these decisions question me to lead the decision-making of the commission and how much DC residents even factor into the PSC's variables in making these decisions. And secondly, in the era of dark money and corporate interest in politics, the sad era, it is unclear whether they used ratepayer funds for lobbying or litigation. Why should Washington Gas be allowed to do this? And why has the PSC not secured answers to these basic questions? So I want to see us move in the opposite direction. I would hope that we would create a plan for aligning PSC and utility decisions with our climate goals. Even more than the district's climate goals, I want to see us move towards what the global climate crisis warrants. This is not something we should be moving slowly on. And having a basic climate plan for getting off of fossil fuels is something we should have decided on 10 years ago. The state of the science has long been established. Now it's time to move forward on action. For these reasons, I have deep reservations about the reappointment. I share my reservations with many people have expressed concerns about Commissioner Tribune and Chairman Thompson. And that is unless we want to rename the Monopoly Service Commission. But as long as we call it the Public Service Commission, I suggest we ask what are the values that we want the body to reflect. For me, that's three things: affordability, reliability, and sustainability. Perhaps we should want something different from our PSC. That's fine. Let us investigate what values the PSC should uphold and how close they are to reflecting those values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate everyone's testimony. And one of the things throughout the day, there is both, since this is an oversight hearing on PSC's performance for the last year, we're trying to focus in on some of our questions related to just their performance in the last year. Entirely natural, though, that we're going to have testimony talking about what different you would like to see. I'm going to probably try to keep some of my questions a little bit focused on performance, but that doesn't take away from hearing all the concern that we've heard over the course of the day. I did want to, one of the issues as we have worked on with the Public Service Commission over this last year has been around the interconnection issues for people who are installing solar. And a shameless plug for my own legislation, the GRID Act, which was just introduced, trying to help streamline that process, cut red tape, get things moving faster. But I think I heard, but correct me if I'm wrong, both Ms. Abrams and Mr. Hahn talked about solar either at your homes or the homes where you are living. Ms. Abrams, I don't know when you put solar on, but maybe I missed that when you were sharing that, but can you share anything about your experience, for example, with just the installation, the interconnection process? One of the things we're trying to work on are the delays that exist. Last year, it was an average of 77 days for PEPCO to get through the interconnection permit. Other places do it, they can do it same day, they can do it within a week, and that slows things down. The other thing we see is PEPCO will come back with these just astronomical interconnection fees. I kid you not, I had a constituent who got quoted about $190,000 to connect a rooftop solar for their home. You all can do the math. Like, you're just not going to do it. That's absolutely insane. So there's like this roulette game that happens where you can do interconnection on some houses on a block until you reach a tipping point, and then that person's that's roulette, and all of a sudden they get this ridiculous charge. So the GRID Act helps modernize and streamline that as well, so that those costs don't hit like that. But Ms. Abrams, anything you can share about your solar experience, and did the PSC weigh in any way? Did they help navigate anything? Just kind of curious what your experience was.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. We put our panels in, it's now almost 10 years. So it was a while ago, and I do remember, I think the hardest part was finding people who could actually had the skills and availability to actually do the installation. I don't recall there being any interconnection problems or crazy fees, and we're very happy with our solar panels, and they are serving us well. So, and the SREX program is working really, really well as also, and I feel grateful to be a DC resident, that we have these programs available to us.
Okay, well, it's good to hear that you've had most of the positive experience there. I would say our workforce of installers has grown exponentially since 10 years ago, which is good news because that means more jobs for folks. But I guess I can't look back 10 years for last year's performance. Mr. Hahn, anything you wanted to share from, I can't remember if you were saying it was your solar, if it was your neighbor's solar.
My landlord, who is a neighbor, he just moved down the street and has rented our place. He has been diligent in putting solar up, and that has made all the difference for us because that's rolled into our rent. He can fix the cost of his utilities pretty solidly, and doesn't have to pass on the gas price increases to us nearly as directly. So yeah, I've been a little bit insulated from that, but I know that solar is a booming market in DC. We have people knocking on the door all the time.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. And I know you shared, and certainly very sorry to hear about the loss of employment. Ms. Taylor, who was here on the panel just a minute ago, also talked about the disproportionate impact it has been having on not just DC residents across the region, but also in communities of color, it's even higher unemployment impact. So it's hitting the district economy, households like yours, households of neighbors like Ms. Taylor's and many others in a very significant way that's hurting our entire economy. So it's not the PSC necessarily, but just I appreciate you sharing that. And definitely it highlights when you see escalating costs as well as unpredictability in costs that you can't budget around, it hits all of our households hard, but in particular those who might be out of employment at the current time. So just want to recognize that. The other, maybe Mr. Broad, I'll ask you this. We've talked a little bit, of course, the day around the lag, the pace of PSC getting to decisions. And I know that we're hearing a lot of testimony about what do people want to see, the future, right? So they're outlining both what I'm hearing, a pretty strong frustration with the Public Service Commission around decision it has made, but also trying to kind of a call to action for what types of decision they want to make in the future. But we're also seeing these dockets that just take a huge amount of time to work their way through. Did you have any thoughts in regard to that of how we help streamline and move the PSC to making decisions faster? Of course, you want the right decision to be made, but also when it's taking years to get to a decision, I think that creates a lot of instability, frankly, kind of in the marketplace too.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I've heard that be something you expressed today of kind of like weighing similarly how much the PSC should be ahead of issues versus responding to issues. And I think there's, a good conversation to be had there. My bottom line is, just thinking about whatever's best for consumers and the climate. And, I think it's worth weighing it through that lens. I don't have, an exact answer, but I think thinking about reliability and thinking ahead is a good way to assess the benefits and how we can speed up our climate action.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, I want to thank everybody on this panel for your testimony, for the actions that many of you have taken as well. I know, Ms. Lipson, you talked about being a strong advocate around project pipes, not for it, against it. Important clarification there. And appreciate that as we're continuing to try to work and figure out where we're going to go with PSC and how to have that office do more, do faster, do better. So thank you. Yeah, if you hit the mic so the red light comes on.
I guess, yeah, thank you. I've been listening along at home, and again, thank you for your thoughtful engagement. And I do also, my day job is working on data centers in Virginia, so I follow utility regulation pretty closely. And yeah, I think one of my questions is, the mission of the Public Service Commission, the overarching piece is that it's here to serve the public interest. And I understand this tension between these really quantifiable things like the pace of the docket and even rate hikes. And there's been so many people talking about the climate, and there's so many people who've been drawn to this issue because of climate issues. And I guess I'm wondering at what point does that become considered as part of the public interest we've been expressing over and over, that this actually is our interest. We've done extraordinary research to understand how this process works. And yes, to the point about the performance, I think this should be really integral to understanding that this is part of their performance to the extent that they've neglected this over and over and over. And so I would ask you to consider, how it's less easily quantifiable, but I think that stands out as one of the most damning evidence of their poor performance.
Yeah, I think I've heard that from folks pretty consistently over the course of the day. So the nature of, and I know a couple of folks have kind of talked about this being maybe the first time they've come to testify at a hearing, which I think also speaks to the how important this issue is that folks are taking the time out. So this is the performance oversight hearing. Typically in an oversight hearing, we have the public witnesses and then the government testify on the same day. because we had nearly 100 people sign up to testify, what we did is rather than start that testimony at 6 o'clock at night on a Friday night, we moved that to Thursday. That'll be next week. It'll be an open and public meeting where if people want to come attend or watch online, certainly encourage that. The way that I work is the testimony that people are giving today, the themes that I continuously hear over and over again, and I would say the entire volume of that plays into then the type of questions I ask of the PSC. Absolutely, kind of what you just talked about is will be part of the questioning I have for the Public Service Commission is around how they make their decisions. How do they define public interest? Earlier, we were kind of having a little bit of a nuanced conversation around the definition of the word prudent in their decisions. So that'll be part of the oversight process and the questions we ask, and it's absolutely informed by all the phenomenal testimony that's been coming in today.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you for your commitment to climate in the district.
Absolutely. And I would also say, you know, I have not had any colleagues join me today. That doesn't mean that they're not watching from their offices or have excellent staff who are here as well. But I think it's also important, if you feel strongly about this, to make sure that other members and staff know as well, because I get the benefit of spending all day hearing this testimony, but I'm not sure all my colleagues are either. So encourage that. Thank you. All right, let me turn to our next panel of witnesses. I know we got several folks that are online. So I'm going to probably read out names for a couple of panels just to consolidate here and see where we are. So I've got Matthew, right? Do I have, yep, all right, Matt's here. Ed Lazier, Mark Rasmussen. Oh, all right, sir, if you'll come up to the table. Rebecca Levinson, we've got here. All right, Jeffrey Barron, Cameron Gaines Gillens, Scott Williamson, Cody Austin, Morgan Lee, Forrest C., Marja Hilfiker, Alexandra Williamson, Jackie Lieberman, Judith Taylor. Mm-hmm. All right, so that's through my list. Devin, right? All right, if you want to come on up, because I remember calling you out earlier. Let's see where you are. Devin Smont? Yep. Nope, no problem at all. If you'll move me. All right, so let me start with Matthew online. And then we'll do Ed Lazier next, Mark Rasmussen, who's in person, Rebecca Levinson online, then back to Devin in person.
Councilmember, you do me as Matthew, yes?
Sorry, I was saying Matthew. Matt.
Fantastic.
The
Councilmember
witness
Allen,
list said Matthews. That's what I was saying Matthew, but I know you as Matt. Matt, go ahead.
quite all right. Thank you very much, sir. Councilmember, thanks for all you've done today and for all of the testimony that you have been there for. My name is Matt Gravatt. I'm a Ward 6 resident. I'm also a CBE in DC and proudly have that distinction. I care very deeply about the future of all of my neighbors in DC and also the future of the District of Columbia, and particularly our climate, our environment, and also the health of all of our residents. I'm really concerned that the Public Service Commission over the past year and in years previous has not been subject to the level of oversight that is necessary to ensure that it's fulfilling its mission in service of the public, but also to ensure that our public utilities are delivering not only the best services, but at the most affordable price for our residents. That has had severe implications, that lack of oversight and the actions of the Public Service Commission, not only resulting in higher fees and rates paid by residents all across the District of Columbia, but it's placed a tremendous burden on those residents, not only in terms of the costs that they must pay at the end of each month as they pay their utility bills, which have, and I mean this word very, very clearly, very intentionally, skyrocketed over just the past year alone, but it's also resulted in tremendous harm to the health of those residents. As they've paid more, they've also been subject to a system and a rubber stamping approach by the Public Service Commission that's popped up fossil fuel utilities in a way that's perpetuated our reliance on a system that is actively causing harm in the District of Columbia, but also harm that is unique and distinct and disproportionate, particularly to the most overburdened families in our community. So with regard specifically to the oversight of the Public Service Commission, DC has a proud legacy to stand on in terms of our approach to climate. Our laws reflect that legacy and our commitment to climate action. I would question whether or not the Public Service Commission is acting in compliance, either in spirit or in legal compliance with those laws as they are on the DC books. We have some of the strongest laws in the nation. That mantle of leadership is a badge of honor for us, and the Public Service Commission should be a willing partner in helping to push forward what is possible in the district, particularly with regard to a transition of our energy system to one which is fully clean and fully sustainable and also affordable. Councilmember, you mentioned the GRID Act earlier. I would thank you for that. You're working and taking concrete steps to benefit the people of the District of Columbia who are working to transition and make the choices that are available to them, like I have done to install solar panels on my home. I did have challenges with the length of that interconnection process, although it wasn't as long nor as costly as what you described. So thank you for taking that action. I think that's an area where the Public Service Commission has been deficient, not only on the rate hike side, but also making sure that their approach allows people to benefit from the energy options that are available to them, whilst also taking a really direct and hard approach to scrutinize the rate increases that are proposed by our utilities. Washington Gas is working around the clock to replace pipelines. Is that prudent? No, it's not. It's costing us more. At the same time, they've improved multi-year rate hikes for our energy company at Pepco. Again, all of this is resulting in people paying more. It's unconscionable. It's out of line with DC's climate laws. It's out of line with a commitment that each of us share to a livable and affordable future. So I would encourage you, Councilmember, to not, excuse me, my phone was ringing, to not reappoint commissioners that are up. Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue, but also to highly scrutinize the work that the PSC has done that is in contravention to the values and needs of the people of DC who want to live in an affordable city and benefit from clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Gravitt. Next, I had Ed Lazier, who was online, then he may have dropped off. All right, we'll see if we can get Ed back. Then Mr. Rasmussen, we'll go to you next.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Mark Rasmussen. I've lived in Washington for more than 40 years and I'm currently a resident of Ward 3. This is the first time I have felt motivated to testify before the council on any issue. And I'm doing so today because I believe the PSC is doing a poor job serving the interests of our residents and needs new blood and leadership. I've come to believe that the issue of PSC performance is urgent as I have learned more and more about the climate crisis and how it's already starting to adversely affect the lives and livelihoods of my 2 children and 3 grandchildren. The crisis should be apparent to anyone paying attention to the record heating and extreme weather of the past several years. But for the most part, our public institutions are ignoring it or taking half measures to address it. I believe that DC should be doing everything possible to reduce the burning of fossil fuels like methane and move as quickly as possible to clean energy sources like solar to power our homes. DC has made some great strides in encouraging solar adoption thanks to DOEE solar programs, and thank you for the introduction of the grid legislation. I just hope we can accelerate and speed it along. I guess we can't expect Washington Gas to act against its own corporate interests, and they certainly haven't in hiking up our gas rates by 13% this year and continuing to push for millions more for project pipes, an outrageously expensive dinosaur of a project when we should instead be aggressively moving away from gas heating and towards electrification. But also disturbing to me has been WGL's apparent use of ratepayer money for its own corporate lobbying and PR purposes. At least that's my takeaway from reading the Commission's opinion and order from last November regarding WGL's application to increase existing rates and charges. The Commission has recognized that federal and state utility regulations prohibit utilities from recovering lobbying expenses and certain legal costs from ratepayers, but WGL consistently refused to provide itemized budget information for both activities, so it's not possible to determine the amount included in rates. And the Commission went along with that lack of transparency, watering down a discovery order requested by stakeholders for more detailed information. So the result is an implicit Commission endorsement to go ahead and use ratepayer funds rather than just shareholder profits. To me, these are not small matters. We need a PFC that is more in the corner of residents. We need a change in the leadership of the Commission, and I specifically call for the replacement of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue. Thanks again for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rasmussen. Next, let me turn to Rebecca Levinson, who is joining us via Zoom. There we go.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I actually spoke with you at a pretzel bakery event recently, a few months ago, about some issues I had with Pepco, and you had advised me to email your office because you're working on legislation. And unlike everybody else here, I have approached this Pepco situation completely differently. I followed the numbers because a meter reading should be a meter reading, right? It's a meter, and so Pepco should be billing based on it. And when Pepco's numbers didn't make sense, I started asking questions. So they replaced my meter in May 2024 because the display was bad. Then I applied for solar. Pepco estimated the next two bills. They told me not to worry about what the reading on my meter said and told me to go to the portal to verify my usage. And so I did, and then I discovered that Pepco was replacing the usage that it had recorded during the month with a falsified usage. So for August 2024, they changed the usage from, I had a credit of 538 kilowatt hours because I had just installed solar, and they changed it to 54 kilowatt hour credit. They replaced the hourly usage with a repeating pattern that repeated every hour of the week for 7 days. I think that's 168 hours. And Pepco wouldn't speak to me about this. And so I filed a complaint with the DC Public Service Commission on October 2nd, 2024. 2 days later, Pepco issued new billing, but instead of correcting their 90% inflation on my August and September bills, they falsified a July bill that inflated by 90% and even changed the meter readings from the first date of the billing period to the second day of the billing period. All of this has now been proven. Pepco just produced documents in August of this year that show that, the employee who did it was Natia Joyce in their billing back office. Pepco's been covering it up ever since. I went all the way through to an informal hearing in January. Pepco refused to speak with me the entire time. Margaret Moskowitz in the Office of the People's Counsel asked them to talk with me, and they wouldn't. I filed a formal hearing complaint a year ago. Actually, two days ago was when Pepco was notified of my formal hearing complaint. It is, I think, 368 pages with exhibits. The Office of the People's Counsel promised to represent my interests. They did not help me with my complaint. Pepco filed a frivolous motion to dismiss, saying that my complaint had no merits. The hearing officer at the pre-hearing conference, Mr. Noel Antonio, ordered me to file a brief proving what Pepco owed me because Pepco said so. And I wrote my own brief because the Office of the People's Counsel didn't. And I wrote a brief establishing, taking it out of the solar context because this is a billing issue. This isn't something that's happening on my meter. And I proved that Pepco bears the burden of proof. They have the meter. I proved actually that their entire billing is unlawful, and I'm running out of time now. So I could go on for 3 days, But my consumer complaint is still pending. The hearing officer refuses to rule on anything. And I have published everything on a website now because that is how adamant I am about fixing this, because they can bill you anything they want. I've studied their meter. I've studied based on just they won't even give me a formal hearing, even though they certified my petition. I put everything up on RBL, Rebecca Barbish Levinson, resists.com. And it's egregious, it's offensive, and I would love to tell anybody who will listen more about it, but the Office of the People's Counsel, who's supposed to be representing me, is actually protecting Pepco, and they are fraudulently overbilling customers, and this is a criminal conspiracy, and it is pervasive. It's not just two commissioners. It is the Office of the People's Counsel and in FC 1050, the general counsel attorney who's representing or presiding for the commission asked questions raised by Margaret Moskowitz about things like, oh, well, her meter, the reading on her meter changed, all of these things, and it was all performance art. They're letting Pepco provide information off the record. I had to file a FOIA request in August, 6 months after this on the record comments on February 4th, 2025, I found out that nobody ever followed up with Pepco. It's all an illusion. Nobody is actually regulating anybody. And I would love to share my story, because if they're allowed to get away with this, if they can do this to me, they can do it to anybody. I have a degree in electrical and computer engineering.
Ms. Levinson, no, it's okay. We're about 2 minutes over. I promise. I'm going to ask a couple of questions once we get to that. So
Sure.
I can ask you to wrap up. You're good. Okay. All right. I promise I'll come back with some questions in just a little bit. All right. Let me turn to Devin Smott.
Councilmember Allen, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'm a Ward 2 resident, and this is my first year speaking at oversight hearings because, to put it lightly, I feel compelled to act given the events over the past year. I work in the energy sector in the federal government, though I'm here today in my personal capacity, so bear with me while I state that my views are my own and do not necessarily represent those of the US government nor any agency. I've had to say that a lot because, unfortunately, it's become taboo to care about energy and the environment, despite weather having the biggest impact on energy use, grid stress, and costs, and the climate crisis affects our weather. I've been following the activities at the PSC since mid-2024. I've spoken at several PSC community hearings. I've sent letters to the commission. I've attended open meetings just to listen and learn. I've also spoken with commissioners and PSC staff during community fairs. I got a really nice pen from them, but I haven't actually gotten a good answer as to why we are, as a city, are still considering Project Pipes, now rebranded, but still essentially the same. I'll quote DOE first and say that the cost of pipeline replacement is on average 25 times the cost of pipeline repair. And also, finding and repairing the largest leaks can be a cost and climate-effective approach to triage leak-prone pipes, save ratepayer money, and allow ratepayer funds to be allocated toward electrification. Now, if you go on the PSC website, you can see an FAQ with questions like, why is gas pipeline replacement necessary? This is a leading question, and the built-in assumption is contrary to DOE's. The PSC site then goes on to say, replacing high-risk pipe materials also helps lower methane emissions. That's a stance that's unsupported per OPC in a presentation they gave to my ANC. I'll give you another quote. Project Pipes does not align with the new fossil fuel future that the council has charted. That's from a letter you sent the PSC in February 2024, along with 8 other council members. Flash forward 2 years with 2 or 3 Project Pipes extensions, $100 million more in rate base increases, and we're still talking about the same facts. DC's climate law has not changed, methane's impact on the environment has not changed, the exorbitant cost of accelerated pipeline replacement to residents hasn't changed. What we do need to change is the PSC. By all means, the PSC should take time to decide tough decisions, but this isn't a tough one. How many resources have been spent on this one docket that could have been used elsewhere? By biasing the website and the messaging, by extending Project Pipes instead of halting it while it's still under review, they are not acting impartially or in our interests. I am requesting that you do not reappoint Commissioners Trabue and Thompson. We've got 4 years to reduce emissions by 60%. Do you want 100% of that time taken up by commissioners that are performatively debating a decade-old methane project while it continues as normal? Given my time, I will not be able to speak to other procedural issues by the PSC, nor my gripes with the electricity system and market that we set up, but I'll follow up separately. So to conclude, if we want a commission that follows climate laws, will reevaluate the deference given to profit-driven monopoly utilities, and truly listens to the public, please give us a chance at new leadership. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Jeffrey Barron. You'll push the button so the red light comes on, and then when you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Jeffrey Barron. I have rented in the same small apartment building in Ward 3 for 33 years. I come before you with the perspective of a retired social worker. I earned my social work degree here at Howard University, worked at DC Child and Family Services, at the Family Support Collaboratives, and under grants from the DC Department of Aging and Community Living. Councilman Allen, you may remember that I facilitated visits you made to senior citizen lunch programs in Ward 6 shortly after you first assumed office. Here in the city, I have worked directly with families and senior citizens who struggle to make ends meet. I know you have heard much testimony today about the harsh impact of utility rate increases on DC ratepayers in recent years. And I am here to urge that the council not approve Mayor Bowser's proposed reappointment of PSC Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue. In recent years, the council has enacted laws that mandate a move toward clean energy, yet Mr. Thompson and Mr. Trabue have repeatedly given Washington Gas permission to increase customers' bills to fund Project Pipes, to eventually replace the gas infrastructure of the entire city, even though Washington Gas has not provided adequate details of the project, and despite a majority of the DC Council itself expressing opposition to the project. Project Pipes is an unneeded boondoggle, a glorious bridge to nowhere that will fatten the wallets of Washington Gas investors at the expense of DC ratepayers. As a city government and citizens who can afford it move to cheaper, cleaner, and healthier electricity, an ever-shrinking pool of DC ratepayers will have to pay for Project Pipes for decades to come. Who would those ratepayers be? The people I worked with. Commissioners Thompson and Trabue have failed to require accountability from the big utilities and given them rate increases anyway on the backs of us ordinary citizens. They have failed to act assertively to promote the move to the healthier, sustainable future that DC law requires. They have repeatedly given the green light to wasteful projects that many residents and that you, the City Council, have opposed. Why approve them to continue in their posts for another 4 years? Now is the time to find new members for the Public Service Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barron. All right, and then we have Alexandra Williamson, who I think is joining us online.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Alexandra Williamson. I'm a Ward 2 resident, and I'm testifying today because I'm concerned about my well-being and that of my friends and neighbors as a result of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue's votes for Project Pipes. This project has led to higher rates for DC residents time and time again. In my personal case, I lost my job last May and relied on unemployment assistance for 4 months before starting a minimum wage job, which I'm still in now. I've minimized expenses as much as possible, and yet I feel like I'm getting squeezed from all sides. My story is certainly not unique, especially not in DC. I cannot afford, and we collectively cannot afford, the rate hikes coming as a result of Project Pipes. It is also no secret that natural gas is not sustainable. It's a finite resource that pollutes the environment. The best way to look out for DC's future is to invest in the clean energy transition and not in fossil fuels. As natural gas contributes to climate change, we've experienced more intense summers and winters, which in turn increases our reliance on heat and air conditioning, creating a feedback loop where DC residents are continuously getting undermined while natural gas companies increase their profits. Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue understand the safety risks of methane leaks from natural gas pipes, yet the full replacement of gas pipes under project pipes has not done anything to reduce methane leaks and is much more costly than repairing the specific areas where there are leaks, which has been proven to be a more effective method. Project Pipes is a project that is far too costly for DC residents, and Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue have continually voted in favor of it. Therefore, DC Council should not approve the reappointment of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm going to turn to some questions now. And I've kind of mentioned across the day a little bit. This is a PSC oversight hearing on performance. I would say maybe the lion's share of the testimony that I've heard today at some point has spoken about the leadership of the PSC and nominations. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. This is not a nominations hearing, but I can also understand it's hard to completely divorce agency performance from agency leadership. And so that's part of what I'm hearing is a lot of concerns around directions and decisions from the leadership there. So I might start, Mr. Gravitt, with you. We're kind of in a moment where we see these combined impacts of many things hitting at one time. So we have, especially for the district and for our region, we have an increasingly challenging economic time, and we're hearing from, and even on this panel, folks who are struggling financially, have lost jobs. We're seeing that hit our community very hard as unemployment has risen and costs go up. We're seeing inflation drive costs up. We're seeing spikes from, I don't think you can rest everything at the feet of data centers, but when we talk about just the cost of energy continuing to go up, very significant. Slowing wage growth, folks on fixed income struggling to pay the bills. So all these factors are colliding at one time. And I am not going to pretend that the Public Service Commission can solve every problem either. I don't believe they have a magic wand. But when you talk about what you want to see a Public Service Commission look toward moving forward, what are your expectations for the Public Service Commission? Somebody earlier on an earlier panel kind of said they want to see the PSC modernized. And I kind of asked, well, what does that look like to you? So Mr. Gravitt, for you, what does a PSC look like to you that is being not just responsive, but proactive in meeting both the moment of today, but then laying out a strategy for the next 5, 10, 15 years?
Thank you, Councilmember. I think the way that you asked the question underscores one of the greatest challenges. Energy markets are incredibly complex. I make no claim to have any tremendous knowledge of how that works. And I know that factors both within and outside of the District of Columbia do impact the costs that folks are paying. But as you said, we are living at the confluence of many things. One of them is job loss, changes in the federal government. We were in this period of economic challenge in DC as well. And all of those factors compound when rates are increasing at the shocking, unprecedented clip that they are. You also, I think, have to consider the health impacts too, not only of a reliance on a system undergirded by fossil fuels and what that means for communities from a health standpoint and from a justice standpoint. So all of those things I think are important. The crux of your question was, what does the future of the PSC look like? To me, that is a future of innovation and responsiveness. It is belied by an understanding of the health impacts, the affordability and economic impacts, and the climate impacts. And this is not to say that they should be doing something that they're not required to do. They act in the public service. They are here to ensure that utilities are working in the public service, that the requests that they make to increase rates or the activities that they undertake do serve the ratepayers and serve the residents of the District of Columbia. I would offer that this commission over the past year, which is the subject of this hearing and oversight thereof, has not done that, not in spirit and not in deed. And so a future of a commission, what it should look like is one that understands and responds to all of those things, that weighs them heavily, does the research. There is a climate staffer on the commission. What is that staffer doing? What is the support that they have to ensure that the commission is meeting its mandate under law, its responsibility under law? What is it that the commission is doing to ensure that DC's ratepayers and DC's residents, the people that they have a duty of care to, are being served not by a model of yesteryear or 50 years ago, but a model for tomorrow that elevates affordability and innovative practices that allow ratepayers to take advantage of a clean energy economy and to be active and willing participants in that transition, one that allows them to pay lower bills, that allows their, as many people on this panel, and I'm sure on others have said, that allows them to participate fully and to be heard and to have their opinions, their insights, their requests for information considered fully, given the weight that is due. So I think that a modern commission is one which is very responsive, one which understands the nexus of climate and health and justice and affordability, and is laser focused on delivering the best possible outcomes to the residents of this district. It is also one that finds solutions to challenges. It should not be up to you, sir, to have to resolve, although thank you for doing it, an interconnection problem that is known. Yet here we are. The lack of action and responsiveness by this commission and its leadership has resulted in all of these things that have left so many in DC holding the bag. And that burden, the energy burden, this concept is known, is very heavy. So what does that commission look like? It's innovative, it's responsive, it takes bold action, thinking about tomorrow, not yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Levinson, I appreciate your testimony. One of the things I also want to make sure you're okay with me doing, so when next week we have the Office of People's Counsel here, I'd like to be able to ask them specific questions about your case and their actions on that. I just want to make sure I have your permission to be able to specifically reference you in your case when OPC comes up to ask.
Yes, I am publicly, intentionally identifying myself. Mr. Lawrence Daniels, the Director of Litigation, said at the follow-up conference with the hearing officer on September 5th, 2025, that I was being denied due process, that he wouldn't trust his bills if he were me. Then after that call, he told me that PEPCO wants me to, PEPCO, I have the quote here somewhere. They want me, their last brief, they said that OPC's brief marks the first time that there has been an alternate calculation method presented for the period in question for the company's review. And I keep saying, why is there a calculation of my electricity usage? The Schedule R residential rate schedule says that it's going to read my watt hour meter to the nearest multiple of the meter constant and render bills accordingly. PEPCO's applying a 1.5 times multiplier to that. They're doing all sorts of other things that I've been able to trace through the documentation because I have a degree in electrical and computer engineering, and I also I spent 15 years as a patent litigator, including at the International Trade Commission, and I was an attorney advisor for an administrative law judge there, so I know how the administrative law process is supposed to work. PEPCO has a meter. It should be reading it and giving me a bill. It could have done that in October 24, but a year and a half later, it's still asking me to calculate the bill instead of just reading the meter and doing a true up.
Okay.
But after that call where Mr. Daniel said that he wouldn't trust his bills if he were me, and that I was being denied due process, he said that I had to come up with an alternate method of calculation because, quote, you must have used some energy.
Okay, so let me just, Ms. Levinson, because that is just a level of specificity I'm not going to be able to get into.
Sorry, I apologize. It's just, I haven't been allowed to speak about this ever, so I apologize.
You're good with me following up with OPC, so when they come up next week, we'll make sure that we are talking with OPC about that.
Thank you.
And then we can circle back with you as well. You know, I appreciate everybody else's testimony as well. I might kind of just ask you, similar to what I asked Mr. Gravitt, like, This is an oversight hearing. I want to, as we've parsed through this over the course of the day, I want to be thoughtful about oversight over the Public Service Commission, recognizing the things that they do have control over, but also acknowledging the things they do not have control over. So when we look at energy costs, or we look at those other elements, that's not necessarily going to be the PSC, but there are elements. So to me, I've just been trying to parse that out through the course of the day to make sure that when we have PSC come in. But part of what I've heard your themes overall is talking about what it is you want to see a PSC be doing, both decisions and leading. So I'll just kind of give you each a chance if you want to share you're essentially one of the last panels here as we kind of get close to wrapping up for the day. What do you want us to be one of the big takeaways? What it is you're expecting, what you're wanting the PSC to be doing moving forward? I'll just start on this side and run down. Yeah.
I mean, this might end up being a rant, so I apologize in advance. I have a lot of gripes with like our wholesale system, but I understand that's outside of the jurisdiction, but that does flow into energy costs.
Mm-hmm.
But if you break down, electricity costs, there's supply charges, there's distribution charges. Supply charges are relatively out of the control of the state or district. But a majority of the actual costs are from distribution charges. That's like within the control of DC and within the PSC's realm. I'd like to see the PSC challenge more, be less deferential to the utilities themselves, right? What does that mean? That means enforcing data requests from interveners and OPC more strictly. Harder timelines, better, more complete data. I think someone else also testified having some of that up front could speed things along. I think finding ways of like rebalancing energy costs. My university put together a white paper on this. I can't quote it off the top of my head, but there's a lot of different programs to basically help low-income residents that are struggling with bills without sort of unfairly burdening the utility company. I think looking at other states is something we should be doing a lot, not only in what sort of innovative pilot programs and whatnot they have, but also just their reviews of rate cases and whatnot. Virginia, Maryland, like Pepco, these Washington Gas, they're in a tri-state area. They submit a lot of the same documents and the same dockets to multiple states. Rates end up being different for whatever reason. How much can we take and speed up sort of review from that? I think some states also benefit to some degree by having the utility. There's one utility that provides gas service and electric service, so it's a little easier for those public utility commissions to sort of force or sort of transition people from gas to electric. But I don't think that prohibits other places from doing something similar. This is where it might get tricky. You might need some sort of statute change or for the PSC to actually sort of work with the council a little bit more. What else? I think the PSC, many commissions, they like to act like a court, judicial, sort of like impartial, we just follow the statutes, but there's always judgment involved in that. And frankly, I just would rather see, if there is sort of judgment required, that there isn't this continual upward transfer of wealth to large corporations. Okay, I'll stop talking.
No, that's good. I appreciate it. Mr. Barron, anything you want to add?
The commissioners telling the utilities that they want explanations of their plans and details about what they're doing, and then the utilities don't fulfill their request and they go ahead and approve a rate increase anyway. That's a recipe. That's a recipe for the utilities ignoring the PSC, and the PSC continuing to greenlight Project Pipes, which is obviously, research. Other people have testified that repairing pipes is cheaper than replacing a whole system. Obviously, where the council has mandated that that the city move towards sustainable energy, and they're consigning us to continue with fossil fuels. It's an enormous waste of money, and it's also very bad for the environment. We know that even new methane systems leak. There's no point in continuing with that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Rasmussen?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Just a comment. I'd love to see the PSC become a champion for clean energy and recognizing and acknowledging the climate science, the impact that fossil fuels, burning fossil fuels makes, the preferability of clean energy, of solar, and come down on the side of those of us who want to see the revolution that solar is offering come to pass sooner rather than later. So again, love to see the PSC recognize and champion clean energy. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Williamson?
So as I was listening to my other folks here making testimonies, I was looking for a resource. I wasn't able to find exactly the one I was looking for, but it was basically a case about DC Water years back and the ways that it was able to make its operations much more efficient without leaving that cost burden to consumers. I did find one quote that I think is somewhat relevant to this particular instance here, and it's, "The technology forcing approach is relentless, for the standards continue to ratchet down even as the costs rise, often exponentially." So just in the context of, again, thinking about our council members' influence over and empower to support or oppose projects like Project Pipes, I just think it's important to keep that in mind, that there are alternatives that do not need to be so opaque and muddy and so burdensome to consumers.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Smont, last time.
Two more things, sir, because how often do I get a microphone, right? One thing, so the PSC has this great program where you can kind of like choose your energy supplier. It's all still delivered through Pepco, but you can sort of promote green energy sources. As a renter, though, I don't have control over what my landlord chooses. I would love to see some sort of guidance or sort of stricter requirements that would maybe force the hand for people who don't have control but still are living in the city. The second kind of related point on that is renewable portfolio standards. I love the fact that DC is participating. I think we are getting to a point where we can't really treat all renewable energy certificates the same. So if Pepco buys like, huge bulk all at once from someplace in Texas, that doesn't really equate to sort of the actual energy use and emissions reductions that renewable energy could have, more locally or at the same time that it's actually used. I can go into more detail about that later, but thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I appreciate everybody on this panel as well and throughout the day. I believe that I have gotten to the
May I
end.
add a couple more points? Would that be acceptable or not?
Sure, we're about to wrap up, but yes, Ms. Levinson, very briefly, please.
Yes, if the commission's not enforcing the utility consumer bill of rights, and if they're not going to do that, then Pepco can bill you whatever they want. There is no way to verify the accuracy of your Pepco bill. The reading on your meter does not matter. Pepco doesn't care. They're using something else to bill you based on, and I don't know how they can be possibly shutting off service on people if they don't, if they can't prove their billing is accurate. They're not keeping adequate records. They can't prove the accuracy of their billing, and that's, it's abusive and it's unconscionable.
Okay, thank you. Yep, thank you, Ms. Levinson. All right, again, thank you to everybody on this panel. All right, for any final panel or witnesses, I've called the name a couple of times of everybody I have on my list. I believe we've checked online. We don't have anybody. Oh, wait, all right, wait a minute. We may not be done yet. Mordecai, who we had called a couple times before, but it looks like Mordecai is here. there anybody in the hearing room for 12 here who had signed up to testify? Perhaps you came in after we'd called your name. Anyone expecting to testify and hasn't had a chance to do so? Okay. Then let's move in. There we go. All right, Mordecai.
Is there any way to provide more testimony at any point?
Yes, Ms. Levinson, you're able to submit testimony through the LIMS system, and we'll make sure you have the link to where to do that. But the record remains open so people can submit written testimony.
No,
Right.
I appreciate that, but I haven't been heard.
Ms. Levinson, I'm sorry, but
was entitled to a formal hearing a year ago, so I'm
Ms.
just
Levinson,
curious. How
I'm-
does the citizen enforce their rights?
Okay, I'm going to follow up at the OPC hearing to ask about that, but at this point, we've got to move on to the next panel. So I appreciate your testimony, and we'll make sure that, again, we ask about your case with the OPC when they come up next week. But if you have any other written testimony you want to submit to the committee, to this committee, then you're able to do that because the record remains open after the hearing. All right, Mordecai, let me turn to you, and you're going to be our last witness, and I apologize, I've mispronounced your last name earlier, I'm sure, but if you just introduce yourself, and then I'll turn it to you for your testimony.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, hi. My name is Mordecai Andemichael, and I hail from Ward 1. I'm writing to express my deep concern about the exorbitant electricity rates imposed by PEPCO on my city. I struggle to keep up with the cost of living in the city. As a mental health clinician, I also have witnessed firsthand the mounting stress and anxiety among my clients due to the inability to afford basic necessities. Affordable power is a fundamental right. I'm profoundly disappointed in Chairman Thompson and Chairman Trabue for approving rate hikes year after year. Commissioner Beverly has expressed the same sentiments. I've also heard this from others as well. In Commissioner Beverly's words, quote, "The majority's decision to approve a rate increase first and conduct a prudency review afterwards means that there's currently no meaningful determination of PEPCO's revenue requirement or final statement on whether this rate is in the public interest. Unfortunately, the only thing that is clear to me about this arrangement is that ratepayers, including the federal and district governments, are being given a bill for $123 million with the justification that to me could be summarized as because PEPCO said so," end quote. These choices have abandoned the people we serve and share the city with. Both Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue are no longer fit to serve on this commission. We urgently need new leaders who will prioritize the well-being of our community and ensure that affordable power is a reality for all. DC Council should not approve the reappointment of Chairman Thompson or Commissioner Trabue. Please take immediate action to rectify this situation and uphold the principles of fairness and justice.
All right, thank you very much. At this point, I don't have any additional questions. I feel like your testimony has been kind of very consistent with what we've heard throughout the day. So I definitely appreciate you speaking up not just behalf on yourself, but as you mentioned, clients and neighbors. And so I appreciate that. And it's certainly going to help inform as we are moving into the hearing next week with the Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, so I don't believe I have any other witnesses. I want to thank all of our public witnesses that joined us, both those in person and online. We had nearly 100 people over the course of the day. So thank you all very much. I appreciate that. This is going to conclude the committee's performance oversight hearing on the Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel. Again, my thanks to everybody who provided testimony. The record for today's hearing will close on March 13th, 2026. You can submit written testimony through the Council's hearing management system, which you can find at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Until then, the next scheduled meeting of the committee will be next Monday, March 2nd, when the committee will hold a performance oversight hearing on the Water and Sewer Authority, otherwise known as DC Water. But there being no further business before the committee, the time is now 4:10 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.